they won't take the gravity part because gravity is like we are not
Well,
supposed to
that's
develop
the
anything.
hypothesis.
But they try to oscillate the object in a high speed so that its gravity is going to be get less. Then how the density of the matter is going to change. So that kind of indirect study you can do. Direct like gravity directly gravity you can't study it, but indirectly you can replicate some of these things to study those behaviors. So yeah, so
Yeah, that's
this
a
is the
lot
way
of
it works.
nothing. You just told me a lot of nothing, dude.
Okay.
Science is empirical, right? It's based upon empirical evidence. So if you have a theory or hypothesis, you have to go out into the natural world and demonstrate it. So if your hypothesis is gravity forms everything into a ball, you need A, an observation of that happening, or B, something or doing it in a lab. Which one do you have? Neither.
Okay, so
You have to confirm
so
your
if I can
hypothesis,
prove,
right?
so if I can't prove the hypothesis, then the other thing is correct. Is it the way to say
I'm not
like if
saying
I
that.
can't prove A, then the B is correct? If I can't prove A, then B is correct, or B will
No,
also
we
not
know
correct.
B is correct because no, we know B. The way to prove what you're saying is correct, or at least indicate it's correct, or give evidence that it's correct, is to actually measure the surface of the Earth and show that it's
Okay.
curving, right? If the Earth's surface of the Earth was curving, then you could say it's a ball, but it's not curving, so it's not a ball. It can't be a ball. And how do we know the surface of
Uh,
the Earth isn't curving? Because we can measure, right? You can shine a laser, and if the Earth is a ball, then the laser will get higher and higher and higher, right? With distance.
uh, yeah. So that is the thing people are doing. So what is the
Yeah, we've
like?
done
Yeah.
this, and it doesn't get higher and higher and higher. We've done this.
So
So give me
how far you went like to measure that?
40
Because if you
kilometers.
measure this, yeah, so 40 kilometer maybe not be the curvature of the Earth because Earth is a diameter is around how
Yeah,
much?
that's
It's
great,
around
but
12,
that's great.
1200 kilometers, 12,000 kilometers. So in order
Yeah,
to get a curvature, you need to go like quite a far enough distance. Obviously need to do the math, but obviously 40
well, we
kilometers is
did the
not good
math,
enough.
and that's why I'm telling you 40 kilometers is enough because the drop in 40 kilometers is supposed to be 127 meters. So if I start at a laser, right, on one side, I'm 2 meters, I shine the laser across water, 40 kilometers. At the other side, 40 kilometers away, the laser should be 127 meters off the water. But we've done this, and it was the same height from
So
two
you are
meters,
measuring
40 kilometers, 1.5 meters at the other side. Not
uh,
127 meters, 1.5
so you are doing it in the water in the ocean.
in the air, dude. Well, no, this was done at a lake.
So you know the Earth has different elevation. If you go to let's say
On the,
California, it is a
it was
different
done on
elevation,
a
and
lake. A lake,
so so a
water.
lake is because yeah, but the lake has also how lake flows. It's because of the Earth elevation. It's coming from top to down. That's why the water flows. If that is not there, the water won't going
Like
to flow.
this
It will be a
lake,
pond.
hold on, this lake is an inland lake. It was created when it's called Lake Isomere. It's in the Netherlands. It was created. It's man-made. They cut it off from the sea. It doesn't have a water source. There's no water flow into it, so that
So
don't
it's a
work.
pond. So it's a pond.
No, it's
So
a
it's not a
giant
lake.
lake that they cut. It was like a what they call a fjord, and then they dammed it up, right? So they just cut it off from the ocean.
So
By
water stay there or it flows or there's no
doesn't
way. It's
flow.
like,
There's nowhere for it to flow to.
and how big? The lake is 40 kilometer. That big lake?
Well, it's bigger than that. It's freaking probably like the full size of it's probably like 100 kilometers. But they did their beam was they did 19 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 47 kilometers, or 40 kilometers, 41 kilometers, and I think 12 kilometers. They did 5 different trials.
So the thing is, you need to have some sufficient horizontal distance in order to get the Earth curvature, because
Yeah,
diameter
I
of the
just
Earth is
told you
around.
what it was. Do
Yeah, that
you
makes
think I
sense.
can
Yeah,
measure the difference? Do you think I can know the difference between 1.5 meters and 127 meters?
yeah, that's true. And the second thing is the elevation of the water, or the ground. That also varies when you move from 1 meter. At least from, if you travel like
Okay.
1 meter, also your ground is going to
Don't you
elevate.
think
That's
we
right.
accounted
It's
for all
done
this,
over
dude?
light.
You're being a dunce, okay? The laser was 1.5 meters off the water. At the other side, the laser was detected 1.5 meters off the water.
Okay, maybe you have done the experiment,
Yeah,
so I
but
need
it's
to believe.
across
Yeah.
water. Water doesn't have different elevations unless it's a freaking waterfall. It wasn't a waterfall, it was a lake. This isn't the only one. There's Salt Lake, there's Great Salt Lake, with that's 21-mile laser shot there. You don't understand. Like, you think the Earth is supposed to curve, so you guys all say this. Earth is so big, you can't measure the curve. But if you do the math, it should be easily measurable. So I'll give you for instance,
I'm just
in
difficult to
15,
find like 40 kilometer
in
is
15
lake.
kilometers, bro, in 15 kilometers, the drop because of curvature should be 20 meters.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking 40 kilometer is like a
It's
lake,
an
and the
exponential
water is
function,
not
bro.
flowing. Water is not flowing anywhere. Just 40
No, it's
kilometer,
not
water is
flowing.
staying somewhere.
Yeah, it's a man-made lake.
Okay, so can you say me like what the name of the lake? I can Google it. Like 40-kilometer lake. I also want.
Lake, it's bigger than 40 kilometers. It's Lake Isomere. I'll post the name in the chat. It's a freaking, because it's Dutch. They got weird names.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Because if you guys have done the experiment, so yeah, maybe it makes sense something, because you might have observed something, that we don't know.
I love
Yeah.
how you guys always default to we fucked up. We didn't fuck up. This is like the 7th time it was done.
Okay. That's
You guys, you guys have a, like, you pretend you're not biased. You're extremely biased, extremely, and you don't realize it. You're extremely biased. Like, I'm giving you information, and you're just popping up every possible reason you can think of on why it's wrong. You have never ever in your entire life looked at the globe Earth that way and said, "Holy shit, dude! If the Earth was a globe, how does this work? Or if the Earth was a globe, how does that work?" No, it's only if the Earth was flat, how does that work? You only question flat Earth. You never question the globe.
actually physics makes sense when it is globe.
It
Then
just makes
when it is
sense.
flat.
No, you just like it. Has nothing to do
No,
with
no, it
making
makes
sense.
sense.
You just like it.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. That's why how
Yeah, I'm
satellites
sure that's what
get
Plato
orbit.
wrote down.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what the famous philosophers, Plato, he wrote down. It's a globe, just makes sense.
Yeah, in the sense, physics, science, math, and logic, everything match when Earth is
The
globe.
globe has no logic. There is no logic to the globe. None.
But yeah,
It's
but the
real simple.
experiment, if you have proved something, then obviously that need to be seen,
Say that.
because experiment has more weightage than let's say logic, philosophy, and other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Experiments determine cause and effect relationships. If you want to know the geometry of something, you just measure it. That's the only way to get that. So if the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe, you have to measure the Earth. That's the only way to know one way or the other. And because only one thing separates a sphere from flat, that's whether the surface is curving or not. That's the way we can know if it's curving, could be a ball. If it's flat, can't be curving. It's called a true
Yeah.
dichotomy.
Yeah. But okay, it's fine. But one of my cousin is a pilot, and he also
Oh
says
God.
me the same thing. The way he used to fly the aeroplane. Obviously, you can say that no one has proved, no one has seen that something and all. But yeah, so basically the thing is
Again, Tony sees
to
a curve from his airplane, dude. Is that what you're gonna tell me?
no. The way he told me that he has to take this path, like he can't go directly, so that it doesn't make sense because Earth is curve. We have curvature in the Earth, so we need to follow this path. That's why we are going to this space. So yeah, because you can see down there. So let's say you are traveling from Europe to, let's say, Washington, or means like Seattle. So you need to go to the from like, because the earth is curved. That's why flight usually say they used to go from the northern part, then you come to the Seattle, let's say from France to Seattle. So up there you obviously won't able to see down. But if the pilots, like they used to say, if they come down they can see that the thing that they are crossing the northern pole when they are going from France to, let's say, Washington, that is Seattle. So they are not going straight from the France to Seattle by crossing, let's say, New York or
Did you just
Minnesota or any other
say that they're
United States.
looking down from their plane at the North
No,
Pole?
no, no. I'm not. No, no. I'm not saying the pilots and all, but the
Do they
fighter
see
jets and other thing.
Santa's freaking workshop too?
Okay, okay, it's fine, fine. So the pilot won't able to see that, but the fighter jet and other one, if want to travel, like which aeroplane can travel in a low altitude, and they can easily see around from, if we are moving from one location to the next location, how they are, which path they are following, and what down there.
Look,
So if Earth is a flat, like
I was on
just
a
I'm
plane.
saying,
I was on an airplane last week. Okay, you can see maybe from an airplane, even though the globe says 140 miles, I think you can see about 150 based upon my estimation. Okay, now 150 miles is nothing. Nothing. You can't tell which way you're going. Planes fly in what's called international and domestic flight corridors. They have transponders, they have waypoints, they have a route which they're supposed to fly. If you're talking about the way the route is projected on, say, a Mercator map, that is just an artifact of taking one coordinate system and projecting it into another. So if you have a polar coordinate system, which uses angles, and then you project it into a Mercator map, which uses, uh, rectangles, which is actually a cylinder, you're going to get distortions because you're doing a different projection. But that's not the way the plane is actually flying. I can post a polar projection from pilots inside the cockpit talking about their map, and it shows they're flying in a straight line. But that's just an artifact of the projection. It has nothing to do with which way they're actually flying.
okay, it's fine. So one is your experiment. Then second one is obviously they are, let's say, going straight flying. And the third one, if I
Yeah, they
ask
don't fly. They don't
the satellites,
plane. Hold on, let me clear this
okay,
up. Planes don't
yeah,
actually fly in what they call great circle routes. That's a myth. They Air traffic is highly controlled. Like say you fly from the Atlantic, say you fly from New York City to France. You have to fly in a flight corridor. That means there's a narrow corridor that all the planes fly in. So if you're in New York, that corridor is in like Nova Scotia. So you have to fly north to get into it to fly across the Atlantic, even though it's out of your way. If it was a globe, you would just fly across the Atlantic and you wouldn't take that route. But they fly wherever the goddamn government tells them to fly.
fine, because obviously you didn't see that, I didn't see that, so yeah, so there's no proof for us. But those who are dealing with those coordinates, or those who are flying, let's say, at low level, if those guys can see those things, so they might
What
have
are they going
more.
to see? What do you think they're seeing?
I mean, yeah, they can see like the route they are following, and in the, if the art is flat, so their route
You really
supposed
need
to
to get
follow.
an airplane. You really need to get an airplane. You can't see what route you're following, bro.
No, 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 no. What I'm saying is commercial flight is obviously is difficult. Like they are going, if I remember, 30,000 feet or something. So you can't see the city that you are crossing on. But the thing is, if you are going for, let's say, the fighter plane or other thing, those who can fly in very low altitude, and they can they can see even the earth or the surface, what are the location they are flying on. So I'm saying in that regard, but obviously I didn't talk to any, let's say, air force guy, which is using flight like the the fighter planes, and he is observing the path and the ground. So obviously I'm not saying that because I don't have a proof as of now. But yeah, no one has said the same thing that the fighter guys, that yeah, if we are moving from one location to the next location, we are following the straight path, not the cut path, and or something like that. So the fact that we know is that the aeroplane or the flight generally follow the cut path because of the curvature of the earth. So yeah, so that is what I'm trying to say. But obviously, I don't have the
Yeah,
proof
I
for that.
understand what you're trying to say, but it's not a curved path. It only looks that way in a certain projection. So if you show the flight path like on a Mercator map, that path will look curved because because the plane is flying in the latitude longitude coordinate system. But the Mercator map is not, it has latitude and longitude coordinates, but they're distorted. So when you take one mapping and you mash it onto another, the line will look curved. But if like you pasted that on a physical globe, it would look like a straight line, right? So why does it look like a curved line? Because it's a projection. It's a map projection, but it's a map projection onto a different map projection. So it just looks like that. That's not the way the plane's actually flying.
And that makes sense. And
The
one more
map
thing,
is just another. The map is not the
yeah,
territory. Okay, the map is just the map. It's not the territory. That's
yeah, yes. But if the flat is a flat, let's say we are staying at the upper part of it, then what about the down?
good
Is there
down.
anything
What do
else?
you mean
No.
the down?
A
Earth
flat
is not
surface
in
has two surface. A flat
no
surface
outer
has
space,
two.
buddy. There's no outer space.
Okay, there is no outer space. And one more thing, why the sun goes down somewhere and it goes up for somewhere? Like sun is like, let's say if you are in US, your sun goes down, but obviously in some country there will be sun is going to go up. So
Doesn't
how,
go
why it
down.
is happening?
It doesn't go
So
down.
why
It
what?
just appears that way because things that go off into the distance converge with the
Okay.
horizon. It's called perspective. You ever seen perspective drawing? Everything converges to the vanishing point.
And it, why it is coming back from the back of side again? Like if it is going east, it is coming from west.
Yeah, because east and west are circles.
If east and west are
Are
circles,
circles.
then
That's right.
yeah, then something is moving
So
from
when
east
you
to west.
circumnavigate and you go east and circumnavigate, you go in a circle and come back to the same spot.
Then all the space program, all the satellite that
Here it goes.
is happening. So no, just I'm asking. So those are
It's so
also
funny.
develop one,
Your
develop.
mind escapes right back to fantasy land. That shit's fake, bro. That shit's
That are fine.
that's it.
Okay,
That's a TV show. Do you understand? A
okay, it's
TV
fine,
show.
it's fine. Yeah, yeah. I think I remember. I think there's one movie. I think some Third Man or something.
No, the
Where
things that
that.
they say are not the TV show are still a TV show.
Okay, it's fine. So satellites are not there. Gravity force is also not there. Okay, so what else?
No.
Argument.
So the gravity thing, you have no evidence for the claim that gravity forms things into balls. There's no evidence for that. It's just a claim, right? I said, hey, dude, where's the experiment? We don't have the experiment. It's just bullshit. Till you got the experiment, I can't take it seriously. No one's ever observed that happening, gravity forming. Nobody. Nobody in the history
No,
of all humanity has
no. The
observed
thing
gravity
is,
forming
gravity
anything
is.
at all.
You see. Yeah. No. I think you are getting it wrong there. Gravity is a force.
Ugh,
So,
God.
so, so people have observed that if you can use magnetic force and any force,
I
you can
understand the
apply
story,
like.
bro. I understand the story. There's no evidence for the story. Do you understand?
It's fine. So if the
Is
argument
there
is that
evidence
way,
or not?
no evidence is what, like everything is working on that principle. So that is the evidence and all.
That's not,
So
oh my God, that's circular logic. That's circular logic.
And a pragmatic fallacy.
Nothing is. Nobody
Or
ever
appeal to pragmatism.
calculated anything on Earth to do anything on Earth ever using the universal law of gravitation ever. Little g, the rate of acceleration of a flowing object, that's known empirically. You don't even need a theory of gravity to use that. You don't need a theory of gravity to shoot
no,
a
no,
cannonball. No, you don't
but that
need
is,
it. It's because you have little g, 9.8 meters per second squared. Little g. We know that empirically because we can measure that.
yeah.
We don't need a theory.
No,
Mass
no, we
attracts
don't.
mass is a theory. Do you understand? That's a hypothesis.
So,
Yeah,
so
a
mass
hypothesis
attract.
long since abandoned.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, like then how the nuclear bomb that has been created? It is also based on that physics and all. Energy is equal to mc square.
Based on gravity? Jesus Christ.
So energy, it's not.
Gravity's
It's
doing
based on
everything.
energy. It's energy. It's based on energy. Mass. When mass is going to dissolve off, then your energy is going to come equal to mc square. So,
Oh my.
What?
so obviously it's not about the gravity part, but what I'm saying is every physics is working well when it comes to gravity, and when it comes to, let's say, flat slab, then that is not
Okay,
working well.
this is
We
an
have
all or
satellite.
nothing fallacy. That if one part of physics is wrong or right, then all of physics is right. No, there's parts of physics that are incorrect, and there's parts that are correct. The universal theory of gravitation is bullshit. They don't even believe it nowadays. They abandoned that for general relativity. That's also bullshit, but it's stacked higher, I guess.
No, in the bullshit you can find it in a natural and physical and natural world.
I
So
mean,
it's
I
not
guarantee you,
bullshit.
but like, I know this is hard for you to hear, but if I ask you what the definition of mass is, you're not even going to know what it is. But you think it's like you'll say it's a quantity of matter. No, it's not the quantity of matter, not in physics. Mass is a unit of measure, it's the measure of resistance to acceleration. That's a unit of measure. So how can a unit of measure attract a unit of measure? It doesn't even make sense. Gravity's horseshit, bro. Sorry, it's just a bunch of nonsense. And I'm talking about the universal theory of gravitation. We all agree things fall. But whether things fall, how you get to things fall, therefore Earth's a ball, that is not logical. You need to fill in the logical gaps to make that statement. And if you want to say gravity forms things into a ball, you need to measure that ball. You don't just get to say, well, we have a theory. No, you got to go out and measure it. You got to go out and test it in nature. That's how you confirm it. Is that unreasonable? To expect confirmation through experiment?
I need to make. I need to ask maybe Chat GTP, like if they have done any sort of gravity experiment.
Yeah,
But I have no idea on that.
having it, but that's not what you need. You need is there any observation, experiment, nature that showed gravity forming an object into a ball? It's never been observed in nature. The claim is after the fact, right? We look in the sky, we see balls. Now we don't know how they formed. We have no fucking clue how they got there, how they formed, what they're made of, what they're doing, how fast they're going. We don't observe orbits, actually. If you think about it, has anybody actually seen an orbit? No. From the point of view of Earth, you just see the planets go across the sky and then whip around and go back the other way, and then whip around again and go forward again. That's all we see. We don't see them go around the sun. We don't have that viewpoint.
Then, if we don't
We don't
see
see the
that those
Earth go
things,
around the sun.
no. Yeah, that's true. We are not seeing those things. Then we are also not able to see the frequency. Now we are talking to each other from the internet, from the web, and everything. We don't see that. We don't see electricity.
That's right.
Yeah, we don't see air. So everything is now questionable.
Well, we can measure the electricity. We can measure all these things.
So, but
We know
these
they,
measures
we
are
know the
again based.
electricity exists because we're generating it somewhere, someplace. They freaking built magnets and wires and freaking substations and towers, and they freaking flipped the switch and turned them all on. That's how we know the electricity's there. We put it there.
Okay, it's fine then. Do I have anything else to say?
How come you're not doing this to the globe? Why don't you go on ChatGPT and ask all the reasons why it's not a globe?
It's fine. Yeah, it's quite interesting talking to you, and yeah, you have good arguments and good points. But obviously, it's difficult for us to believe. But yeah, you have good points.
I don't know why, because the flat Earth is not about believing something; it's about abandoning a belief. You'd be leaving belief behind, and you guys just don't seem to comprehend this for some reason. I know. I think that's harder to believe that the globe is a belief than actually believing the globe. It's like you guys can't comprehend that you're stuck in a belief system. Okay, we observe the Earth is flat. Nobody has to believe that. The Earth looks flat. Even the scientists say, well, locally, yeah, the Earth is giant and it looks flat. You said it. You said the Earth looks flat. We don't have to believe any of that. We see that. Now, saying it looks flat, but that's because it's a giant ball, that's a belief. Okay? Because you actually don't have the evidence for that to support that. Not from observation. Now, you can conceptually in your mind think, yeah, if I can think of a ball that's so large it would look flat. Well, I can think of a shark that's so large it would look flat. And I can think of a freaking, Roger Rabbit is so large he looks flat, or any other thing. Any large enough thing, if the other thing's small enough that it'll look flat. Great. But that doesn't mean it is that thing. You want to know what looks flat too? Things that are flat look flat. Yeah, things that are flat look flat. Now, I don't have to believe that. That's just true. And, we don't have the belief. The belief is stuck on you guys.
Welcome.
Hello.
Yay, this one speaks. How's it going?
Pretty good. Thanks for asking. How about you?
I am fantastic.
So is everyone muted?
Most of the time they do. It's just if they all speak at once, it's just noise. You just can't understand a word. So they normally just mute and sit back, wait for someone nice to pop in to talk to.
Okay. Gotcha.
So since you're in here, what do you think? We're living on a ball, tilting, wobbling, spinning, 72% covered in water, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography?
I mean, honestly, I don't think the Earth is flat.
You don't think it's flat, so what do you think it is then?
I mean, it's a globe, so it rotates through the
You
orbit.
said that with confidence?
I mean, from my understanding, that's what it is. I mean, if it's flat, then it just wouldn't really make sense to me. Like my brain just can't grasp it.
What do you mean it wouldn't make sense? What part of it wouldn't make sense? What,
Well,
your car will magically stop working, or why wouldn't it make
no,
sense?
it's more like how do you say it? So like when it like how how would that work exactly? Like through the orbit, like you're supposed to. I mean, it would make more sense if it's a globe, so that when it rotates, some parts of the world, like the time zones would make sense. The time zone differences would make sense. Like some parts of the world would
Time
be
zones don't make
morning
You know that there's like
and
19 time zones in the north, 24 in the center, and 32 in the south. Did you know that?
hmm
They're not. It should be 24 everywhere, but it's not like that in reality.
okay.
So I don't know
Interesting,
how
isn't it?
time zones make sense. Actually,
Okay, so what's your theory?
well, first of all, nobody's ever observed the Earth orbit anything or rotate. No one's ever seen that. From our viewpoint, we don't see, on Earth, we don't see the Earth orbit the sun. We don't see the planets orbit the sun. In fact, nobody's ever observed the orbit ever of anything ever.
Okay.
I mean, I've said this to lots of globe earthers. I said, okay, show me something orbiting something else, something else. I want to see a full orbit. Never seen one. And I'll never get one. We see the planets like move against the background stars, and like Mars and some other ones, they do like a little loop-de-loop thing in the sky, but we don't actually see them go around the sun. We don't see us go around the sun. We see the sun move across the sky. We see the stars move.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, so the other planets are also flat?
The Earth isn't a planet. Earth isn't like those things. There's no reason to
Okay.
think that the Earth would be like that. Well, I mean, what would the reason be that you could come up with that you would think the Earth would be a planet from observation? You look in the sky, you see a planet, you go, "Wow, that's just like Earth." Why would you? Why would you even think that?
Okay, so
I
Earth
know
is
the
the
answer to
only
this question,
planet
by the
that's
way.
flat.
The answer to this question is there's something called the Copernican principle that was adopted a long time ago. It's a philosophical principle that says the Earth is not unique. And if the Earth is not unique, then it's just like everything else. When I look in the sky, I go, Earth is just like that because it's just like everything else, right? But there's no basis for
Okay.
that. It's just philosophical. And a long time ago, people decided that that's the philosophical position they're going to take and built a whole construct off of that. Now, if they took the position that the Earth was unique, at worst, they'd be geocentrists, where everything was orbiting the Earth, which is what people used to believe, right? That the Earth was the center of everything. Not wrong channel, buddy. Okay. The point is like, when you said with confidence that the Earth is a globe, we've asked a lot of people, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And they can never say how they know. They always point to how they think other people know. We've talked to lots of people, scientists, PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, you name it, we've talked to them. Lots of different people over the years. And if I talk to them, they'll say that the people that you think have the answers, they'll say the same things you do. They think there's just somebody else out there with the answers. We can never find the people with the actual answers. I go, okay, who's ever seen an orbit? They'll never find somebody that can actually say that they've actually observed an orbit.
Hmm.
A lot of it's like it's almost like a mathematical construct. It's a concept that's been built up over centuries, and it's complex and complicated. And I know to you it probably doesn't make sense because you think the universe has planets and stars and galaxies and black holes and all this other stuff in it. But the evidence for that is very weak. And to us, at least to me, it's just another story about the stars, the same way they told stories 1,000 years ago about the stars, and they all thought that they were right. And 1,000 years before that, they told stories about the stars, and all those people thought they were right. And nowadays, we're telling stories about the planets and stars, and we think we're right. But in 1,000 years, they're going to think we're wrong, and that we were a bunch of idiots.
Okay, so if the
Every
Earth
generation
was
thinks they're right.
if the Earth is flat, then where is the end of the Earth,
There's no end.
and
The
where does
Earth
it
isn't in
begin?
space. And put this way, think of the Earth as like the floor of the universe. Everything is above it. There's only the Earth. There's no outside the Earth. Like you can't go outside the Earth. It doesn't make sense. It's like asking, "Hey, can we go outside the universe?" It doesn't. It doesn't. That question doesn't make sense because anything outside the universe would also be part of the universe. So you can't actually go outside of it. So anything, there's no outside the Earth. There's no outer space. There's no spaceships. There's no freaking people orbiting the Earth. All that stuff is just a TV show. And I know that's crazy, and you're thinking this is fucking crazy. How could they fake all these TV shows? I mean, fuck, dude, they fake Santa. Lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because someone can make the same argument for Santa Claus. There's thousands and millions of photographs of Santa. Santa's real because the photographs prove that Santa's real. Because there's so many of them, right? This globe Earth thing's in the same position. Because these pictures of the Earth, they show one thing, always. That the Earth is covered mostly in water, and that water curves into a ball. But when we go check in the real world, like the ocean, a lake, a pond, anywhere, the water doesn't curve and the water's flat. So if you have more than 50% water on the surface and that water doesn't curve, then the Earth has to be flat. It cannot be a ball.
Okay, so
We,
you're saying Earth is a limitless flat platform?
not limitless. I mean, limitless, I don't even know what that is.
Like boundless flat
I don't
platform?
think it's inside of something
Since you
where
said
like
there's no end.
I, what I said was
Okay, so how do you
end
explain the
doesn't
core
make
of the
sense.
Earth
What
then?
I'm saying is Earth is not an object that you can hold in your hand. That's how you think of Earth, like it's a ball that if you were a giant you could hold in your hand. The Earth is not an extended object that you could hold in your hand. It's not an
Well,
object at all.
nobody really says the Earth is an object that you can hold in your hand.
Well, if you were a giant, right, you could. I got the whole world in his hands, right? Yeah, they do say it. So the whole song about it.
Well, I mean, even if you're a giant, like you would still be smaller than the Earth.
I mean, a
But
giant, like bigger
anyways,
than Godzilla.
how would you explain the core of the Earth then if the Earth is
What
flat?
core?
So you're saying there's no core of the Earth?
What is the evidence that I have that there's a core other than a picture in a book? That's not of the core, which is just a drawing someone drew. Has anybody
Okay.
drilled to the core? What's the deepest hole ever drilled? Do you know? 7 miles. The core's supposed to be 3,959 miles away. So they got a long more way to drill to prove that a core exists. Told you the global idea is sophisticated. It's been built over years, hundreds of years of people just adding more and more things on it. So I'll tell you this. If I have a set of data, I can make that data fit to anything I want. I could say, well, I'm going to interpret my data with the Earth as a pyramid. And then I can make the data work in the framework of Earth as a pyramid. Or I can take this data and say, Earth is a ball. And I can make that data within the framework of the Earth as a ball. And this actually happens all the time in science. I'll give you a specific example. There's a paper that's published about where they're measuring, they're called telluric currents, which is electricity in the ground. Now, if they assume that the Earth is the ball, they can make predictions about what the currents will be 300 kilometers away. But they can also make the same predictions if they assume that the Earth is flat. They can also make predictions of it being 300 miles away. So the framework, in that instance, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or a ball. you can make the data fit because you can change your assumptions about what's happening and make it fit. And they've been doing this for hundreds of years. And there's a lot of myths that go along with the globe Earth, such as eclipses. I always run down these. So eclipses, people think that they use a globe Earth to predict when eclipse happens, and that's how we know eclipses prove the globe. In fact, eclipses are first predicted by flat earthers in 2000 BC, and the first known exact eclipse prediction was done by Thales of Miletus, a Greek flat earther, in like 300 AD, 300 BC. So people think there's a lot of mythos behind the globe which just aren't true. Eclipses are predicted with flat Earth mathematics. Sunrises and sunset, flat Earth mathematics. They don't use a globe to predict when those things happen. So there's just a lot of myths about all this stuff. About what a globe enables us to do. Okay, I'll give you another one. GPS. GPS uses a globe. No, it doesn't. It uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. And I know this is probably like, holy shit. You can fact check me on everything I'm saying. You can type it into ChatGPT, type it into Google. I don't care what you type it into. What I'm saying is factually accurate.
No. I'm mainly silent because I'm also in the middle of work.
Oh, that's fine. I'm used to people just going silent for lots of reasons. But it's just, sometimes people don't believe us, or some people think we're mistaken, or maybe they think we're interpreting things wrong. No, this is all in mainstream. I mean, we're using mainstream information. The thing is, most people, just like I did for 50 years, Earth is a globe, and I never checked to see if what they said was actually true. People, at least in here, and on our main server, and in the politics server, and running the same channel, we checked. Because, okay, they said the Earth is a globe 3,959 mile radius. Okay, there's these geometric consequences. Let's go check to see if this exists. We went out and checked. They don't exist. And we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. We're just sitting in your head telling you, hey, dude, we checked. The globe they says exists can't possibly exist because we measured it, and nobody else did. Like, one thing we used to ask people was, hey, who do you know from either now or in the past ever measured the curvature of the Earth? And the answer is always, I don't know, or nobody. Because nobody's ever done it except for flat earthers. There's no curvature to measure. And I'm not saying believe us. What we all say is, go check yourself. You don't have to believe a thing we say. This isn't a contest between us and NASA, where believe us over NASA. Don't believe us or NASA. Don't believe anything. Just go out and check. I checked. Checked multiple times. They say ships go over the horizon. Okay, let's go to the beach. Watch the ship go over the horizon. Okay, I got this app, marinetraffic.com. Where's the boat? Okay, it's 6 miles away. Let's watch it for a while. 1 hour goes by, it's farther away. 2 hours go by, it's further away. 3 hours go by, it's further away. Hey man, it's 30 miles away. How come I can still see it? It should be 400 feet under the horizon. But it's not. The globe Earth says it is. The globe Earth says I can't see that boat. But there it is. So that's the situation, at least on our side, that we're in. We've gone out, we checked, we tell people, hey, we checked, and we get a bunch of shit for it for checking. But I thought science was supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But then we get a bunch of shit for testing, repeating, and verifying, and they're like, well, no, we don't want to revisit that flat Earth shit. How would you guys? We want to believe the Earth's globe. Believe what you want. I'm not into the beliefs. I'm into, we go out, science is supposed to be empirical. We go get the empirical evidence. And empirical evidence, the Earth is flat. It's pretty simple. It's not complicated. There's only one question that can answer the question. Does the surface of the Earth curve or not? If it curves, it's a ball. If it does not curve, it's not a ball. That's the only thing that can prove it one way or another. You can look at the sun, you can look at the moon, you can watch TV, you can do all sorts of other stuff. Most of the so-called evidence of a globe is ambiguous. It can be interpreted within a flat Earth as well. It's what we call not globe exclusive evidence. It could be interpreted as flat Earth evidence, or it could be interpreted as globe Earth evidence. Just depends on what you presuppose. But the only definitive way, like I said, curving or not curving, what decides it. And from what we've measured, it's not curving. I mean, we got 40-kilometer laser tests, 475-kilometer long distance observations, 10,000-mile frickin' radio transmissions. I mean, 800-mile. It's called LoRa chirped low power radio waves over the ocean. Even the freaking NATO had a microwave system across Europe that communicated over 800 miles, which should be, there's something like in 800 miles, there's about 40 miles of Earth curve that should be in the way between the radar stations. So that means there should be a 40-mile hump of ball between the two radar stations or the microwave stations, and there's not. It's just like it's all over the place. I mean, they did 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918 during World War I. So there's no repeater towers, there's no satellite, there's nothing. How did they broadcast the United Kingdom to Australia in 1918 and talk to them over the radio? It's almost like North Pole, South Pole communication on a globe. It'd be like being in northern Canada and talking to, Amundsen Station at the South Pole. Well, that's not impossible on a globe. But we know all the stories too. We know all the globe stories. Everyone here grew up on it. It's all been like we all been brainwashed with it. We know it. We know it just as good as anybody else. So it's not. A lot of people, they're prejudiced and think that, oh, these flat earthers, they don't understand the globe idea, or they don't understand the heliocentric model. That's why they don't believe it. They just don't understand it. And if I just tell them about it and they understand it, then they'll obviously realize the Earth's a globe. No, we do understand it.
That's why we're flat earthers.
Exactly. We do understand it very well. And we're like, hold on, this globe idea don't frickin' hold water. Of course it don't hold water. It's just spinning fucking balls. Spinning balls don't hold water. I mean, if you want something flat, what do you use? What tool do you use? Use a fucking level. How the level work? With spirits inside it. That's a liquid. Yeah, I mean, to just wrap it up. People think the flat Earth is a belief, but it's actually the globe Earth that's the belief. We observe the flat Earth every day. You go on a plane, go on a mountain, go anywhere you want to go. Hot air balloon, altitude weather balloon, jump out at 128,000 feet like Felix Baumgartner. No matter where we go, normal people, the Earth is flat. Now, there's a group of people that claim they're special and they went someplace none of us can go, and they saw the Earth as a ball. Now, you can believe that, or you can trust your own lying eyes that the Earth looks flat because it is flat. Because we always hear, well, a giant ball looks flat. You know what also looks flat? Something that's flat. The obvious. Things that are flat look flat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I used to pull apart my shit just because I was curious how it worked.
Yeah. Dude, what you said was awesome, man. I'm freaking That was good. But he wasn't really hearing you. I hate when they do that. When they ask questions and they only half listen. It's annoying.
Yeah, I know. Because
And
it's just too out there. Like they can't, for them. There's only certain in a setting within which we could discuss this, right? There's no other setting that they can conceive of. I understand why it's really difficult to wrap your head around.
well, I mean, we're gonna always end up with the identity crisis. The identity, like, oh my god, I'm not gonna be a flat earther. I can't be a flat earther. What would my friends think? What would my family think? So there's always that psychological wall where they're like they can't really take what you're saying seriously and like internalize it because they're afraid. Because they come in here and like we sound normal. We make sense. Everything we're saying is rational, but the Earth can't be flat. No way. Why would they lie? It opens up such a huge can of worms of questions, right? That they can't like, oh my God, if that's true, then what else is true? You know what I mean? Some people don't want to go down that road psychologically. I mean, I don't blame them.
Yeah.
You ruin your own life. Shit, man. I was just about to get a job at NASA. Josh got me in there. And I became a flat earther, damn it. You in here when Talon X was in here spurging out?
Yes.
Oh my God, he was going mental, man. I was on my phone, so I couldn't really post stuff because I was like getting ready to go to the gym. But, God damn, he lost his mind. I thought he was going to be all right too because the last time he was in here, at least when I was in here and he was in here, he seemed like he's like, this is like one of the better.
It was like chill, right?
Yeah, he was like, this is one of the better channels on the server. You guys let people talk. Well, guess that honeymoon's over.
Yeah, it's all back to normal now. Yeah. Business as usual.
Motherfucking Neil. Neil, what you doing, boy? Shout out, Neil.
Hi.
What's up, man? How you been?
I'm chilling. It's 2026,
Yeah,
easing into it.
I haven't even talked to you this year. What the hell?
I know, right? It's almost like I'm growing up. No, I'm joking.
Grow up so fast.
I'm just chilling, bro. How you been?
Oh, yeah, I've been all right. I'm chilling too. We all chilling.
Yeah, man.
And now that Mark's not here, talking about spurging out, I had a bit of spurg out when he was. I couldn't help it, man. He was like, I just lost my shit with him.
Who is this now?
Because he was just like a little kid going, but
Who,
why?
Talon?
And then you answer that, and they're like, but why? And then again, why? Like that's what he was being like. It was like, ugh. I want to.
Are you talking about Talon?
No, this guy called Mark. What was he? Philosophy something. Goes by Mark.
Oh, so he's doing the sea lion troll where you just keep asking question after question after question?
Pretty much, yeah. And it didn't matter what you said, and it was all leading back to like because you pretty much say, look, we're not making a size or dimension plane. We're just saying that the surface quality is flat and geometrically has to have curve if it's a sphere, right? The surface of water is flat. Yeah, but you don't know the size, right? How far does it go? Where's it? Like, it's just like, what? I said, why would we even know that? Because you're claiming to know. And I was, Like Jedi was like, no, we're not. We're not claiming to know those things. Just this one particular thing. You know, like he just wouldn't let it go, bro. Like I just lost it with him.
Who was that? Mark?
Yes, Mark. Yeah.
Oh, he's a pain. Normally you get the question, what's your epistemology of the flat earth?
Here's my epistemology. What you see is what you get. It's like a web browser. You know the web browser editors, they call it what you see, what you get editors? That's what I'm talking about. Whatever you type in the editor, that's the way it looks on the web page. I was trying to get that guy, I was trying to get him to argue against what you see is what you get. I wanted him to argue that like believing his own eyes was okay. I'm always trying to get to do that because I think it's hilarious when they have to take that absurd position. You can't believe your own eyes, you dumb flat earther. You have to evaluate all reality with a slide rule and a calculator.
Right, but wasn't he just trying to determine what the Earth is by looking at what the things in the sky look like?
Exactly. It's selective empiricism. Someone did that. I don't know if you were in here like the other night. What if you went up to space and saw the Earth as a ball? And so I told him, I'm like, well, that means if I came down here, I'd be able to measure the Earth curve. So, but that in and of itself, you see a flat Earth every day, and you don't believe it. But I'm supposed to go fly in a rocket and see the Earth as a ball, and then I believe it's a ball, but you see the flat Earth every day, and you don't think it's flat. That sounds like a double standard. He freaked out after that because
The other question,
they think that's their ace card.
I love it. That's funny.
the other question that's been breaking them lately, Indio, is when you say to them, outside of your mobile phone, computer, and media or television, where have you seen the curve? And they seem to go into robot malfunction mode.
Any astral projection answers? I was astral projecting. I took a bunch of that guy was trying to make Earths a go because of ayahuasca. Yeah, I asked that. I don't know if you were just in here, Matrix. I just asked that kid, like, does anybody know the boundaries of reality? He's like, yeah, some people take DMT, and there was a study about DMT, and they could see stuff, and they were just high.
Wow.
Yeah, the freaking, I took hallucinogenics, and I thought they were deep at the time, but now I know I was just high. Okay, I was just fucking high. It wasn't deep. I was fucked up. That's all it was. It's not complicated. People try to read all sorts of shit into their trips. No, you're just high.
Sorry, son, you're off your head.
Yeah. You just freaking, we even do it when we're a kid, right? We'd spin around in the circle to get dizzy.
Now, there's actually a comedian that stood up and said that when they ban all drugs, they are going to go out into their backyard, around until they fall over.
Oh, we used to just hyperventilate. Yeah, that gives you a good buzz. Spin out, see shit.
We used to do. I mean, they freaking would expel you if they caught you us in school doing this. But you bend over and hyperventilate for 30 seconds and stand up, and then someone put you up. You stand up with your back up against the wall, and someone pushes on your neck to cut off the blood supply. Dude, you go like instantly into a fucking dream, man.
Yeah, you're inducing a short-term coma.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just always found
Yeah,
it weird. Like
yep.
when you go to sleep, right? You have to like sleep for a couple hours to get into a dream state, but it's like you go instantly into a dream state. It's freaking really, really odd. We used to call it the name we call it China syndrome or something like that. I don't know where that name came from, but China syndrome was a movie about a 3 Mile Island their plant meltdown. If you guys remember,
Came from China.
Was that Michael Douglas?
I think it was Jane Fonda, right? In could have been Michael Douglas. Yeah, you might be right.
I'm not sure. I'm just I remember something about that. Yeah.
Oh, you got it, Michael Douglas. And I was right, Jane Fonda. And who's the other guy?
Oh shit, there you
Jack Lemmon. Yeah, Jack Lemmon was the
go. Jack Lemmon. He was in a serious role.
yeah. He was actually pretty good in that. Dude, but the cast for that movie, that's the pinnacle of libtard. Dude, I'm thinking about this movie, right, and how people were back then, how liberals were, and like what they stood for. And though they were like a bunch of hippie peaceniks, during the Cold War, and that brought them a lot of animosity. It is admirable to fight for peace. But they're all sellouts now, all of them. You ask them should we send more weapons to Ukraine? They'll be like, hell yeah, right? So they're all full of shit.
Right. Yeah, they should be stay out of it. It's not your fault.
Yeah,
Leave it alone.
peace.
People are dying.
I mean, I remember the peace movement was about peace worldwide, right? No wars anywhere. That was the idea. Now it's to be like just peace with over there, and if you don't, it's like peace or we'll kick your ass. You know what I mean? That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello, Flat Earth Tribe.
tribe.
I
That
don't know.
sounds racist.
No. It's like a place where I belong. It's like a
Place where
tribe.
you belong. Yeah, we could be tribe, club, like holding
Yeah,
hands,
the
sing
Cool Kids
kumbaya by
Club.
a campfire.
Well, yeah, holding hands is fun and it's good for your body, and you get oxytocin with human contact. So
Oh my God, you do astral projection?
I've tried before with limited results. Hold on one moment. What? Hold on, I'm not muted yet.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Gonna be nice.
Okay, why did you ask about astral projection?
Oh, because I asked the guy a little while ago, 10 minutes ago,
Okay, I've
if
had
anybody
very
knew.
limited.
No, well, no, hold on, let me finish. I asked him if anybody knew what the boundaries of reality are, and then he went into some people did some ayahuasca studies
Oh
or
Lord.
something.
Yeah, I've done dimethyltryptamine and LSD and mushrooms, and dimethyltryptamine is definitely the most profound. But back to astral projection, um, do you believe in stuff like that, or
Uh, that you can do it? Yeah, certainly.
the close? I mean, I've had a
I don't
few
think you
weird
should, but
experiences.
I think you can.
No, well, it's
It's
hard
like
to do it
summoning a
for an
demon,
extended
right?
period of time because if you get up in your emotions or you get shocked by your experience, you'll snap right back to your body. One of the weirdest experiences I had was I was meditating by the water and I calmed my body and I started to see myself literally walking and wading through the water. But I got so shocked by what I was seeing that I snapped back to reality. And then another time I was laying in my bed trying to do it and my head came out of my body, nothing else, but I could see 360 in the room. And then another night, I got out of my bed, out of my body, and went up to the window and looked through it. But then I guess I fell asleep because I have no other memories, so I don't know. So yeah. But I
woke up
love
one
stuff
night and
like
I felt
that.
like I was floating above the bed, and then it felt like I actually sank back down into it, and I just laid there freaked out.
Yeah, have you ever
This,
tried
boys and
falling
girls, is
through the
why you
floor?
shouldn't do drugs.
Well, no, I wasn't doing this when I was on drugs. You can't do stuff like that when you're on drugs. You don't do stuff like that. Like you can't achieve things like that without being sober anyway.
When you did these events, did you find afterwards the next day that you were absolutely cooked and you'd run out of energy?
No, I didn't feel any different.
Interesting. But other people say that when they've done that, next day that they are spent, like as if just flat batteries type, worn out.
Well, the experience was so short and I snapped back into my body so fast that I don't think I expended any energy at all.
There you go.
Yeah. Things are never as it seems, I suppose.
No, I think they're exactly as they seem. People
Yeah.
are just. I think the things like the metaphysical parts of reality, I think they're pretty obvious, and people ignore them and try to pretend they don't exist because you can't put them in a jar or put them in a test tube or weigh them on a scale. So, but everybody sees it every day. They experience it their entire lives. I think it's pretty obvious. Everybody's had, I'm not gonna get into like the weird coincidences that people have, and I mean, you literally you have to actively ignore it to not see it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, astral
But that's just
projection
a
isn't.
part of. But that's a part
Hmm?
of being alive. You know what I mean? That's just one part because we also are physical, and it's
Yeah.
that the rub, right? The friction between those two things, which give life its zest or whatever. I don't know what how else to call it. Shit would be fucking boring if it was all physical, and it would be just as boring if we were just disembodied spirits.
Yeah, I like the idea of not being limited to my body. Like, I like to think that, for sure that, we're limited by our senses to an extent. Like, that's what causes our sufferings too. And then because we're so attached to what's going on in this body, the physical reality, and we have such a ego and all of these things that make us think things are impossible too. And then, uh, yeah,
Well, I
I'll
mean, you
stop with
shouldn't
it.
neglect your body because there's a lot to be said with takes a supreme connection with your body, and like I don't think I'm kind of like more holistic about the whole thing. I'm not like, well, it's this and not that. But a lot of people are like, it's mystical or it's all physical, and no, it's all of it. And you can sit there and the thing is to harness all of it together. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, that makes sense.
mind, body, and soul, right?
Exactly. Like I feel like people don't focus on all three all the time. They're just like body, 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 or soul, 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 and not mixing it all together. Hmm. So you would say that you believe in like the metaphysical. It's just a part of reality that we've just given it the label of metaphysical as if it's some separate thing from the experience, but it's not, right?
Yeah, I mean, not everything can exist. It's easy to prove that not everything can exist in an empirical way that you could stick in a test tube. Like human
Yeah.
rights. Everybody believes in human rights. Where do they exist? Can I weigh them can I weigh them? So we have these concepts and ideas, and they certainly exist. The laws of logic exist. Certainly, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. These logic exists. Where does that exist? Where does mathematics exist? I mean, these are like, these questions have been asked for 1,000 years. But they exist. The people that but the people that are materialist atheists are like, all there is material matter, and that's it, and the laws of physics and energy, and that's all there is. There's nothing else. I don't think they actually believe that. I think they're just like rejecting. They're just afraid of things they can't understand or explain in that way, right? In the mechanistic, physical physics way. This happened because of this. Here's the equations and blah blah blah. I mean, what's the equation for serendipity? What's the equation for um, coincidence? What's the equation for all these human events that we have names for that happen to human beings all the time? There's no equations for them. There's no formulas. There's no laws of physics. There's none of those things, but they certainly happen.
Would you say that could be part of like the consciousness, maybe?
I'm
Have
sure
you?
an atheist would say, "Well, that didn't really happen that way. You just thought it." Like, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. They try to come up with all sorts of things. You're
Well,
just
most
giving
people are
meaning to
dumb.
something that actually has no meaning. Yeah,
Yeah.
they'll say things like that. Like, okay, go with that. I mean, you can believe what you want, dude. Go with it's something that doesn't have any meaning. I mean, if atheists really believed what they say they believe, there'd be no atheists because they'd eat a shotgun, for lack of a better word. Why carry on if you're an atheist? There's no point.
Exactly. They're so cold and like nothing means nothing. Or damn it, I said that wrong. Like
Nothing. Yeah, but and can never mean anything, right? And like their
yeah.
atoms, they think their atoms and molecules are gonna freaking, when the sun blows up in 4.5 billion years, all traces of them are gonna be gone, right? So it'll be like they never existed. So whatever sequence of events that we experience, they're just the mechanistic processes. Even me right now talking about this, according to an atheist, these are just the preordained deterministic chemical reactions determined at the Big Bang.
Yeah.
They
That's
don't
what I
like
would say
that
too.
because
Oh,
then
I
it
agree
makes
with you
them.
there. I've never heard of it said that way, but I totally agree with you. Like we're just a result of like the expanding universe, and like it's not some well. But then some people will also argue, well, it's a miracle, too. Like
Yeah,
that
there's gonna be one
we
free
even
miracle.
exist. Yeah.
I mean, and
What
that's
would
what
you
we
say
battle
it
in here.
might not
I mean,
even? Huh?
that's what we battle in here. Basically the materialist atheists. I mean, of course, some people are Christian or Muslim or whatever and battle us, but it's really but they've adopted the materialist worldview where like there is no spiritual world, there is no metaphysical world, that everything is just like I said, like the mechanistic laws of physics, and that everything must like fit within um
A framework of
this is it's like
explainability.
so like
Explainability.
so when someone says, do you have any evidence for God? Well, you ask them, well, what do you accept as evidence? And they'll instantly say, well, I I I need a photograph, or I need God to come over here and like write something down, or I mean they need empirical evidence. That's what they actually want. They want something they can stick in a jar or a test tube, or you know They want to be able to videotape God or have God write something down and they want to witness it, or you know what I mean? That's the only thing they're going to accept as evidence. So now that you know that they only going to accept this empirical, this little box of evidence, these are the only things they're going to accept. You just excluded pretty much everything else, even though those things exist. Like I just said, like the laws of logic, they certainly exist, right? But you can't even prove that the laws of logic exist. The only reason we know the laws of logic exist is because to argue against them, you have to use logic. To argue the laws of logic don't exist, you have to use logic to make the argument in the first place. So it's like a performative. You're proving it by doing it, But I mean, that's not in a test tube. It's not in, Yeah, it's a messed up position for atheists to be in, but they'll just not on it to death.
Why do they feel so empowered to try to get out in the world and want to debate just for the sake of debate? Like, that's what annoys me, really. It's like if you really believe this, why are you fighting for it so hard when it's nothing to fight?
Yeah, why are you fighting for anything?
Yeah.
Like I
So they
said, you
believe
should
in
just be
atheism.
you should be finding a cliff to jump off of. Just doesn't even matter. Why suffer?
Yeah, because they're always going to be bitching and complaining anyway. Excuse my language.
Yeah, you got that right.
How many genocides are connected to atheism now?
Yeah, but what if somebody argued to you how many people died because of religion?
It's not that many. That's a blown
Really?
up number compared to secular reasons. Just think about all the abortions.
Yeah.
Just that alone is more people than died in any war. What is it? I think it's the number for abortions is something like 75 billion.
Oh God! Don't tell me that. That's kind of scary.
I have to look up the number. It's large.
That's a shame. Messed up.
Well, think about it this way too. Like in the Bible tells you, don't take the Lord's name in vain. Don't do something in God's name that's actually evil. So a lot of times they'll say, "Oh, look at these wars that were started." Yeah, people taking the Lord's name in vain. They do this horrible thing in the name of somebody who would disagree. People say, "Oh, what does that mean?" Oh, it means just don't say, like, "Oh my God" or whatever. No, that's not what that's about. The about is people doing things wrong, but think they're doing it right because they're doing it in the name of.
Oh, I get it.
So it's not on, Christianity when somebody says they're doing something because of Christianity. That's on them. They're just dropping excuses for why they're doing something wicked.
Oh.
The current annual number is 73 million, but there's no way to say for certain how many. I'm talking about worldwide.
We'll do another arbitrary number of years and then see what that comes out to, because that's still a hella high number. Let's say go back to when abortion started becoming more accessible for people and start from like a year when,
Well, in the U.S., it's 63 million since 1973.
So that's how many years?
Yeah, just in the U.S., but that's just the U.S. Abortion was legal in the Soviet Union for a long time, and it's speculated that was hundreds of millions of people.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
And when did birth control become a thing?
Condoms were invented during the Civil War.
Well, yeah, good point.
They weren't great. They're better than burning your dick.
I think there was an early version the French invented out of sheep intestines.
Oh God.
Oh, they still got them as lamb skins. I reckon it's better
Yeah, for people
to
who are allergic to latex, right?
and for people who want to actually feel what they're doing.
Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah,
Gotta be healthier.
it transfers body heat, so it feels more realistic.
What's it called again? Because
You're called a
I think that's
lampstand
where the
Trojan.
term Frenchie come from, right? Frenchies?
It doesn't. Yeah, probably. They don't. They
wow.
only prevent pregnancy. They don't prevent venereal disease. Or no, is that the other way around? I can't remember. I haven't used that shit in a long time.
I don't know where you thought of all that stuff, but you're pretty smart, dude.
Yeah, they don't work against STIs. Yeah. Well, I mean, we got to keep our. We got to stay sharp in here, man. Like, cause we could go over Earthers. Like, it's been years, and they're always trying to come up with something new to trip us up. But we're ready for them. So we're way ahead of them.
Right. Chewing on this pizza real quick. Hold up.
Chow down.
A lot of us are just like life experienced and just have read and watched a lot of TV and stuff too. Like, you just pick up odd bits of trivia here and there, right? It's like you'd never think you'd want to talk about it again, but then it comes up in the future, right?
Yeah.
See, the fundamental premise of flat Earth is so simple. We were just talking about it. What you see is what you get. It looks flat because it is flat. If you think that's wrong and you think that it looks flat because it's a ball, okay. First of all, that's crazy. Second of all, prove it. But we're flat Earth is really in the superior position, just because we have what's called qualia of experience. We can go out and we can observe the Earth as being flat. They can't go out and observe the Earth as a ball. The only way they can observe the Earth as a ball is if they go to their couch or their computer desk and watch a screen. It's true. It's true. And Matrix was talking about that just a minute. He said they've been putting it to him, and it's tripping them up. It's tripping the going or a TV or their phone. Where have they ever seen the Earth as a ball? And it just lays them out.
A lot of them don't even care about the Earth being, flat or a globe. What they really care about is somehow something else in their worldview. This sort of like cosmic atheist nihilism. That is what they're really defending. They just need the Earth to be a ball for that. Because without that, they have a hard time maintaining this sort of cosmic nihilistic worldview that I suck, that Bill Nye I suck speech. That's how they view
I mean, for their
themselves.
religion.
Oh yeah, even better. That this religious worldview that it's just everything's just chaos, just utter inconsequential chaos. And I'm like, well, sure, if that's true, why are you in here every day arguing with flat earthers if it doesn't matter? If it's just utter chaos and you don't care and everything's just completely random, why are you here at all then? Why do you care so much? And you see that they don't really care. They care in. They're upset that somebody disagrees with them. That's what they're
care in.
Yeah.
They care. Jesus.
That's so true. Yeah. Yeah, that's got to go on a T-shirt, man.
Oh shoot. I was gonna post the.
But Crit, what you said, I've always thought about, like, when I think about like most of the people that really triggered Glovers that really hate us, that like, but they really don't know their own model, and right, the ones that are obviously they're atheists, right? I think but the thing I think they're fighting against is the outer space thing. I think outer space to them is analogous to going to heaven, and that they've invested a lot into this atheism on the promise that there is a atheist heaven in space, right? Go up there with Elon Musk where everything's going to be perfect and jolly, right? We're going to go to Mars. We're going to go to another planet. That's like it's analogous to going to heaven.
Yeah, like everything gets solved. Like all the whole world's problems just vanish as soon as you get to outer space.
Exactly.
Hey, maybe that's true. Maybe they'd say like in some sort of Star Trek idea that once you leave Earth, you leave government and religion behind. But what they don't understand is like it's more likely going to be like Warhammer 40K, where you get some fundamental, bizarre religious, cult of humanity. The God Emperor and whatnot. Like that's really what's going to happen. Well, they think like aliens show up. And all of a sudden humanity's going to be like, oh, look at there's aliens. That must be there's no God. What's really going to happen is all the religious leaders are going to be like, let's convert some aliens.
I think that when you've rejected any deity, God, and the promise of the afterlife has to happen here, has to happen like in physical reality. Your reward, or why go on? And their reward is gonna go to space. It's gonna be so beautiful. I mean, you ever seen like the ISS stream on YouTube? In the
Oh yeah,
comments,
the comments. I think a lot of those are
beautiful,
bots. Though.
amazing. Oh, it's just I wish I could see. You know what I mean? Just the
Yeah,
fawning. It's. Oh my god, I'm gagging in my mouth just thinking about it. It's
I
disgusting.
think a lot of that's bots though, because it's like the same comment over and over again. It's like are these really not like honest reactions, or is this like just some sort of like looped like bot that just repeats different comments?
I know. I mean, it's the internet. There'll be trolls and they go, like, look at
Has to
that.
be.
I'd never go there.
Yeah, it'd be some sort of comment that would be. Yeah, it's like, especially too, because when it's like a black screen, sometimes you see like a completely black screen, and it'll be like, someday I'm gonna be there and see that. Um, dude, they're show like the camera's like facing into the void or something. Like your 24-hour live stream is showing a completely black screen. What are you talking about? Yeah, they got this like I used to joke around too. This romantic idea that they're gonna meet. A lot of them are just like sort of upper middle class white guys, but the sort of failure to launch. They don't really have any prospects for like a wife and children. They work some like menial middle management position, mostly from nepotism. But they fancy themselves as some kind of like an amazing thinker. Like they should be like running NASA or something like that. Like in their mind, they think this. So their next step is they're gonna find green alien chick. That's what they're really thinking. That idea of like a Earth Girls Must Be Easy movie, and they're gonna be like the most like this alien chick is just gonna show all these other Earth girls just how stupid they were for not fawning over this like amazing specimen of humanity. So you tell them, oh, dude, there's no space, there's no orbit, there's no aliens, and then they freak out because that's the last thing that's keeping them from what you said earlier. What eating a shotgun. Like that dude, I can't remember whose name. It's like one of those streamers, and he would just get on this like video game. I just saw clips of it on these weird rants about how cool space is. And people are like, just shut up and play your game, dude. Like, stream your game. Like, let me laugh at monkey make noise while playing video game with purple hair or whatever. Because like in his mind, he's thinking he's the last starfighter. If you remember the movie. Like all these video games are just training simulators. I used to make fun of eggshells because eggshells would come in here and scream like Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, I tell them that there's a secret level that if you crack that, NASA calls you up and brings you there. Like, a black helicopter just lands in your front lawn and say, "We need you."
Did they buy it or what?
No, he kept saying like that's silly. Like, why do you keep saying that? And I'm like, do you know? Do you know for sure? Like, what if they did that? What if the whole shtick was? Because you just say that this program was developed by NASA engineers, this Kerbal Space Program, and they use it for training and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah. What if they're looking for that next the janitor movie, Good Will Hunting? He's a janitor who would just solve math problems on the chalkboard each night. They're looking for that really autistically retarded kid who can play video games but lacks any social skills to like navigate a college environment, or how to even apply for student aid, how to register for classes. He can wipe the floor with that towel and clean the floor, but like try to have him do like just interact with normal humanity. He can't. So what they did was how do we find and recruit these people? Let's put secret levels in video games.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of Mercury Rising as well.
Oh yeah, that's another good example.
I was just thinking about that, man.
Yeah.
They did it in the public school system, though, man.
Hello?
It was called the AIM Gateway Program.
Hello?
You guys ever hear of it?
No, I've
There's
never
another
heard
one
of it.
that NASA has too, but it's not called AIM. It's called I can't remember, like a 4F4 or something like that, or
4F? I thought that was like an agricultural.
oh no, let me find it. Google it real quick.
Gateway Program. AIM. It was for gifted.
Oh, N3. It's called N3. A 5-year program that ended just recently. It was a focus on getting people who are neurodivergent scholarships that would filter them into NASA.
And why would they do that?
Well, I mean, that's what they think, that somehow that they're the crack the code. Like, how did all these amazing rocket scientists from the 50s and 60s do it? Well, they must have been all autistic or something.
I thought it was a bunch of black women.
Oh, that were given, that their work was stolen. That documentary on Netflix, like this group of black women.
Didn't they make like a regular movie about it?
Yeah, I
a
think
bunch
so.
of black women did actually did all the calculations or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like the bathroom was like only like white males or something, so she had like walk like 3 miles to go use the bathroom, where it was like, because that was during the era of Jim Crow.
Yeah. Anyone that believes that story that someone walked 3 miles to go to the bathroom, that's bull. No one would do that.
Right, not when there's a tree or some bushes over there. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm a lady. I mean, this is back then, dude. Not even everybody had indoor plumbing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, this is a deep south. Like, all this NASA shit happened in the deep, deep south. Dirty south. And they're talking about like, oh, look at these amazing people. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? Like,
Yeah, there's a lot of space stuff in the south. You got the Huntsville place, you got the Cape Canaveral, you got Houston, Texas.
it's like, if there's some way of getting of getting rid of that sort of ego-driven crap. That crap where they think like somehow we are part of the space program. They'll tell you we went to the moon or we done all these things. If you could get them out of that mindset.
Well, I already asked them when they say that. I go, who is we? Like, you're not one of those guys. They don't even know you. They probably wouldn't even talk to you.
Guess what? Like, it's funny too. Like, they have a network. Like, call them up. Be like when they stopped refilling the rocket yesterday. Well, yeah, it was 2 days ago, whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, Gunslinger was in here. I'm like, give him a call. You'll look over the data, look over the stuff, and figure it out. Give him a call. Tell him you know how. You really want Artemis 2 to happen. Tell them how to fix their fueling system.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you please just tell us why the Earth is flat? Like, why do you think that?
Because how flat it is. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Okay,
it
I'll
measures that way.
break it down for you really quickly. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. That water's flat, not curving. So if that water's flat and not curving, the Earth is flat and not a ball.
The gravity's holding
That's
it down.
hold on. Even if your hypothesis was true, you'd have to measure that you'd have to go out and get the empirical data that says that is actually happening, right?
Have you ever heard of Isaac Newton and calculus?
Yeah. Did Isaac Newton measure the curvature of the Earth?
He measured gravity.
He didn't do any such thing. Okay.
I think this is a problem of education.
No, I have a science degree. That shtick ain't gonna work, bro.
It doesn't.
Dandelion here is a science teacher.
Okay, well.
You don't understand gravity, so want me to give you the breakdown of gravity and how Newton came up with it? Newton came up with gravity because the universal law of gravitation as a geometric law, because he noticed from Kepler's second law of planetary motion that the elliptical orbits, if there was a force that pointed to one of the foci ellipses, that force would fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And because he noticed this geometrical relationship, this is where the inverse square law comes from. It doesn't come from experiment. It comes from the mind of Isaac Newton noticing a geometry, and he proved it with conic sections. And if you don't believe me, you can watch Richard Feynman, who's a Nobel Prize winner, give a talk. It's called Feynman's Law of Structure. It's on YouTube, and you can listen to the whole damn thing.
Now,
so you're not the smartest person in the room, and you're not even close to it, okay?
What's the lunar eclipse?
Now, you skated past the problem of, you said, hey, gravity curves the water. Do you have any evidence that that's actually true and not theory? Because if you have a hypothesis that's true, because science is based upon empirical evidence, that means observation, data, measurement, those things. That's the foundation of science. If you don't have any of those, then you just have a hypothesis. So your hypothesis is gravity forms the Earth into a ball. Do you have any evidence of that?
That Earth is a ball.
No, that gravity forms Earth into a ball.
Yeah, do you have any evidence of that? Curving the water around the Earth.
Gravity doesn't. Okay. Gravity doesn't form the shape of the Earth. Okay.
Okay, good. That's a good concession. Appreciate that.
But
so the Earth is flat, and we still have gravity.
Let's switch it up a little bit. What's the thing with lunar eclipse?
What about them? What about them?
Show me a picture of a lunar eclipse. I want to see it. I want to know exactly what lunar eclipse you're talking about.
It's when
No. I want a picture. Send it to me. Okay. Google it and show me the picture.
Can you not Google it yourself?
No, I want you to Google it because I don't think you know what it is.
Hold on, sheepdog. So this is the. You just said because Earth is spherical, it casts a round shadow on the moon, right?
Well, it's
I got $20, Indio.
If the Earth is spherical, it'll. Well, yeah, I'm sure he thinks it's. Yeah,
I think he's going to send us a picture of a lunar phase and not a lunar eclipse. That's what I think he's going to do.
Probably. Okay.
First
of all, they don't.
Send us a waning present.
Yeah. Well, listen. Let me just stay focused with this shit. First of all, what you don't know is that they don't use the gold model to predict when lunar eclipses even happen in the first place. They've been using something called the Saros cycle since 2000 BC, and in fact, the first known eclipse prediction is by a flat earther. Has nothing to do with the globe. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The supposed round shadow on the moon would be a problem for you, because if the moon's a sphere can't cast a round shadow on another sphere because it has a curved surface. And when a shadow is cast on a surface, it conforms to that surface. If a shadow is cast onto a set of stairs, that shadow is going to look jagged. So if a shadow is cast on a round surface, it's going to be distorted from the curvature of that surface. So there's no way the Earth, if it was a ball, could maintain its circular shape. Transiting the moon, it would actually form an S curve when it crossed the meridian, which is the center line of the moon. Now, if you or anybody else had actually just taken two spheres and a light source and tested this, you would see that you can't create, there it is in the chat, you would see that you can't create a perfectly round shadow being cast on a sphere by another sphere. So eclipses actually falsify the globe. Well, at least they falsify the moon. That would prove a flat moon or something if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah. So how about the footage from space where it clearly shows Earth?
How do you know it's from space? How do you know where it's from?
It's NASA footage. I mean, are you going to try to debunk that? You're going to say it's artificial intelligence?
Yeah, want to know how I'm going to debunk NASA's footage? Because I'm going to go to the ocean and measure that it's not curving. Well, let me ask you this. If NASA shows, if NASA shows a picture like the 1972 blue marble, and it shows a curving ocean, and it says that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, and then I, as an individual, go to the ocean, and that curvature that they show in the image doesn't actually exist at the ocean, can the image possibly be real?
Well, I don't know if you would do it correctly. I mean, I don't know if you know what you're doing.
I don't know if you would do it correctly. What does that mean?
I mean, you can claim that you can do this, but I don't know if that's true.
That you can measure curvature from the surface of the Earth? You don't think it can be done?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
How much do you think the Earth curves?
Well, I don't know the math.
You think it's a little or a lot? Off the top of your head. Like if I was like if I was 10, like, yeah, so like 10 miles away, if I'm standing on the ocean, number one, if I'm 6 feet tall standing in the ocean, how far do you think the horizon should be away? Just off your experience of what you've seen in your life, how far do you estimate the horizon was away from you?
Maybe like 20 football fields.
20 football fields? That would be.
What does that even mean?
Well, I mean, that would be
feet or 2,000 yards.
That's 2,000 yards.
6,000 feet.
I guess, yeah.
20 football fields.
That's very rough, though.
5,280 feet in a mile. Yeah, that would be about 3 miles. How much drop do you think there'd be? How much the curvature of the Earth do you think there would be in 10 miles?
Quite a bit.
In 10 miles. Well, it's supposed to be 66 feet. So that means from 10 miles away, you shouldn't see a 6-story building. From 30 miles away, it's 420 feet. So you shouldn't see a 42-story building. From 250 miles, which we do have observations from, the drop is something like 4 miles.
Okay.
So there's supposed to be a lot of curvature. But the fact is, it's never been measured. No one's ever measured it.
You sure?
I'm 100% positive.
No.
In fact, we had Josh in here. Josh works for Amazon. He thinks he's providing internet to the world through satellite. And he says that when we try to bring it up that the surface of the Earth isn't curving, you know what he says? He says that you can't measure curvature from the surface of the Earth. He says it's immeasurable.
Well,
which the math says it is measurable, easily measurable.
And he also says, I'm trying to figure out why it's not measurable. That doesn't make any sense. That's what he says.
Really? He said that? Okay. Oh, man, you should have been in here earlier, man, because I was beating him on the 2 Earth theory.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm convinced, Nikki, that you don't even know what a lunar eclipse shadow looks like.
Well, it's the Earth's shadow covering the moon.
How do you know that?
Like that's what we've seen one.
Show me.
Yeah.
I want to see what the moon looks like.
The moon? Well, it's the gray ball in space.
Yeah, I want to see what the shadow looks like during the lunar eclipse that you're claiming.
Look, dude, I have to ask him. If nobody told you that the moon was a gray ball in space, would you have thought of that yourself?
What do you mean?
If nobody told you that.
I can just look in the sky, dude.
Yeah. No. You can just look in the sky and see the moon, but to reach the conclusion that that's a gray ball in space. How did you reach that conclusion, other than being told?
No one told me that. It's mainly
no one told you that.
Eyes.
So, like, when how old were you when you first saw the moon?
I don't know. Probably
5 or 6, maybe. I think 5 or 6.
Yeah. Maybe.
Did you think it was a gray ball in space when you had no idea what the concept of space is? Yeah, so it falls apart instantly. You had no idea what the concept of outer space even was. You just saw light in the sky.
What does that have to do with the moon? About being a gray ball?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a gray ball.
I mean, that's like the simplest way you can describe it. But I can go.
No, a circle. They actually call it in the scientific literature the disk of the moon.
Well, like a sphere is like a ball, right? So.
Yeah, a sphere is like a ball, but the moon, according to them, is so far away, you don't have any 3D information called parallax. So the moon just looks like it's a flat disk very far away. You don't see it from different angles. No, I don't think. I said looks like.
I mean,
looks like a flat disk. That's how it looks because it's so far away.
Yeah, but you could see different sides of the moon depending on the time.
Well, that's crazy because the globe says the moon is tidally locked so that the moon faces the Earth at all times. You can't see the sides of the moon.
But you see whatever is presented to you.
You only see the same face every night.
Yeah, the man on the moon, dude. The man in the moon, rather. See, that's an indication that the moon's not a sphere. So I will grant it to you. There are indications that the moon looks like a sphere, but there's also indications that it's not a sphere. So spheres have things like specular reflections. The moon doesn't have these. Spheres have what was I just mentioning? If it's a ball, it should be rotating, but it doesn't appear to be rotating. We don't see the other sides of the moon. We don't have any
It's not
parallax,
like you
meaning we
can.
don't.
You can't see Earth rotating. I mean, it's like we move so
It says
fast.
not rotating.
Yes, it is, bro.
Okay, what's
You
your
know how
evidence the Earth
fast
is
it moves,
rotating?
though.
Yeah, what's your evidence the Earth is rotating?
Well, basic science from the
That's not an
textbook.
answer. That's not basic science. Is not evidence. I can't go into the lab and go basic science.
Look, okay, the average person like me learns that these basic things from a textbook, and then we don't
Okay.
actually go outside and try to measure it. So maybe I'm not like you where I try to measure these things because I don't have to. That's a waste of time. I already know.
Why is it a waste of time?
What's your goal in proving the Earth is flat? Like, what are you going to
It's already proven that the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to prove the Earth is flat. I'm trying to enlighten you to the fact that what you've been told in the textbook is actually not the case, and that we also read the same textbook and read the same claims, and then we're like, we're not like you. We went out into the real world and checked, and now we're telling you, hey, bro, we checked. That shit in the textbook is bullshit. And you're here defending the textbook against us, even though you have no idea what the evidence is for what's in the textbook. We do know what the evidence is, okay? And based upon the evidence that we've seen, which is a lot, because I've been doing this for almost a decade now, there's no evidence the Earth is a globe. It's only a bunch of cartoons on fucking TV. And I know that's hard to your mind to fathom that it's just a bunch of bullshit. But the Earth, if you go check, you'll see if you go try to measure the Earth and you check it against the dimensions they say it is, it cannot possibly be that. And you could just say, well, maybe it's just larger Earth. Maybe it's just larger Earth and it just looks flatter than it really is because it's just larger. Well, then the moon would be farther away and it would be larger and the sun would be larger and the sun would be farther away and all the planets would be larger. Like everything falls apart if the size of the Earth is not correct.
Well, how about when you go up in an airplane and then you can actually see the curvature?
No, you can't.
I've never seen it
I was
from
in
an
an
airplane.
airplane on Thursday. Literally on Thursday, I was in an airplane. Okay, there's no curvature there from an airplane.
That's the thing.
47 or 37,000 feet. Look, you can't see curve from an airplane. It's nowhere near high enough. How much? Like, let me ask you this: the International Space Station, from the height they say it is, how much of the Earth, as a percentage, would it see? It's 250 miles up. Airplanes fly at 10 miles.
I mean, I'm already looking at images, and I can see people taking pictures of the Earth's curvature, bro.
From where?
Google, and they're not fake.
From Google? Where's that? I've never been there. From where are they taking the pictures, dude?
From an airplane window.
From an airplane window.
Mm-hmm.
So the ISS would see 3% of the Earth. So you think 25 times lower, they're going to see curvature.
I mean, is that not curved? Like, that's just totally. I mean, look, let me send you this one. This is like. I don't know if you're going to say this is a fake image, but just look.
A fake image. Let's see it. Are you DMing it to me?
Oh, I mean, I guess I have to. So. Download it real quick.
I'm sad for you because I know what you're gonna send me. I'm gonna have to cook you on it.
Okay, cook me. I mean, I don't know.
I don't want to, but listen. Even admitted in mainstream science, they say that even 128,000 feet, which no airplane can even fly at is not high enough. That's mainstream says that.
And what are
Dude,
these pictures from,
think
bro?
about it for a second. 10 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter. Just think about it for a second.
What do you think about
8,000 miles in diameter. You're 1/800th above the surface.
what do you think about like Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to debunk?
He said from 128,000 feet that stuff is flat.
Where do you think we got that from?
I'm just saying in general because I've seen
Did you
some of
post
his
the
stuff.
plane image?
Well, I don't need to. I mean, if you're
Yeah.
gonna try to disprove it, then just go ahead. But I don't think it's
I
possible.
mean, the geometry disproves it. Okay, the geometry of the Earth disproves it. It's not. It would not be possible.
I would think a flat Earth person, a person that believes the Earth is round.
I don't believe, dude. You believe.
Thinks that like there's different geometry. So like a spherical Earth geometry does not match, obviously, the flat Earth geometry. And so
There is
like,
no
what would
spherical
you?
Earth.
Okay.
What are you talking about? There is no spherical Earth, brother.
If I was an 8-year-old child and didn't know any better, how would you tell me the Earth is flat?
Say go outside and look.
Look at what?
The Earth. Climb a mountain, climb a hill, find an airplane, go to the ocean.
And what are they going to look for, though?
You know, when I was
Whether
8 years old,
the Earth is curving or not. I mean, geez, man.
when I was 8 years
what are we
old,
talking about here?
my teacher told me the Earth was a globe, and I looked at her and said, "But it doesn't look like it's curving." She said, "That's because it's too big and you're too small."
Hey, don't forget, you gotta climb a tree.
The Earth is too big for you to notice a curvature if you're just standing on land.
So you know it's flat.
Yeah, just climb a tree, bro.
Well, why would you think? Hold on. Why would you think, even though you observe a flat Earth, it's actually not that?
From a human perspective.
Yeah, you can rationalize why you're hallucinating a flat Earth. Yeah, we can rationalize maybe it's a giant freaking porcupine. The porcupine's big enough it looks flat. Yeah, that's great. You can imagine all sorts of things, situations where it would still look flat. But why are we doing mental contortions? Maybe it's flat because it just is flat. You know what's flat? Flat things.
Unlike Earth.
You're just chanting now. You're like, I'm sorry, but we also know the properties of water. We level things with water. Why? Because we want to make them flat. So I'll give you another example. I'll give you a perfect one. Okay. And I already know what your response is going to be. Earth too biggie. That's what you guys all say, but it's actually not too biggie. You know what the Bolivian salt flats are?
No.
Okay, the Bolivian salt flats are a salt flat, and every once in a while it rains and it fills up with 1 to 3 inches of water, and it forms a gigantic mirror across its surface. I mean, a gigantic mirror, a mirror. There it is in the chat. A mirror that's 30 miles freaking long. Now you've been to the fun house, right? Or you've been to a store where they have a convex mirror in the corner.
Sure.
What does that do? It distorts the reflection, right? Now, if the Earth is a convex surface like a ball, it would distort this reflection because there's something called the law of reflection. So the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. If a ray of light hits it at 45 degrees, it bounces off at 45 degrees. So if you have a flat surface that's reflecting things, the reflection will be perfectly symmetrical with the thing being reflected. If it's a curved surface, it will not be. Now, you could say the Earth too biggie, but in fact it's actually not too biggie, and you would actually notice within 700 feet, according to the mathematics, the distortion of the reflection. And in fact, if you were at like 70 meters above the surface and you saw a sunset on the horizon here, you would not see the reflection of the sunset because there's actually no optical path for the sun to reflect off the water for which you would see it.
Okay.
So we know just from this reflecting surface that the Earth can't be a globe. Unless it's just freaking a flat spot.
Yeah. Let me just. I'm not going to disregard what you said. But I'm just going to ask a question.
Yeah,
What if you went to space and then you actually saw Earth as a round globe?
Well, if that happened, that means when I'm done going to space and saw Earth as a ball, I could come back and measure curvature.
I'm just saying, like, would you be surprised?
Yeah, would I be surprised? I'd be surprised to get me into a fucking rocket in the first place. That would surprise me.
Well, yeah, of course.
The point is like you're asking, hey, if I see the Earth as a ball from out in space, would I accept that? No, I deny my own eyes. Listen, every day, what you're asking me to do is go to space and look at the Earth and see it as a ball and accept it. While every day you see the Earth as flat and you don't accept it.
Because it's not true.
Because every day of your life you've seen the Earth as flat and motionless and you don't accept it.
You know why?
Hey, Indio, can I ask
Let me
my
tell you
question?
why. Let me come up with a convoluted excuse on why I'd go onto a rocket and see the Earth as a ball and not accept it. Would you accept that from me? Why am I supposed to accept that shit from you? You see how you have a double standard? Your bias is showing, dude, that you want me to do something that you won't do yourself.
I mean, I would if I could. You know?
Do what?
Go to space.
First of all, that in and of itself is a belief system. That the idea that you can even go to space and see the Earth in its entirety, that is a belief.
I mean,
a story told to you by other people that you have no way of verifying, that you have to just trust what they say, that you can go to magic place where things float around and I can look at the Earth in its entirety. That's a belief. But that missed the point. What I asked you is, what I said was, you observe the Earth is flat every day and you don't accept it. But you want me to go to space and observe the Earth from there and accept that. You don't accept what you're doing now. Why should I accept your hypothetical when you won't even accept reality?
I mean, you know, when we're spinning around so fast.
We're not spinning. There's no evidence we're spinning, bro.
We're moving at a constant speed. And gravity's
you're not.
pushing us
Spinning
down.
is an acceleration.
And so that's why you can't.
Spinning is an acceleration, brother. If you're on the surface of a ball, spinning, right, you are accelerating, because how else would you change direction?
I mean, is the Earth not accelerating? I mean,
the Earth's not moving at all. The Earth is motionless.
Why does the Earth spin? Let's see.
Okay,
Inherited angular
let me give you the evidence. Hold on, let me give you the evidence that the Earth is motionless. The Michelson-Morley experiment detected no motion to the Earth. The Aries failure experiment detected no motion to the Earth. The Rebka-Pound experiment detected no motion to the Earth. These are all experiments that were done that detected no motion to the Earth. This is why general relativity was invented, because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. You understand? General relativity was a patch for the fact they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. They don't tell you this in the textbooks. See, there was a guy named George Biddle Airy. He tried to detect something called stellar aberration. So he looked through his telescope, and because a telescope has a different refractive index with water versus air, he looked at a star through air, and then he looked at it through water. And if the Earth was in motion, there's something called the Foucault effect. The Foucault effect, because they have a higher refractive medium, would have moved the star in the optic of the telescope if the Earth was in motion, because the Earth will be the star light will be deflected into the direction of the motion because of this effect. Now, they didn't observe it. The frickin' same star was dead in the crosshair. So they're confused about this. So they tried to measure the motion of the Earth through the ether, Michelson-Morley, and they did it interferometer, and they got a very low result, a low enough result where they called it a null, where they measured no motion to the Earth. The Rebka Pound experiment dropped a freaking. I think they did a vertical version of the Michelson-Morley experiment, and also detected no motion. We're not saying there's no motion because we're just making it up. The experimental evidence says that there's no motion.
Did we lose him again?
Oh, he bounced.
He might come back. He was having connection problems. He
That was a good
like
rant,
left.
man.
I know, it was great. I heard you. Yeah, I mean that was yeah, that was a great explanation of those. I haven't heard you talk about. If I have heard you talk about those, it's been a long time. So yeah, that was some good.
Yes.
It was good.
But if you went to space and you saw the Earth move, would you believe it?
I love that. Yeah.
I should have brought this up. He said, well, then I'll have two data points. I'll have a flat-looking Earth and a globe-looking Earth, and I'll be with my two Earth theory like Josh.
Well, that's a good point. 2 points. There only is 2 points. Because he basically says the only people who know the Earth's a globe are the people that have left the Earth and have seen it as a globe. And that's only 2 people that are alive, supposedly. Only 2. That's it.
And one of those people
would be,
lost the debate really badly.
Yeah, but isn't that Buzz and Neil, right? They're still alive. So probably within a decade, there'll be nobody alive that knows the Earth's a globe. Nobody.
No, they're sending up their replacements on the 8th or something, right?
Yeah, they gotta tag your it.
Well, I've been thinking about, like, I mean, I think you were in here or in one of the chats when we were talking about this, is like the people that came up with the moon hoax, they're all dying off. Like, how are they going to keep it going? No one has any motivation to keep the lie going. So I guess they must have had a plan to, like, as soon as, like, the last guy dies off, like, you know, I bet you that one of the last two dies off on the day they go back, and they make a big hullabaloo. That'll be something that'll, like, really drill the propaganda into people's brains.
But they gotta, like,
Stunning
take a sip.
coincidence.
Take a sip
The
of
last
whiskey.
Apollo astronaut died on the day we finally went back to the moon.
Yeah, then they'll take a sip of whiskey on the moon and then drop one for the homie.
Oh yeah. In honor of astronaut so and so, we are gonna play one round of golf.
I have a question though. For the people who are actually hosting this debate, aren't you guys afraid that you might be targeted or hacked or something bad might happen to you?
No.
For trying to reveal the truth?
No.
No, that's like the people who are afraid of that. They're the ones who have the ability to challenge power. Voltaire said it best: "It's very dangerous to be right when the systems of power and control are wrong." They've already done the controlled demolition of flat Earth. They think they've won. In their hubris, has given us a blind spot. They're not looking this way right now. They're looking at other minority groups. So for right now, we're pretty safe. And really, they're more worried about maintaining their own illusion, like this Artemis program and the billions of dollars and decade of overruns. They're trying to keep the house of cards up. So they're not really that worried about this minority group who thinks the earth is flat.
They've been wildly successful in doing that too. I feel like this is kind of pointless.
Why would you feel that way?
But you see, most of the people are just so bugged. I mean, I'm talking about the people around me in real life, the people I meet. They're just so, they have their eyes open, but everything else is closed. They don't question, they never think. It's like I'm living among zombies.
Yeah, they call it the fluoride stare. They're more concerned about
They're
when
like goldfish.
Like when's the next episode of the Kardashians on? Just reality TV.
You know, I see my dad, I see my mom on Facebook. They have memory like a goldfish. Alzheimer's, I feel like it's induced. And the fucking hospitals, man.
Yeah, try to watch the
fucking
language.
Hospitals.
Yeah, homie,
I'm kind of emotional.
Yeah, I know. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to mute you or kick you out or anything. I humbly request that you watch the language. That's it. But you can swear if you want to.
Sure.
If you're going to do it anyway, then do it. But if you would, thank you.
No, it's just my father was in the hospital and we were charged like a lot of money. That was, yeah, that financially crippled us. And to find out that it was all for nothing, that makes you swear. I mean, people don't even question like COVID-19. That's ridiculous. 5 years imprisonment, people putting like foreign substances in your body.
Yeah, brother, we're not going to talk about that particular topic. It's kind of off limits. So we try to keep it on the flat earth. I appreciate it.
Because what's going on
think
here?
it's related.
Yeah, I'll tell you how it's related. Because we were promised a bill of sale. They said, "Here we go. We do this. We go to the moon. It's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. It's going to be a new renaissance." Brian Cox wanted to reframe the calendar, kind of like you had before Christ and after Christ, before Apollo and after Apollo. That this was going to be a fundamental paradigm shift, a coming together of the whole world. But it wasn't. It was all about money, weapons, geopolitical positioning, and nothing changed at all. Still to this day, some 60 years later, ain't shit changed around here. So the space age abruptly dies in 1972. The information age replaces the space age, which is marked by disinformation. Government controlled disinformation. Meanwhile, they tell you they can go back to the moon again, but this time get it right. And there's going to be a joint endeavor. Some 80-something countries have signed the Artemis Accords. But you know what's going to happen? Nothing. No change, no effect. No one's going to even care about it. Things will just keep moving. The committee who meets every year, nuclear scientists, they meet every year, and they talk about this doomsday clock, how close humanity is to extinction level, man-caused extinction level event. They moved it up a couple more seconds to midnight. The year they were supposed to go around the moon again. So it just kind of tells you, like, hey, why? What can you do with it now? Can you be pissed? Can you talk about how these systems of power and control screw you over, screw families over, drive you deeper into debt? Well, you can, but what you could do is find like-minded people, discuss a topic you enjoy. In the meanwhile, document the downfall. So I frame it this way. Find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate. And when you're not doing that, you can document the downfall. Try to enjoy life as best you got. That's how you win. You win by living a life well lived, despite everything they're doing to you, despite all these systems constantly with the boot on your neck, telling you 2 plus 2 is 5 because they said so. Persist and survive. Or you could do like what your family does. They put a bag over their head and they just cope. They doom scroll through social media.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. Hello there, is anyone? Can you
Yep.
speak? Or
Yeah, go ahead.
yes, actually, I am new here and I don't know how to use this app. And but I like your words when you was talking about social media, about the systems, about this impact on our life. Can you continue and tell me more?
Yeah, what else do you want to know?
Okay, I'm actually here.
It's just, I don't know if you missed the first part. The guy asked me, why does it matter? Why does this conversation matter at all? So that's why it matters. You rage against the dying of the light. You'll just like turn over and just, go tits up. Or belly up. How about that? Don't go belly up.
Hey, is that the same security that I spoke to a few days ago, and your husband came on, and then you just
Oh my
disappeared when
god,
we asked him about the curvature?
that was a while ago. That was like 2 weeks ago.
That 2 weeks ago. Wow, time flies. Because remember, your husband was like, "No, that's not the curve," and then we showed him the formulas, and then you just disappeared. What happened? Was he mad at the curvature?
Honestly, I don't really remember. I kind of feel bad because I misled you guys, but I was
No, you
trying to
can't
really.
mislead us. We're flat earthers.
I was, huh?
You can't mislead us. We're flat earthers. We've overcome the misleading. Don't worry about that.
Oh, duh! You know the truth.
We know the truth. So what were you back for? You got questions, comments?
Um,
You still falling for the globe?
I'm still falling for the. Damn it! I almost said Globers. I'm falling for the flat earthers. You know.
All right. Okay.
Honestly, though, I was supposed to prepare a question. Now I just sound stupid.
Yeah, you got to come with something to the chat.
Honestly, I feel like I just get up here to flirt with the dudes sometimes. I'm pretty naughty, but
How does your
I
husband
do.
feel about that? Must be raging.
Well, it's okay. It's okay to him because I'm never gonna meet his theory. I'm never gonna meet anybody on the internet. So, and that's true. I wouldn't do that. I'm
All
not
right, safe. Safe.
a bad person or anything. Like I wouldn't really like do anything.
All right, well that's fine. So you don't have anything about the Earth you want to talk about?
Yeah. What would you say is the most surprising thing that well, actually I do have a different question. How long ago did you realize that the earth was flat?
What, 7, 8 years ago or something now? I don't know. Lose track. Time's flying, you know?
What turned you on to it? Like
I saw someone saying that the curvature of the Earth has never been measured, and that people are doing long distance observations and finding that they're seeing further than the globe would allow. And I thought,
Okay.
that's interesting. I've never thought about that. And then I bought a high powered camera and started testing it myself and found out, oh yeah, there's no curve. Interesting.
But do you ever think that
Also,
maybe it's because we can't see that far, like through our eyes? Is that, or do you?
Nah,
That's
because
what I'm
with like
thinking.
cameras and binoculars and stuff, you can see further than the globe says you should be able to see because of the curvature. There's no curve. Like where the globe says, oh, you'll only be able to see X amount of miles because the curvature, we see further than that. We see flat surface way beyond that point.
I have a good one. So, every photo that is on the internet of the Earth is just VFX. Because
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not
obviously, all the
overlaid
globe
steroid.
cartoons, are just cartoons. NASA's faking all that shit. So, yeah, that's obvious.
What do they have to gain? What is the gain to fool the masses?
Control,
everything.
power, money.
Well, if they really believe that it was flat like you guys, do you think that that would resolve any like other cultural issues?
I don't know. It would just stop people being such gullible statist cucks, hopefully.
Wow.
Well, what about the science fiction? That's a huge market.
Yeah, people would start
Space
living in
stuff.
reality again because at the moment people are just living in a complete fantasy land given to them by the US government, essentially.
Have you
So,
heard
of
of
course,
Mount
people are
Meru?
out to lunch. What's that?
Have you heard of Mount Meru?
Yes.
Okay. So you know about the lokas and that part of the Hindu whatever is pretty interesting. How
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
like layers of
Well, loads of cultures, I mean, you look into it, all the cultures in the past were flat earthers. They all had slightly different ideas about how it was laid out. In Hindu cosmology, you've got Mount Meru. In Norse cosmology, you've got Yggdrasil, the world tree. They all had something at the center, like something
yeah.
big, either a mountain or a tree. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. All these different cultures and societies had basically the same understanding that we're in a flat, motionless, contained system, and there's something at the center of it. I mean, that's interesting because a lot of these groups had no contact with each other, but yet they all kind of had a similar idea about what the world was. But
Exactly.
how you figure all that out and know whether it's true or not, I mean, you can't really because conveniently we're restricted from traveling to those kind of places on Earth.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting looking at what old cultures said about the Earth. Probably more truth to that than what we're getting nowadays.
Well, yeah, I remember being in school and they showed us what they claimed to have been the old map, what ancient people viewed the Earth, and it was like the flat Earth. Like that's
Yeah, they were all flat earthers. I mean, this is like the history that school's not teaching us. They basically they act
kind of
like
shit.
everyone knew it was a globe because some Greek guy
Yeah.
2,000 years ago said so. But no, everyone, even the Greeks, knew it was flat.
So history was written to in a way to suit a
Yeah,
narrative.
all our history, the modern history that we've got now is totally globed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So would you say that you only believe what your eyes can see? Is that another reason you believe that
Well,
the
no,
Earth is flat?
belief is a different thing. You got
Oh,
belief and you got knowledge. So if you're talking about knowledge, then yeah, that's what we can experience and test, observe, measure, detect. That's knowledge. Belief is a different thing. No, that's not necessarily what you can test and observe, but I would say you should try and arrive at it at least through logical reasoning.
yeah.
So no, I don't only have thoughts about things that I can see and experience, but if I'm going to make a claim to knowledge, then yeah, that should be something that you can experience and prove to yourself for sure.
And if you can't, you need to just be happy to say, I don't know, which too many people are not happy to say.
Yeah, like I don't know what happens after death, you know?
Yeah, that's the great adventure, the great mystery, isn't it? This world is full of mysteries, but nowadays they try. That's another way they've dumbed people down, is by making people think that they do have knowledge that they don't have. Like, oh, I know how far away the sun is. I know what the sun is made of. No, you don't. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, very true.
So you believe in science to a point, not all science, but certain things that
Well, science isn't really a matter of belief. Again, they don't teach science well at school. So many people we speak to don't know what science is. Science is a method which involves observing a natural phenomena and then creating an experiment to try and test what causes that phenomena. It's not about belief. It's testable. That's science. If it's not testable and conductible in an experiment in reality, it's just not science. So I don't believe in science. I appreciate science and I like science. Belief is a different thing. But what they're giving us about the globe, that's all pseudoscience. That's not science.
I don't know how to beat that. Like I don't
You don't need to beat it. Why trying to beat it? Join it.
Accept it.
But the truth is I'm not knowledgeable enough in science or anything to make a really
Yeah,
informed.
like none of us were. You have to teach yourself. I mean, this is another thing that comes out of this, recognizing that we've all been given a shit education. It's not even an education, it's an indoctrination. And if you want to know, you need to teach yourself. You need to do the work.
Yeah.
I'll send you some resources in 2 secs.
Okay.
We've got Discord, not GG.
That guy got muted.
I joined that server, and we've got a bunch of resources there.
Oh, the Flat Earth server?
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
You seen the resource? You seen the resource section there? So when you're in it, all right, go on to the server. Tell me when you're on it.
Oh, it's in the chat. Oh,
Well, I just sent it to you.
stop it, Molly.
And then when you're in that server, if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel list, you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. Got channels like, so if you scroll down, you'll see them. It's like Antarctica, astronauts, Big Bang, eclipses, science, right? So when you've got a question like, what about the moon? There's a channel on the moon. What about motion of the earth? There's a channel on motion of the earth. And these are just like,
Can I remember?
sounds like resources so that you can kind of research in your own time. Just the other side of what we've been taught, basically. And it's all good, like loads of academic resources, science, all kinds of stuff.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I haven't looked at it yet, so now I see.
Yeah, I mean, you can always come here and ask questions and talk to us, but if you're the type that likes to just kind of sit on your own and do some crunching, get in the lab, then that's a good place to research independently. But yeah, if you wanna learn anything, you're like, oh, I don't know science and that. Yeah, most of us didn't. I didn't. Loads of people don't. You have to teach yourself, and it's very you can teach yourself.
Yeah, I know that much. I've done that with religions, like teaching myself different religions, so I'm sure I can figure this out.
Yeah, you can figure it out. Yeah, you figure it out. You're smart enough. So what's making you still believe Earth is a spinning ball?
I just thought, like growing up, it always made the explanations made sense. I don't know if I was just blinded or.
Yeah, but I mean, the explanation is gonna you like force yourself to accept that it makes sense because your teacher's telling you, hey, if you don't put this on the test, you're gonna fail. So
Yeah.
if you're going in saying none of this makes sense, but I have to put it in on the test, you're gonna go mad. So as a kid, you just accept it. You're like, well, everyone else is accepting it. My teacher's telling me it. My parents are telling me it. Of course, it has to make sense. But that's like it's just like a psychological thing going on. It's not. It doesn't actually make sense. Like a ball of water spinning around in a vacuum, that doesn't make any sense. Water boils in a vacuum. Gas does not form a spherical shape at all, let alone in a vacuum. Like none of it makes sense. You've never been given the right opportunity to question it. And most people don't carve out the time
Yeah.
for themselves to question it. And then they feel like society's like bullying them into accepting it and they just accept it because it's easy. It's easier to just accept it, but it's bullshit. So if you really care about the truth, then that's going to annoy you. And that's the common thread with flat earthers. They don't like being lied to.
Well, no, I don't like being lied to. Well, I was gonna ask. Well, if I want to ask you this in
But
terms of the
I mean, what
is there something on the
when you go
atmosphere there?
outside and you don't experience the ground to be a spinning ball, do you?
Well, no.
So when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. I mean, the word sense refers to your senses.
Yeah. Um. Well, what about the atmosphere? Is there something on the atmosphere in the server? Like that's bullshit too. Hold on a minute. Need to look something up.
Well, you have to think about it, right? So if you think of the idea of a sphere, that would be kind of a ball shape, and that means that atmo is air, so atmo ball, air ball. Have you ever seen air take a shape of a ball ever, or does it always fill the available volume or the shape of the container that it's in?
It fills the complete thing.
Right. So in this case, the volume would have to be the ever expanding vacuum of the universe, right? So there should never be any ball shaped pockets of air or whatever. It should always try to fill the available volume, which is the ever expanding universe. There should never be an air sphere.
Yeah, sorry,
Doesn't that make sense?
my Discord picked me out there, but yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Like you're saying it makes sense, but when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. The globe does not comport with your senses. You don't sense motion of the ground. You don't detect curvature, spherical curvature. You just see a motionless topographical plane, and you see the sun, moon, and stars moving around you. That's what you sense. That's what would make sense.
So you don't believe in invisible forces such as like gravity and what you would call fake science, like
Well,
invisible
gravity. That's
that are
yeah.
just words thrown around to explain something that's rather inexplainable.
Yeah, no, the globe gravity story, that's just the story they had to tell us so that we would believe we're on the outside of a big spinning ball. Because naturally people were like, how could you be on the outside of a giant spinning ball? You'd go flying off. So of course they have to come up with a story about why no, you're being stuck to the ball by some magical force called gravity. And then you say, well, what's the proof? And they say, well, drop a pen. But that's not proof of that. Yeah?
No, it's not.
So you need to really think about these things critically. They've just tried to bamboozle us as children, and we accept it because our education systems compel us to. We have to accept it. We have to physically write it down in tests to succeed.
Yeah.
So it's not that any of it makes sense. It's that we're essentially indoctrinated and forced into accepting it as children, knowing that the majority of people as adults won't bother to really go back and check.
Yeah, I always grew up challenging like my parents. Like I paid the price for that. Like I always stood up for what was right, no matter if I would be homeless. Like so truth is very important to me too. So.
Well, there you go. If truth is important to you, and you start pursuing, you start pulling this thread, you're gonna end up a flat earther. So good for you.
I'll try. This is what I'll do. I'll do this because it's my day off. I'll go ahead and look at some of that stuff on the server and see if it starts to click for me. I'm sure it'll take
Well,
me a
here,
little while.
I've just sent you 2 good introduction videos because on the server it's terabytes of information. You might not know where to start. There's also a channel called FE Introduction Videos, so it's like intro stuff because you're gonna need intro stuff if you're totally new to this. So I've just sent you a couple of ones.
Okay.
And yeah, if you've got questions, you can ask. Yeah?
I appreciate it. I'm gonna try to take this a little bit more serious. I've been
You
putting it
should,
off.
because this is the most serious conversation you've ever had, whether you realize it or not. This is the most important conversation going on today. No matter what they're trying to bamboozle you with in the news. Oh, Trump is doing this. He's gonna take Greenland. He's gonna do this and that. That's all bullshit. This is the most important thing that's being spoken about and discussed right now. It's the reason they censor it so hard. It's arguably the reason that everything has ramped up to the level of insanity that it has in the last few years, coincidentally, as people are starting to question this. So they're trying to distract you with everything under the sun so that you don't look into this
They
topic.
call flat earthers retards all the
Yeah, of
time.
course they do. Of course they do. They have to. But do you know what they don't do? They don't debate us. They don't come and provide globe proof. They just call us names. And is that a good argument? No, it's not. I actually love it. I love that they're just calling us names. You couldn't give us more of an obvious concession that we're right. Everyone that comes
so
in here,
that makes sense. It would be like the equivalent of somebody calling me a whore just because I said the truth, but they just call me a whore as like just to
yeah,
put
they're
me
just going
down.
to demean you. Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to dismiss you as a person instead of addressing the content of your position. That's exactly what it is. And they're trying to do it in such a way that other people see it and they say, well, I don't want to be called a retard. I don't want to be called a whore. So even though I'm curious, I'm just going to be quiet. They want to bully you. They're banking on you being scared. Don't be scared.
Yeah.
Can I want to point something out real quick.
Oh,
A big.
what's up, Indigo?
What's up? Not only do they call you stupid and you're retarded if you think the earth is flat, on the flip side is you can't understand it unless you're really smart and you're a scientist. So tell me how you square that circle of contradiction.
Oh, I don't. What was your question?
Indio's paradox of borrowed intelligence.
Yep. The paradox.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
try
it's
and make
paradox.
they try and make the globe almost impenetrable to the average person. So they'll dress it up with fancy mathematics so that most people look at it and they go, well, how could I question it? I don't understand the maths. But it's a false garb, you know? They're fronting, they're hiding behind theoretical math in the hopes that people don't challenge it. But you can challenge the initial assumptions in that math and say, well, where did you get a radius from? Where did you get a curved ball Earth to begin with? And they fall apart. We get PhD astronomers, physicists, all kinds of people through here, and they just fall apart when you ask them the most fundamental questions. Prove the curvature. Prove that a lake is bending. They can't do it.
Yeah. Maybe because it's so big, they don't. Maybe the reason
Nah, because
Glover's
they
believe.
give us the size. They give us the size so we can do the
I
math.
was just going to bring that up too. Like if you ask one of them how much curb is in 10 miles, they won't know. But it's
They don't
66
know.
but it's 66 feet, right? That's a lot. But they'll just say, well, the earth's just too big. Well, okay, how big is it? I'll tell you how
Yeah.
big it is. 10
Yeah.
66 feet of curb in 10 miles. Really simple. And then it increases exponentially. So, it's not as big as people think it is.
Yeah, and 99% of the people who believe in the globe don't know that number. They don't know the claimed size of it. They don't know how much it's supposed to curve. It's the flat earthers that know that. which is insane. So
Or they'll throw satellites at you too. They'll say,
yeah, they'll just beg the
well,
question. But they've got
I forgot
little
what that
robots in
was.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you say, okay, well, where did you see a satellite? Oh, I see it moving through the sky. What do you see? A little light. Okay, how do you know what that is? I saw it on TV. They've got no idea what it is. They've got no idea what it's made of, how big it is, how far away it is. That could be any number of things. But it has to be in their mind this little floating metal box going around a ball because that's the only story they've been given for it. And then we say, well, how do you know it's that? And then they say, well, what else could it be? As if that means it is what they believe. When of course it does. It could be a million other things. So yeah, they've got high altitude communications technologies and stuff like that, but it's not little floating metal boxes flying around a ball Earth. Most of these things are on balloons.
Yeah, like the damn Chinese balloons.
Yeah, the Chinese one, right? That was a little tell. The flat Earth community was laughing at that because most people were like, "Whoa, China's got their satellites on balloons!" Ha 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 ha. It's like, yeah, that's how all of them are doing it. What do you think Roswell was about?
The car in space, remember that?
Yeah, the car in space, exactly. The propaganda is laughable. You go back and look at it and you're like, holy shit, how did anyone fall for this? Absolutely insane.
You know how impossible that idea is? Musk said it was just a regular car, that they didn't do anything to it. Man, do you know what would have happened when it got into the vacuum? First of all, the seats are interiors are styrofoam. Styrofoam is just like a polymer with a bunch of bubbles blown into it. Every single one of those bubbles would have freaking exploded. The seats would have exploded when as soon as like the cowling came off and it got exposed to the vacuum. Like every piece of plastic in there would have exploded because the plastic has dissolved bubbles inside of it, and all those bubbles would have expanded because of the vacuum, and it would have been a mess. Like that's just one thing. Never mind the tires and
Yeah, remember
the fluids and all those things that would have boiled off.
And remember what he said afterwards at the press conference? He said, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. He's trolling people.
Yeah.
These people are just trolling.
Like the celebrities were trolling when they went into space or whatever they called it, and then they came back down and the door opened by itself.
Yeah. It's all just a giant propaganda troll. These people are laughing at the people who believe it.
Well, it's a big moneymaker.
As a Glober, you're the butt of the joke.
The whole space industry, fiction and nonfiction, you suppose a nonfiction, it's a big moneymaker. I think Star Wars itself has made over $1 trillion in its lifetime. Now think about that. Just Star Wars.
Yeah.
We're talking about everything, right? The franchise, the action figures, the movies, all the stuff associated with Star Wars, the T-shirts, the posters, $1 trillion over its lifetime.
Look into Warhammer and how much those action figures cost, and people buy that shit so that they can play D&D in massive quantity of figures. It's insane how much money space is worth.
There is good money in the globe, for sure.
I mean, even I have invested money in space, sci-fi films, TV shows.
Yeah, most of us here previously were into sci-fi and that kind of shit. And you still can be. You just have to realize.
I still am.
Exactly.
That.
I mean, that's
It's
exactly.
like Lord of the Rings now, though. It's like there's no possibility that it's real.
If anything, it's even better because you don't have to deal with the horror side of being in an infinite, ever expanding killer vacuum. You just know it's all fantasy.
I always was terrified of space because it did seem like such a big impossibility.
That's the point. I mean, like, think about it. The entire cosmology that they've told us is a horror show, right? So it's a low level form of like trauma based mind control.
Yeah, astrology.
The whole story they tell us with the dinosaurs, they were like, at some point, some giant rock just came and smashed into us, killed everything,
And that could happen at any point unless you keep giving us, NASA, the government, loads of money. Think about that. So they've
Yeah.
got a low level, everyone who believes in it has this low level idea. They don't think about it day to day, but if you press them, they would say, yeah, it's very possible that a giant rogue rock will just come and wipe us all out. And the only defense we might have to that is an organization like NASA.
Yeah, and NASA would take over if there was a fake alien invasion too. Like,
Yeah.
I'm always afraid they're gonna pull that crap.
Yeah.
They're gonna
Oh, I
pull.
can't wait for it. I can't wait for it. The Globies are going to be losing their minds. The aliens are here. Oh my God. We're going to be
Well, how about
sitting here
the
on
three
Discord
eye,
laughing at them.
the three eye divided by Atlas, the thing that they were talking about 6 months ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, they would shut.
That was detected by a system that they took bids on to bid on a system to detect rogue asteroids that might hit the Earth. This is one of the objects that they detected with this system, right?
Money
But
well
the whole
spent.
thing, money well spent on a fantasy show. And then
So
you
would
got
you?
a Harvard professor saying, "Oh, we detected we detected that like 4 million years ago or some nonsense." Did you hear the latest thing? That
What?
some astronomers went over. They went over photographs of the sky that were taken between 1941 and 1947. And they detected satellites. Yeah, before satellites. They detected in photographs satellites that were before satellites.
Oh yeah, that's bullcrap. I saw that in Google Maps before. I was like, how?
No, satellites weren't launched yet. You understand? But they looked
Yeah.
at old astronomy photographs and
Well,
saw satellites in them.
why does the government? Would you say that the government pays so much money into it and they know about the Earth really being flat, or that they're just as ignorant and they're falling
Nah,
for
they're
that?
just taking the money and they're spending it on hookers and blow. Come on.
Ew, like Hunter Biden did.
Yeah. This is what they're doing. They've been busted. The execs have literally been busted spending NASA money on prostitutes. I mean, this has been in the news, right? So where that money's going, it's essentially just like a weapons program with good PR. What, they just funnel it into black projects and missile development, and then they put out a little fireworks show for the masses every few years and say, hey, we're maybe going to go to the moon again. And then everyone's like, wait, we're going to the moon.
Yeah, I'm waiting on
Regardless.
TikTok.
So yeah, it's all just a big scam, taking the money, spending it on weapons so that they can improve how many poor brown countries they can bomb, whatever the hell else they're doing.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that, but yeah, brown countries.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. I mean, NASA was the ones who supposedly provided the intelligence, the satellite imagery to justify invading Iraq. They said, look, this is the place that they're making weapons of mass destruction. We've got the NASA images. Colin Powell took it in front of the UN Security Council and got agreement to go and invade Iraq. NASA were directly involved in that. So this is just military war shit they're doing, as usual.
So it's just the oligarchs.
Yeah. It's just the usual corrupt people trying to rule the masses in a very fucked up way by lying to us about where we are. They construct our entire reality. They say, hey, you don't have access to reality. You can't see the globe, but we can. That's where you live. We're going to tell you all about it. If there's something that's going to come and fuck us up like a meteor, we'll be the first to know and we'll let you know. And everyone's just like, okay, guess we better just trust these guys then with our entire cosmology and reality. I mean, that's the most insane amount of power that you can ever imagine.
Yeah.
It'd be like if you woke up in a room in a building and you were never allowed out of the room and there was just one guy who told you everything about where you were and what was going on outside. You'd be like, why would that guy lie to me? He's telling you everything you know.
Yeah, it's way beyond that, right? Now within that paradigm fits evolution, right? And then they go, oh, you're doing this and you're doing that because of you evolved to do that. You evolved to be a degenerate.
Yeah,
it's not your fault.
That's your monkey brain kicking in.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
me.
These guys think they're monkey people. No wonder they're fucked up.
Sorry. Oh my god.
But yeah, I mean, we could go all day, but
Come on, Cyclone. It's apes. Get it right, not monkeys.
yeah, they hate it when I call them monkey people. They're like, it's an ape. Damn it. Damn dirty apes.
Like that makes it better somehow.
Yeah, apologies, ape people.
From an ape or a monkey, that would make me happy.
Yeah.
Well, apes are kind of worse because, like, I don't think monkeys throw their own poo at each other.
Well, we throw poo at each other, but verbally.
Yeah, in India, physically.
Yeah, that's why I'm never gonna go there. But I do love Hinduism and Eastern philosophy.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, if you got other questions or whatever, feel free. I mean, we could ramble all day about this shit, and we do 24/7, 365 days a year. It's a good time.
I like the passion. You guys keep it up. I'm gonna go and look at that before my husband gets home.
All
What are
right.
you guys saying? What are you guys
Hey,
saying? We
girl,
came from monkeys.
you
I
do
came from
you
a
do your
Homo sapien.
you do your
Hey, Jim.
research, security.
There's Jimsy.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Hi and bye. Before your husband
Yeah.
gets here. Gets
Wait,
No, I-
oh my, it's so funny. It's like
Turns out
cheating
you're
on your
talking to
husband,
flat
but
earthers.
you're just talking to flat earthers. He's caught
yeah, I'm
me.
having a flat
My
Earth
wife's
affair.
talking to flat earthers. No.
I think it.
All right, good stuff, security. Thank you for coming by again. And check out, I sent you some videos, so check those out.
Hey, thanks for your time. Y'all have a good one.
Just because you watch something fall down doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
Well, it does when you apply what amount of mass will do what, and then you take the size of the Earth and realize, hang on,
You had to
let me
assume
finish,
it. That's
right?
the first rung of the cosmic ladder, is that the Earth has to be a ball, and then from there, you start making all these other calculations. But you have to assume the Earth is a ball for everything else to math out.
And the calculations turn out right.
We know it's a ball.
Okay, then how do you know it's a ball? Can't use gravity because gravity.
Neptune.
God damn it!
Yeah.
Okay, I give up. Triangles, you can have them.
You give up. Okay, one down.
Yeah, one down. Yeah, I think you bored him to death.
I can tell that I'm just gonna make you sound dumber and dumber, Richter, because you're not gonna make any sense whatsoever. That's why I bowed out. I understand everything you're saying because I used to believe it for 39 years, but nobody ever measured the curve of the Earth, so therefore, all those extra stories don't work. It's something else. Whatever it is, it's something else.
Yeah, well, stories that no one ever measured the curve of the Earth, which is just plain wrong. That makes you sound pretty stupid. So, geodetic surveys.
Who measured the Earth
on the
curve?
daily? On the daily.
Who measured the Earth curve?
He said
geodetic surveys measure it daily.
Really? No, that's planar surveying. They're measuring in planes of triangles in a plane.
No, that's not planar surveying. Planar surveying is planar surveying. Geodetic surveying is different to planar surveying.
No, you need a planar survey before you do anything, so you have a reference.
What? Explain the planar reference to do geodetic surveying.
Yeah, well, look up how you do it.
Oh, so you can't. You're going to leave it to me. You make a claim and then say, I need to go find it out. Okay. Well, I don't believe what you're saying, so why would I do that?
You just got to think about it for a second.
Okay.
If you have three theodolites, right, in a triangle, is that a point? Is the lines of sight between those three theodolites a planar triangle? The
They
three
have
lines
to
of
be.
sight. We have A, B, C. We have lines of sight
Why are you
between each.
sticking to triangulation and stuff instead of just talking
That's what
about
surveying does.
geodetic
That's what
surveying? What
that's what surveying does. They make
geodetic surveying uses 3, does it?
Yeah, it's called a triangulation network. Yeah.
That's how they make. That's how you shoot straight lines, dude.
They say shoot straight lines, dude. No, you don't need 3 theodolites to do.
No, I'm just saying if you have 3 theodolites, you could have 2 rods and 1 theodolite. You could do it that way.
Yeah, so you just twisted the argument from what we're talking
it's still,
about to
no,
something where you
it's
could
still
refer
a
it to
planar
planar
triangle.
surveying and triangulation. Right, so you just shifted it
It's
from
still a
something
planar
to
triangle.
create
It's
confusion.
still, bro, stop spurging. It's still a planar triangle. Still.
Yeah, and we're not doing planar surveying, so what are you talking about?
Okay. This is how you survey in any type of surveying. You have a theodolite, which is your optical instrument, and you have rods. And if you make a little triangle with the rods, or 2 rods, or 1 rod, and move the rod to a third location, that's a planar triangle. Because you're not on the surface of the Earth, you're above it. So what they do is they take those planar triangles, and they wrap it around something called a reference ellipsoid, which don't actually exist. It's a concept. The WGS84, the Clark ellipsoid, the bezel spheroid. Pick one. They take their measurements and they stick them on this other surface. That's what geodetic surveyors do. So no, they don't measure the curvature of the Earth. They take a bunch of planar triangles and wrap it around mathematically an imaginary surface.
Yeah, sure they do. Again, just
yeah, they do.
To make it something that you think your listeners don't totally understand, and you make yourself sound like you understand it.
I do understand it. No, don't let your bias creep into this, dude. Don't let your bias creep into this. You think we're flat earthers, so we're dumb, and you have a bias. No, we're not dumb. We investigated the globe, and we found out that it doesn't actually exist. You have just believed that somebody who you have no idea who it is has said, hey, yeah, Earth's the globe. And you're like, yeah, sure, I believe you. Well, we said, we don't believe you. We're going to check. We checked. It's not a globe. You should go check too.
You have a bias that you think I just, never looked into anything at all. I just went, the scientists say it's a globe.
Yeah.
I've never done anything at all.
I heard you
You've
say
made
gravity.
that assumption that I couldn't possibly know what I'm talking about, but I'm supposed to trust that you have looked into stuff that is impossible. But I know what, but I trust that you know what you're talking about.
I know you don't know what you're talking about because of what you're saying.
Yeah. If you were wrong, then you'd be wrong about me not knowing what I'm saying.
But I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. You said that geodetic surveyors measure curvature every day. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they do. It's not bullshit.
How?
Go look it up. That's all I got.
I have, and I just told you how they do it. I have looked it up because I've heard this before. I have looked it up. You haven't.
No, you try to involve planar surveying, right, and triangles, right, with looking through a theodolite and seeing drop over distance. You tried to confuse the situation.
They don't see drop over distance. They don't even measure a long enough distance to even measure
do see drop over distance.
Oh, no, they don't, dude. Okay, because there's something you don't.
They absolutely do. Stop talking nonsense.
No, they don't. Want me to publish a paper? Want me to post a published paper right now?
Who's it from, and what biased calculations are in there, and misinterpreted results?
He already doesn't want to see it.
He wouldn't understand it anyway. That's the problem. He doesn't want to see it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't even understand what we're talking about.
I absolutely understand what you're talking about.
I want to know who his reference for geodetic surveying is. Who's your reference for geodetic surveying, Richter?
So did you say who or what?
Yeah, who's your reference?
Wouldn't know. Countless people looked up heaps of geodetic surveying and their results. and didn't note any of it down. Very convincing stuff to me, though. But I can go and relook it up if you want me to show you the kind of evidence that I use to come to my conclusions. I can do that when I get home. No problem.
Well, the ones that measure drop over distance. Who are you using as a reference?
Honestly, couldn't tell you their names. They're at the top of
Is it like an anti-flat earther like Maine Surveyor or Jesse Kozlowski or Baron Rutledge, one of these three that are known anti-flat earth clowns?
Oh, they don't know what triangles are, though. They failed.
I know they don't.
Failed the triangle test on me.
They didn't even know. They didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was in surveying, which is hilarious.
So they're making videos on Earth curve, and he doesn't even know what a triangle is, and yet he can say that this is bigger than a triangle, a spherical triangle, but doesn't know what a triangle is. That's weird.
I got no idea what you're talking about with he doesn't know what a triangle is. I wasn't privy to that conversation that you had, and I
don't worry, it's recorded. So it's part of my triangle test I give everybody. He failed it.
So I posted in the chat. It's called Updated Atmospheric Modeling of Refracted Zenith Angles Using Vertical Temperature Gradient for Refraction Coefficient, Journal of Geosciences, 2023.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you're saying that gravity doesn't necessarily pull directly down. Is that the upside of it?
Well, it's not me saying it, it's them saying it.
Right. Anyway, everyone listening, has anyone ever held a plumb bob and it didn't hang straight down?
No, I haven't. I don't believe it does do what they say. But it's needed for geodetic surveying to work.
Oh man,
it's called the geoid model, right? It's called EGM 97 geoid model.
There goes
so it's lumpy gravity. So you have tilted. According to what you believe in, geodetic surveying, you have to believe that plumb lines are curved.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do, because in geodetic surveying, they have curved plumb lines, dude.
They don't have curved plumb lines. So I assume what you're doing is you're adding you're adding the geoid because the Earth isn't completely smooth. Right? There's also different densities of matter underneath the Earth.
No, the geoid is the equipotential. Bro. The geoid is not the surface of the Earth. It's the equipotential surface of gravity.
What I was trying to say was, when you add them all together, you get quite a strange picture of what the Earth could be, right? And that's where you get these claims of, gravity doesn't. No, none of it adds up to flat. None.
Okay, so you're driving, but I'm posting in the chat from Platter also posted it from geodetic surveying, curved plumb lines. In fact, they have publications called Curvature of the Plumb Line.
They say that they should be able to hang a plumb line and it not hang directly towards the Earth.
Said what they think is if they hang along in a plumb line, it would be a curved line and not hanging straight down. And it definitely isn't going to hang. It definitely isn't going to point to the center of the Earth on an oblate ellipsoid. Dude, you're in the major leagues now, dude. This isn't fucking TikTok.
Not understanding science as a whole.
Understanding science. You don't know what even science is.
The world championship of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, but you can't say what I misinterpreted or what I misunderstood. Weird how that is. All you can do is like a backdoor ad hom. You're just doing a backdoor ad hominem. That's all you're doing.
Man, you're doing one right now.
No, not at all. I'm pointing out what you're doing. I didn't say anything about you. You said I don't understand something as a rebuttal to my argument. That's just an ad hom, dude. Yeah. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. You're saying that what I'm saying isn't true, and so
you're wrong.
It's an insult.
You're factually wrong, though. But you were factually wrong.
Yeah.
And I posted in the chat the fact that you're wrong.
if you're taking him saying that you're wrong as an insult, then you got problems, man.
And it actually isn't me that says you're wrong. It's the entire field.
You guys do not.
It's not me saying you're wrong. It's the entire field of geodetic surveying that says you're wrong.
Yeah, right. So I say the same thing to you, and you say that's an ad hom. I say no, you're misunderstanding it. You're wrong, right? And that's an ad hom. But when you tell me I'm wrong, no, that's factual, dude. You don't understand it. Give me a break,
you
man.
said I don't understand it. You said I don't understand science. You said me. Okay. I said you were in error, and I told you what the error was, and who the source of my claim of your error. It's not me. They say you are in error. Your own worldview says you are in error.
No, not correct.
Okay, so it's not correct. The things I posted in the chat that are right out of geodetic surveying manuals that say curvature of the plumb line. You guys always do this when I bring up the plumb line's curve in your model. You think that it's flat earth or made up bullshit. No, it's your made up bullshit. Yours. You're not going to voice it onto us. It's yours.
It doesn't have an effect on a plumb line. Right? Just like the Earth is not shaped like that freaking, like, what is it, a heat map looking kind of thing. That is the
worldview, it does.
The Earth doesn't look like that, and now you're talking over me.
Dude, you're just denying what is written down. It's written down in the surveying books.
You've seen that picture of the Earth, right? That's not a picture. It looks like, how can I show it? Like a heat map, right? Which is the geoid. Earth looks nothing like that, but that's a map that they use for the actual shape of the Earth, or sorry, the gravitational density. But the Earth looks nothing like that.
Okay, I never said the Earth.
So is that picture
you don't
bullshit?
understand
Is that picture bullshit? Is that picture bullshit?
Okay. I never said the Earth looks like the geoid. I said the geoid was the exponential surface of gravity. That's what I said.
I'm pointing out.
Why is that important?
You're misunderstanding.
Why is that important?
Because I'm pointing out. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm pointing out where you've misunderstood the extent to which this non-vertical gravity goes. That geoid looks nothing like that.
Bro.
So the Earth looks nothing like that geoid.
Sugar is off the chart. No one said the Earth looks like the geoid. What you're not understanding is when you take your theodolite and shut up. When you take the theodolite and you go to level the instrument, the plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. So if you go out and then you try to measure a dip, assuming that your horizontal is 90 degrees from the surface of the Earth, or parallel to the surface of the Earth, you'd be wrong. You don't understand how surveying works. You don't understand what they're doing. You don't understand why their geode's important. Okay, what's the first thing you do when you set up a theodolite?
How much is this not vertical?
What's the first?
How much is this not? I asked you that a minute ago.
Australia?
Talking over me, so just answer it.
Well, in Australia,
how much is it that by?
In Australia, 0.71 seconds, dude. Seconds of arc. Seconds of arc, dude. You don't even know what that is, do you? It's degrees, minutes, seconds.
Yeah. Maybe at home, dude. You
have no idea, dude. You're drowning, bro. You're drowning, bro.
I'm drowning.
You picked the wrong topic because you don't know anything about this. Because you don't know anything about this, dude. Sorry.
How's 7.1 seconds at home?
What would if I was hanging up?
In fact, Australia, because of this
a 1 meter stream. Why are you interrupting me? What are you scared of?
And no one's scared of you, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm just like a cat playing with a mouse right now.
You're just talking yourself up. If I was holding a 1 meter string with a plumb bomb at the end of it, right? 0.71 arc seconds. How much is that not going to be?
I didn't say arc seconds. I didn't say arc seconds.
I thought that's what you said. 0.71 arc seconds.
No, it's degrees, bro. Degrees of the units. Not arc
degrees
seconds.
Of units.
Degrees are the units.
What? Degrees are the units. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
Yes.
audibly misunderstood you.
That's fine.
So if I hung up a 1 meter string with a plumb bob at the end of it, right? That deviation, how far not centered to my hand holding it is that plumb bob gonna be?
Yeah. Well,
How many how many centimeters away from being vertical? How many centimeters away from being vertical is it gonna be?
I don't know. That's not the point. The point is you're using that vertical as a horizontal. Listen, you're using the vertical as a horizontal reference. So if I shoot 3 miles and my deviation from the vertical is 0.02 degrees, that's 6 feet and 3 miles. That's the drop according to that's the horizon dip for the globe is 0.02 degrees.
Right. So if I see several hundred feet or several thousand feet of drop, what's the excuse for that?
Because it's based upon distance. Okay, so 0.02 degrees, you want me to double it? And 30 miles, it's freaking 60 feet. That's the deviation. That's the error, dude. It's 60 feet of error on a 0.02 degree deflection of the vertical. That's why they only shoot short distances, and they leapfrog and shoot a whole bunch of them. Because when you do long distances,
0.02
degrees. 2/100th of a degree.
Okay, the numbers are changing. The numbers are changing.
This is one I know off the top of my head. I know that in 3 miles, a divergence from the angular difference, right? The absolute difference in size. Like, say I take a laser and I shoot it level, and then I dip it down 0.02 degrees and shoot it below where I originally shot it, it would be 6 feet lower. That's supposed to be the horizon dip at 3 miles on the globe. It's supposed to be 6 feet.
So in 3 miles, in 3 miles, 0.02 degrees ends up being
6 feet of drop. It's 6 feet of drop, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got to go to a job, and I'm nowhere I can validate. I'm sitting in the car. I can't validate or verify anything you said. So I'll come back when I can. You going to be hanging around for a while?
Yeah, maybe. I'm probably like 30 minutes, maybe. Don't rush. There's other people here, dude. It's just I might not be here, but other people will be here.
I just don't want to be accused of running. That's all. But I'll see you another time.
No, dude, we're not bitches here, dude. We're not babies, dude. We don't do that shit. Girls do that.
Thanks very much.
Thanks
for having me. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for talking. Yeah. Thanks for talking.
Right. Take care. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Another McTuan acolyte goes down in flames.
Well, when like after a while listening to him talk, I was like, God, that's Jesse Pathel. Sure.
You think that's Jesse Pathelite? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
No
I think like everybody's sticking in the Jesse Pathelite argument to that whole celestial theodolite thing. Like they're just like still so stuck on.
He brought it up. He brought up the celestial theodolite. Really?
No, he didn't bring up the celestial theodolite. He just brought up theodolite. But I know from talking to people over in Ether Cause, like they are like deep into like the imagination of what theodolites can do over long. The celestial theodolite isn't even using a theodolite.
Yeah, I know. It's
just a timestamp.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, but I brought up theodolites because he talked about surveying. So if you're going to talk about surveying, you got to talk about what they're actually doing. He said they measure horizon, they measure curvature every day in geodetic surveying. Well, the instrument they use is theodolite, and they only measure angles with that. That's the only thing that theodolite measures. It measures an angle. And then you have to snap like that angle into like a size, right? So in 3 miles, so say I take a theodolite, right, and it's supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, and I turn it down 0.02 degrees. Now I should be looking at a spot 3 miles away, 6 feet lower than where I originally looked at. But that's not how it works in practice. That's how it should be in their freaking messed up vacuum world, right?
Yeah, no, I know from life experiences, everything that I've ever done with science, what they taught in the classroom, as soon as I got out into the field, yeah, forget everything you were taught. This is the real world.
Yeah, man. The lab is the lab. That's all that is. Like, what happens in the lab? You know, look, I mean, just seriously, like, yeah, I'm sure they can do amazing things with the internal combustion engine in the lab. But then when you take it and they put it in a car, it don't go so well.
Yeah, no. Like when I heard him say like they what did they say? With the autolites they measure
curvature. He said. So they measure curvature.
Like dip. I think he said they measure.
Oh, dip. He measures the drop. He said they measure the drop. He actually didn't say dip, but the dip. I just skipped instead of arguing about what that means to measure the drop. It's actually a dip angle. That's what they would measure. Right. They'd set up the theodolite. They'd make it so that it was like 90 degrees from vertical. Right.
Right. And then they measure the angle between.
And then they'd put the crosshair on the theodolite or on the horizon and then go, okay, the horizon's dipping down or dipping up. Right. From the horizontal. Right. But this is the thing I'm getting at, is that horizontal is determined by vertical. Because to find the horizontal, you have to find the vertical first. So you level the instrument. And the leveling of the instrument is with either a prism that hangs like from a string inside there and it shines a light through it. And when the prism is perfectly level, it'll reflect back, and then that's how the thing reads level. Or it'll have bubbles, like a little bubble levels, and you look through it with nearly a microscope, and you level the instrument that way. Either way, both of those work by the downward vector. So that's the first thing you're doing, is you're finding the downward vector. And then wherever the downward vector is, horizontal is 90 degrees from that. But according to the globe, that downward vector is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. It's that it can be tilted because of lumpy gravity. So now think about it. You have a tilted vertical. That means now you have a tilted horizontal. And then they're taking the theodolite and aiming at something and going, oh, there's a horizon dip. Well, your instrument wasn't horizontal relative to the Earth in the first place. You didn't have a vertical orientation. That's why this horizon dip stuff is nonsense. And did you see what I published? What I posted?
I've seen what you posted before. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is new. This is new shit.
Oh, this is new.
Yeah. So this is Cheap Dog. It's so funny, man. Like you said yesterday, I always come back with new shit.
I've seen this image before. You talking about the one at 11 after?
No. Further up.
Oh, that was Platters.
Further up, the updated modeling of refracted. Okay, so these guys, they measured a concave Earth dip angle. That means the dip angle was up. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of a dipped horizon, the horizon was too high.
Right.
No, is there a concave Earth now? Did they prove a concave Earth because they measured these freaking this negative dip angle? Of course not.
No, it just made a correction back to the fucking globe.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, because they're using spherical coordinates, this means they measure the flat Earth. But it's neither here nor there. The point is that you can't draw conclusions about the surface of the Earth because your initial reference is the direction of the downward vector. And according to those guys, it isn't straight down. But they want it to be straight down when they're like, oh, a dip angle. And then you tell them, well, it's not straight down. You guys have curved plumb lines. And they run away from that as fast as humanly possible because, think about it, your idea has curved plumb lines. They know that is poison to any normal person that hears it. That go, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the globe model has curved plumb lines? That's ridiculous. Meaning that if you take a weight and hang it from a string, that string is curved. It's not hanging straight down. That gravity is making that thing curve. well, now if it's a 6-foot string, it's in such an infinitesimal amount you can't see it. But if it was like a 1,000-foot string or a 10,000-foot string hanging in a hole, right? You'd actually be able to see this string be curved. This is what they think in their worldview. And if you said this to, like, if a normal person hears this, they're going to be like, the globe is some bullshit. That's why they want to get off curved plumb lines as fast as humanly possible. They don't want to talk anything about that. Why are you interrupting me? Did you hear me talking?
I just want to know who's dumb.
Globers.
Anybody that thinks plumb lines curve.
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
No.
So you build the building, right? And you want the wall to be straight. So you hang a string with a weight. And then you build, it's called a plumb line. You hang a weight, you have a weight at the end of a string. And you hang it.
Okay.
That line's straight, right? The string?
Yeah. I'm straight. And the line is straight too, yeah?
Yes. Well, not in the globe Earth. In the globe Earth model, that string is not straight.
What?
Yeah. Scroll up, look in the chat. Scroll up. Exactly. This is anybody that believes that is dumb. That's why globe Earthers don't want to talk about it, because it makes them look crazy. Look in the chat. So if you look in the chat and you look at a couple images, I'll post another one. I'll post it again.
Fucking dumb, I think.
Yeah, it is dumb. So look.
Yeah, I am dumb too, I think.
Yeah, you're not that dumb. Yeah. You know that if you hang a weight on the string, that string is straight. Okay, like you're not so stupid that you think it's curving.
Okay.
So look at the diagram. See?
Yeah, I'm curving.
So look at the diagram in the text chat. Look.
Where?
In a text chat. Text chat that's attached to this channel. Do you know how to use Discord?
Absolutely not. I'm dumb.
You're
dumb.
So you just came in here to interrupt?
No, absolutely not. I just want to know better.
Okay, Earth is flat. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
It's not a ball.
What's a ball?
No, not a ball. Not. Negative. No ball.
No ball. Okay. Ball is not straight.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Can I ask you, Indio? Like, can you give me like a concise reason on why geodetic surveying is important for, like, I guess it would be map making?
Actually, like, important.
Yeah, like, is it more purposeful to use geodetic surveying, or is it more purposeful to use planar surveying? I mean, I get it, like, different tools for different things. But I'm just trying to figure out the purpose.
The only geodetic surveying is useful in the sense that because at long distances, like say I'm making a road, right? Say we're making a road that crosses America.
Yeah.
And I start in Kansas.
Yeah.
And I start building the road. And now I've gone 100 miles.
You are
now
American.
I can't.
You are American?
Yeah, I'm American. Go on mute, bro. Go to a beginner channel. So say I'm in Kansas, and then I'm using planar surveying to make the road, right? And I go 100 miles. Now I'm not exactly sure what my orientation is relative to where I started, because I can't see over there anymore. It's 100 miles away, right? So how do I make a unified spatial reference? Okay, we use the stars, right? Because all that geodetic surveying, it's really astrogeodetic surveying. They call it geodetic surveying, but it's really
now I got you. Now it makes
because they're just trying to map it to the latitude and longitude system, which is in the sky. So, thing I've talked about this with, it's called in the 1927 they made what's called the North American datum. So they surveyed east-west across America, and they did some north-south, but we're only going to talk about east-west. They didn't use like a what do you call it? Like the reference ellipsoid that we use now. What they did is that they went to a place in Kansas. It's called Fort Meade or something, and they took astrogeodetic survey data, right, to figure out their exact position in the celestial sphere, right, their exact latitude and longitude. For 6 months they did this, right? So all night, every night for 6 freaking months, at least when you could see the sky, they're trying to fix their position, like celestial navigation does. They're trying to get what their GP is, right?
Like every hour they were taking a timestamp of the star.
Yeah. So once they decided, hey, this is our latitude and longitude, then they surveyed out from there, and all the geodetic surveying points were referenced relative to that initial starting point. So that was their origin, right? Fort Meade in Kansas was their origin. And they surveyed out, yeah. So that's the zero, right? So you have, like, just imagine you have graph paper, right? You got the zero, you got your x-axis and your y-axis. That was their zero, okay? So they surveyed out from there to the coasts. So years pass, and you're like, let's do it again. So we're going to make the North American datum 1983. But we're not going to start at Fort Meade Ranch, whatever they call it. We're going to use this other thing called the WGS84 reference ellipsoid, which is purely conceptual when we made it up in our mind. Then they did the survey, and then they looked and they said, holy shit, these two things don't match. That's exactly what happened. So you want to know what they did? Because there's already survey markers stamped into the ground. They just changed the numbers. Instead of putting a new survey marker, which is what they should do, right? When they actually find a coordinate, right? They go, oh shit, this is like 45 north, and there's no marker here. We should put a marker, the 45 north marker here, and go pull up the other one. Nope, they just went to the other one and said, well, we'll survey over here. Like, okay, this is 4532. Let's just stamp a new number on it. Yeah, that's what they did. They just stamped new numbers on the shit. When they found they were in the wrong.
That totally makes sense now that you say it like that, because it goes back to when we were talking about how they made longitude and they used the celestial sphere. And I was like, basically, they just plastered the Earth to the inside of the celestial sphere. You're like, yeah, basically, like all that just makes sense. Completely.
Yeah. And like, yeah, so at long distances you need the sky as a reference so that you know, like, kind of like your orientation relative to something else, right? Because you can't tell from just looking at the ground. You have to use the sky. That's the point. That's really the purpose of it. We have a good idea if you're in Los Angeles. The stars in the celestial sphere, when they're going to be over your head, time and time again, within a pretty good at it. Make that good prediction. What's going to be over your head, and that's like a certain location within the celestial sphere. We're going to call that latitude and longitude. We know when the sun's going to be there. We know when these stars are going to be there, and when there's a coincidence of the sun and the stars at a certain date, then we go, hey, this is your coordinate. That's what people don't understand is like the latitude and longitude systems. It's a mixture of space and time because of the star's motion, right? you have to assign time to it, because you can't say, hey, I'm under this star. There's no one on Earth where you can go, hey, I'm under a star. You'll be under a star for a couple minutes, but it's not for long, right? So that spatial reference of the sky, it has to be linked to a timepiece, right? It has to be linked to some time. And the longitude is the time. But we don't call it a time, we call it a place. But it's really a time. So the latitude is the place, depending on how high the sun goes above the horizon. And longitude is the other place, depending on when the sun goes over your head. Or it reaches its highest point, I should say. It should be solar noon. So think about that. There's a point in the sky where the sun will be its highest above the horizon, right? And at a particular time of year, those two things that, like, there's a coincidence. Hey, it's December 21st. I looked, the sun was freaking, 1 degree above the horizon at its highest point. Okay? There's not too many places on Earth that are like that. And then we assign that place where you make that observation a coordinate. But they think that coordinate is actually a freaking place, dude. Like a place. Like okay, I don't know how to describe it, dude. Like, 125th West 33rd Street, you know what I mean? In New York City. Like there's an apartment building there. No, it's just a coincidence of time. You could just change the clock, you'd have a different coordinate. Change the freaking units, or change the origin of how you measure latitude and longitude, how you measure latitude, and that'll also change. Will change your position. But to answer your question, the purpose of geodetic surveying is to kind of deduce stuff and match up with the celestial sphere to places on the ground.
Makes sense. Like, what is it? Planar surveying could be very useful even for like building neighborhoods and stuff like that. But geodetic surveying would be like connecting those neighborhoods to a main road that leads to another neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's important because, planar surveying is great, but you could planar survey and make a road from frickin', New York to San Francisco if you wanted to. It could work. But the thing is, we have something called the interstate highway system, and we have multiple states. Each of those states has their own freaking plane survey system. So we need something uniform. We need some uniformity between systems, and they chose geodetic surveying.
But yeah, that deflection of the vertical is.
Say the federal government's like, okay, we're going to make a road across the United States. Each state's going to make their own road, right? And we're going to connect them all somewhere at the borders of each state. That wouldn't work. Right. But I should also say this, these datums that everybody, like the datum we use, the North American datum, it's just one. There's something like 110 datums. And each of these datums has its own unique scaling factor. So if you took one datum and tried to be like, okay, here's so there's something called Ordnance Datum Newland, which is like the UK datum. And I tried to just apply that metric to North America, everything would be wrong. I would have to convert it into the North American datum using a scaling factor, because the scales aren't the same. And you go, hold on, how can the scales not be the same? They're all just using latitude and longitude. How's latitude and longitude scaling? Yeah, well, it's a good question. How is it scaling? How is longitude and latitude and longitude being scaled depending on where you use it? Meaning shrunk or expanded.
Right.
Yeah, the space between the lines, right, the latitude and longitude lines, either shrinks or grows depending on the datum you're using, which it shouldn't be doing if it was some uniform global spatial reference system that was actually universal, right? It means it's not universal. It means people are taking measurements all over the world and they're shoehorning them into latitude and longitude. And when they don't fit, they just change the scale until they do fit.
Yep. No, I get that, man. Like, oh, that formula didn't work. Here's another formula.
I mean, we got AI has talked about this, the military grid system, that mapping system. You're familiar with it. Now we know the military grid system's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I take out my road atlas, will the military grid system map onto that? Or will it map onto the geodetic surveying information?
No.
Will those all match up? Or will it be different? But if I take some USGS topographical maps and then use them, and because there's topo data on the military grid, so are those going to match up? None of this stuff is going to match up. And then the ballers goes, "Where's your map? Where's your map? Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong." I mean, it's literally that simple. Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong.
Have you seen the map that I always give Glovers when they ask for a flat Earth map? Oh, have you?
I'd have her today yesterday, denying the apparent sun and denying there's an apparent horizon. Just like
Can you hear me, or is my microphone bad?
No, I hear you. I hear you good.
I know you don't like hearing a flat Earth. Have you seen my flat Earth map?
No, I said no, man. I want to see it.
Oh, I didn't hear you. It cut out.
Oh.
So it's like, wait, I guess you didn't hear me. It's gotten buried since I've gotten new stuff. I know I'm close when I get down to where my. Ah, here we go. Right here. This is my flat Earth map. Every time a Glover says, "Where's your flat Earth map?" There it goes.
It's so funny. That's awesome. Oh my God. That's great, man. That is so great.
You know what they always ask?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm stealing that, man. Stealing it. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. Their first response always is, "Where are the continents?" I'm like, underneath it.
For real? They say, "Where are the continents?"
I swear to God, that's the first thing most of them say.
You say they're underneath it. Oh man, it's underneath. Underneath what? Underneath that map. That's where the continents are. They're underneath the map. Well, show me the other side. We'll turn around. Wow. That's genius.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro. That's genius. Because that is the map. That is actually the world map. Is the stars. It's not the ground. It's the stars.
When you helped me realize that, like all maps are basically took the celestial sphere and they pressed the Earth up against the celestial sphere. I'm like, oh, so the map is the sky.
That's right. It's easy to prove too, and they bug out when you ask it. When you, it's you can prove it with one question. Tell me your coordinates using nothing but the ground. Can't use anything in the sky. You can't use the sun, the stars, the moon. It's completely cloudy. You can't see anything. How do you find your coordinates? Want to know what they say? Use GPS.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, man, no, because GPS uses the same coordinate system. Like, okay, fine, just find.
That's what they don't understand either. Like, oh, GPS, like that's exactly what GPS does. They basically took all the math and put it into a computer simulation. That's all they did.
Simple. They can't do it. It's not possible. Not in latitude and longitude coordinates, that's for sure. They can't find it. So yeah, the map is the sky. It's that simple. And the odd thing is, it's like they fight against that the map is the sky when all they want to do is talk about the sky every other time.
That's so true.
A live stream on my channel. It's probably gonna be Friday night. Maybe. Could be Thursday night. Some freaking goddamn tool. Globetard made a video. $1,000 challenge for flat earthers to prove that planets aren't real. So he straw man. Yeah, he straw manned what a girl replied to a comment. Someone in their comment said, "Well, if the planets are round, why isn't if the other planets are round, why isn't the Earth round?" And she said, there are no other planets." But she didn't mean it like that.
Right.
She meant it like, no, there is no other. There's no other than Earth.
Right. There's no other world.
Because afterwards, she started talking about talking about flat Earth, and God created flat Earth and all the celestial bodies, and then she goes into the definition of planet and how it's a wandering star and all that. But she never said the planets aren't real. She just said that the planets aren't what they say they are. That's it. But this guy has made $1,000 challenge for flat Earth to prove that planets aren't real, which no one ever said in the first place. So I'm gonna do a live stream in the same way QE in not the exact same way QE does video. I'm gonna go through the video at like 1.5 times speed, and just go through everything he says. I only watched a little couple pieces of it, but it made me so freaking pissed off. I can't let that shit slide, bro. I can't. I can't let it slide.
Not only is it a straw man, it's a stereotype fallacy.
He said flat earthers are just doing it for attention too.
Right, so that's just at home.
So yeah. So I guess we're gonna do the challenge. Like someone's gonna go do the challenge, and that's also gonna be for attention. Doesn't even make sense, bro. And then I look in the comments and I see McFrickin2 commented, "Great challenge. Let's see if anybody does it." I mean, dude, like, I can't even, bro. I can't even. Look, I'm getting heated even talking about it now, bro. I'm sick of the dirtiness of this topic, man. I'm about had it. I've refrained from like trying to like take like these anti-flat earthers on, and like, I've just tried to ignore them. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting so disgusted by their behavior that I can't ignore them. It's getting to the point where I'm gonna flip the fuck out, because It's just, they're so dishonest. It's just like people like McKeegan and McToon and frickin' Fight the Flat Earth. When we did an event 2 days ago on the main server, we had a little McToon acolyte come in, running through McToon's talking points. McToon has convinced these guys that geodetic surveyors measure triangles greater than 180 degrees, and so many of them believe it. But it's absolutely false, dude. It's not even. Look, if I have freaking 3 lines, if I take up 3 theodolites and set up fucking triangles, and I look at theodolite, I'm in theodolite A, and I look at B and C, and from B I look at A and C, and from C I look at A and B, right? So we have 3 lines of sight forming a triangle. That's a planar freaking triangle.
Of course it is, and it's in the air.
Yeah, exactly. It's in the air. So there's no way they could measure a triangle greater than 180 degrees, no matter what they do.
Exactly.
Unless they're going to say they have curved lines of sight. But they can't be curving up and down. They have to be curving like out, right? Because it has to be plumb, right? So they're tilted away from each other like freaking like sticks in a freaking orange. So their line of sight, that's vertical from their point of view, is tilted sideways from another point of view, right? And so it's like, it's not just curving. Like if I'm in at one of the theodolite spots and look over at the other person, it's not just like curving in an arc; it's twisting. It's doing a screwball, from my point of view.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, man, I'm getting to the point. I'm about to flip my tits, man. Fucking, just the disgusting dirtiness of these people. Or I can just ignore them and not give them press. But
we'll see if it gets more attention than that CEO's challenge to find the edge.
To find the edge.
Yeah, and he'll give the person who finds the edge his multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah. I doubt
was it Nike or someone? I can't remember. It was some major corporation, company. I don't know.
They do these things. They have no. It's one of these things like, okay, what we accept. If you just ask them, hey, okay, here's your challenge. What are you going to accept as evidence? You're not going to be able to actually present any evidence to them because there's no form of evidence that they will accept. They'll make sure that you can never meet the challenge. So how could you prove the planets aren't real? Even if that was true, right? How could you prove it's real? That's true. Oh, you can't prove a negative. How would you prove it's? And how would you prove it's not real? Did you really look everywhere? Maybe there was a place you didn't look. And if you would have looked there, they are real. You see what I'm saying? You got to survey the entire sky. Every freaking like if I survey the entire sky, how many survey points do I need? Is it like one? Is it like 1 degree of zoom on the telescope, or half a degree, or do I got to do like a milliarc second and make trillions of freaking points? And like if I look there and I don't see a planet, then there's like I can have to look at all these points, and then maybe I'll say, hey, planets aren't real. Like you could always like play some game where whatever you come up with, it isn't good enough, and that's what these guys do. They make these challenges and go, flat earthers can't complete this challenge. No one can complete the challenge. It was constructed so it was uncompletable. Like McToon. I want the latitude. Give me the latitude and longitude coordinates using a flat earth. and you can't use spherical geometry. Well, the latitude and longitude coordinates are spherical geometry. So the moment you convert them into latitude and longitude, you're in spherical geometry.
Right.
So basically, as soon as you give him the answer, you fail. How messed up is that? Answering the question, giving the answer to the challenge causes you to lose the challenge.
Catch-22. That's interesting. An ant on a beach ball. Yeah, I had a conversation with an AI chatbot about that, and it claimed that as an ant you would see the curvature on a beach ball. Average size beach ball isn't large enough for an ant.
There's also some pretty big ants, man.
Right. I think it's
like giant African ants that are like 8 inches long.
Right. Yeah, some big ones like that in Australia too. Probably give them a run for their money. But I mean, it'd have to be 23,000 times bigger, or the ant would have to be 23,000 times smaller, or something like that. That's it.
World's largest ant is 4 centimeters.
Oh, shit, that's big. We got these jumping ones over here that I swear they can get that big, but maybe I'm wrong. They might be 2 or 3 centimeters at the most. I don't know. They're huge though, and they burn.
Oh, they don't even have a queen. That's weird. They're called South American giant Amazonian ants. They only have worker ants, and the ants that reproduce are like the specialized workers. So I guess they have kind of like lots of queens.
Right.
Oh man, look up the world's smallest beach ball. It's only like mini inflatable beach ball. Oh yeah, this ant can definitely see the curve from this beach ball.
Yeah.
You're in Venice?
Venus. You know Venus?
The planet Venus?
Yeah.
Or Venus, Florida?
Yeah, I live in Venus. Are we gonna discuss also, is Venus flat or not?
Venus is not terra firma. Meaning it's not made of solid ground. You can't go land on it. You can't live on it unless you're like a disembodied spirit.
Well, somehow I made it. Maybe this is why I have this strange voice.
Maybe, or it could be like in the heliocentric nonsense. Venus is 900 degrees, so I mean, stay hydrated.
All right, I will.
I don't know what you're gonna be hydrated with because there's supposed to be no water either. And air is supposed to be sulfur dioxide or something. So yeah, you got issues. Survivability. I think they landed something there. It was called Viking. I think it was Viking. What's Viking was the Mars one? The Russians. Or was it the U.S.?
I can't Russians. Was the Russians.
Yeah, they got like 4 seconds of video because everything melted. Or it was you, and you did vandalism, and you destroyed their spaceship.
Maybe.
Well, when you coming home, man?
Me?
Yeah, when you coming home from Venus,
I'm not
man?
Crazy.
You can't stay there forever.
I'm not crazy to come back to Earth.
Why?
Let me here relaxing. Staying on Venus. Nobody's around me. No headache.
Oh my goodness. Maybe
got pretty good internet connection on Venus.
What I think is more likely is that we were all on Venus and that everybody left to get away from you.
That was rude.
Yeah, but it's funny. So.
Yeah. Right. Accepted.
So, do you think Venus is flat?
I don't know.
Do you think Earth is flat?
I don't know.
On a scale of 1 to 10, when you watch television or see information on the internet, on a scale of 1 to 10, how truthful is it?
Maybe 3.
10 would be most truthful, and 1 would be absolute utter bullshit.
No, some stuff could be true, but of course there might, like, some information might be misleading. So not everything is just like, reliable on the internet. So it shouldn't be like.
Well, how about TV?
TV, I don't know. I just don't use TV since a lot of time.
How about the government, what the government says?
Well, it depends. Of course, they will say what is like serve them, but I don't know. They will tell people what they want them people to believe.
Exactly. We have a winner. Yeah, and so with that, we just proved the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
See how easy that was? The government tells you the Earth is a spinning ball because they want you to believe that. If the Earth was a spinning ball, they wouldn't even have to tell you. You would just go outside and you'd realize it was a spinning ball. But that's not the case, because when you go outside, the Earth is flat.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. Why do they do anything?
I mean, if it was flat, what is the problem? Like, what's the negativity of it for them? So they want to convince us that it is rounded.
Do you want the real answer, or do you want the bullshit answer?
I don't know. What's the real
Can you actually can you handle the truth?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay,
I'm
because you're not gonna like this a lot. A lot of people don't. Okay, there's only the Earth. There's no leaving here, and that's it. Okay, and because we can't leave here, and the fact that Earth is flat means that there is no materialist, naturalist, atheist explanation for the existence of human beings, Earth, reality, all those things. It means there has to be a creator of some sort that created this place.
Yeah.
It can't have happened. There can't be a flat Earth from natural processes, right?
Yeah.
Can't be a Big Bang, then flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means there's a creator.
Exactly.
Okay. And this is where the government comes in. Who has the highest moral authority? Who has the moral authority to tell you what's right and wrong to do in life?
God, the one who created me.
Okay, exactly. I agree with you. God is the highest moral authority. But if the Earth's a globe and it came from a Big Bang and it's completely based upon physics and materialism and totally naturalistic reasons of why people exist because of evolution and the Big Bang and all these things, and that there is no God, now who's the highest moral authority?
You mean, I didn't understand.
Yeah, if there's no God, who is the highest moral authority?
Well, I can't even think about this.
Yeah. I told you you can't handle the truth, man. Okay.
No, because having a God make more sense,
I know. Listen, this is a hypothetical. If there is no God, who would be the highest moral authority?
You mean the government?
Yes, there you go. The government don't like God. The government doesn't want anybody to believe in God because God trumps their authority for his. But if you get rid of God and you make all the people atheists and believe there is no God, then all the atheists say, oh, what should I do? How do I know right and wrong? Oh, because there is no God, I ask the government. And the government
So you
tells them
believe
what's
in
right
God.
and wrong. Yeah, I believe in God. Look, this is a work in progress.
I do believe in God, but maybe
Yeah,
our beliefs are not the same. I don't think
I do believe. Listen, I do believe in God. How can you believe in God if you think the Earth is a ball?
What is the problem with that?
Okay, I'll tell you. When you go outside, does the Earth look like a ball, or does it look flat?
Well, based on the size of it, of course you will not feel it like a ball.
Okay, but it looks flat, right?
Well, yes, it looks flat.
Okay. Why would God create an illusion? Why would God create your reality to be an illusion? Where it's like it's not really flat, it just looks that way, but it's actually a giant ball. Why would God do that?
Because this is the mercy of it. Like, just think with me now. How many people are living in this planet? The Earth.
It's not a planet, dude. It's
What
not a
is it?
planet.
What is it?
It's the Earth. It's unique. It's not in a category of planet. It's not one of a bunch. It's only there's only the Earth. There's nothing else.
All right. If let's say it's only the Earth, so having the Earth ball like a round, this means it will fit more people, you know.
What?
And having it so much big, this will give you. It's not about like making it as an illusion. It will actually be more convenient for you to walk. Imagine walking on something rounded. When you walk, no. So because it's very big, it's made it more comfortable for you. And being rounded has more like capacity to have more people. And also, don't you believe in the Earth core?
No.
The Earth has core.
No.
So don't
No, I
you
don't believe in an Earth core. No. Why would I believe in that?
Okay. Do you
Because
know?
I saw a diagram. Because I saw the cartoon diagram. Is that why you should believe in it?
Do you know the Magellan, or I don't know what his name was? His trip that he traveled. When he traveled, I don't remember from where. I think before they discover America, he was trying to go to India, I think, or somewhere
Columbus.
Maybe Columbus. But no,
Christopher Columbus.
I think Magellan.
Oh, Magellan. Yes, Magellan. Yeah. What about him?
That when he was like when he traveled the opposite way, people used to thought that the Earth was flat, but he traveled like the other side, and he found himself in India. So how can this be? If the Earth was flat, that would be impossible.
No,
But
no,
because it is
no,
rounded.
no. Let me listen. Listen. Can you have a circle on a flat surface?
Yeah, but it's gonna be 2D.
Okay, hold on. 2D.
Yeah, circle.
Okay.
1D.
Are east and west circles?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He went east and went in a circle and ended up back in the same place. He didn't flip upside down though.
What?
He didn't flip upside down. So if the Earth is a globe, he goes in a circle and then he flips upside down. So he's upside down and then flips right side up and then ends up back where he started. He didn't do that. He just sailed in a circle. See, that's the difference between a flat Earth navigation and a globe Earth. On a globe Earth, you flip upside down, and that's your circle, right? If I travel, when I'm halfway around the Earth, I'm upside down, right? From where I started. And then I flip upside down again, and I'm back where I started. But I can do that same circle, that same circle on a flat Earth without flipping upside down. It's the same as just drawing a circle on a sheet of paper.
Okay, but why? I mean, why are you against the idea of it being circle? Or what proves that it is flat? What is the proof?
Dude, weren't you just listening?
Yeah, I did.
You observe the earth is flat and motionless. You observe it every day of your life. Every family member you have, everybody you've ever met has observed the same thing. Everybody they've ever met, yes, they all observed the same thing. They've never observed the earth as a globe. They've never seen it that way. That's why I asked you, why would God create this illusion that the earth just appears flat, but it's actually a giant ball? Why would God do that? That doesn't make sense. I don't think God would create an environment in which was a trick.
Why do you view it as a trick?
Because it isn't the way it seems. It's different than what it seems. Right?
Why should it be the way it seems?
Say that again.
Why should it be the way it seems? You speaking of,
because God's not a deceiver. Because God's not a deceiver.
Why is this a deceiving? Why are you considering
because
this?
Because
for example, I can tell you my face from the front look like this, but on the side it looks different. Is this deceiving?
No, that's a false equivalence, bro. That's a totally false equivalence. Listen, a geometric form is different than the properties of your face. But it's talking just a straight geometric form. Now we look, the oceans, right? Most of the earth is covered in ocean water, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now that water appears to be flat at all scales. It's flat in your bathtub, it's flat in a pond, it's flat in a lake. It seems flat on the ocean. And even though it seems flat, you have to believe that somehow you are not perceiving reality as it really is. Why would God create a reality that is not how it really is? That it's actually something else. And the only way you can see the way it really is to go to, secular heaven, which is outer space, right? That was not necessary. So you go to outer space, right? That's the only place you can see the earth as it really is, when you go to a magical place. I call it secular heaven because that's what it is. It's just like when they used to say, hey, you're going to go up to heaven. Well, there's a secular heaven for atheists. It's called a rocket ship. And they get in their rocket ship and they're going to go to their heaven and then they're going to see the earth as it really is. But the religious, the believers in a creation, that's not how they get to heaven. And how they see it, see things as it really is. Things just are the way they are, right? Like what looks flat. You ever consider this? You said, hey, it looks flat because it's actually just a ball that's so big it just looks flat. When it also looks flat, things that are flat, they look flat. And it's a simpler explanation to say it looks flat because it is flat than it looks flat because it's a giant ball. Now, this is just surface level, like, hey man, what's going on here? Well, I never really thought about this stuff. But we can figure out which one it really is by simply measuring the surface of the earth. You can measure the earth. And you can measure the earth and demonstrate that the surface of the earth, the surface of the oceans of the world, do not curve into a ball. Because we can measure whether they are or not. Very simply.
But even the circle has measurement and size. In mathematics, a circle can be measured.
Yeah, that's right. And they say that the Earth is I'm going to use frickin' imperial. This one I'm familiar with. So it says the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, it's something like 7,635 kilometers or something. Okay, that's the radius. So that being the case, that's what they say it is. We can test and measure the world to see if that's actually true. We can go, hey, okay, if the surface of the Earth is curving, if I shoot a laser, how far does the laser, if it's level, and the Earth is curving and the laser's going straight, then they should get farther away from each other, right? Shoot it 1 mile away. Let's say that the laser's 8 inches above the water. And then 2 miles away, it'll be 32 inches above the water. And then 3 miles away, it'll be 64 inches above the water. Right? This is a formula called 8 inches per mile squared. That's how much the Earth is supposed to curve. Now, as you can see, is because it's exponential, it's going to start curving a lot. So in 10 miles, the curvature is supposed to be 66 feet. That's a 6-story building. So if you were at the beach and 10 miles away there was a building that was 6 stories tall, you should not see it at all. 10 miles is like, I don't know, 15 kilometers or something. 66 feet is like 23 meters. So think, in 15 kilometers, 23 meters, no see. You don't see it at all. But that's not what we actually observe when we go out and we test these things. We find that what they say Earth isn't actually out there in the world. The only way you're ever going to find a globe is if you watch a screen or look in a book. You're never going to find it out in nature. But that's how science works. So you test things in nature.
Yeah.
When we go into nature, it's just not there. And that's like, we're not here to convince you the Earth is flat. A lot of people get messed up in their head. Hey, this Flat Earth channel, they're trying to convince us the Earth is flat. No, we're not trying to do that. We can't do that. We know that's not even possible. I can't convince you the Earth is flat. Only one person can convince you, yourself. The only way you can be convinced is to go out and test it yourself. There's no amount of words I can say. It's not like I have better propaganda than the government or NASA, and somehow I'm going to do some magic and convince you the way they convinced you. I wouldn't even want to convince you the way they convinced you because they didn't offer you any evidence. I'm offering you evidence, and I'm offering you that you can test the evidence. They're not offering you either of those things. They're saying we have the evidence, but they're saying their evidence you can't test.
Well, listen, the most actually evidence that convinced me that the Earth is circle is the Magellan trip. Well, you said to me.
I'm going to post in that. Listen, I'm going to post in the chat Magellan's trip on a flat Earth. Okay, I'll just post the image of his route that he took.
Okay, send it here. Are you gonna?
Yeah, I'll post in the text chat. Yeah.
Okay.
And Magellan didn't make it. He died on the trip, by the way, just to let you know. His crew made it.
What is the name?
Magellan. Ferdinand Magellan. So in the chat, this would be Magellan's route on a flat Earth. Approximately. This isn't a freaking. This is just a representation.
But, listen, I took their lesson. I don't think how exactly long time ago, but maybe over than 6 years before. But if it was, as you claim, he took it circularly, then it's gonna actually be the same time as taking it the other way, the opposite way. But when he took it like around the circle, here there must be a time change. And this is what he discovered, because they used to go, I don't really remember like what they said. But my problem, listen, my weakness is that I'm not really remembering exactly all the parameters of what he did.
Okay.
But I remember that it was convincing.
Okay, so Magellan, as far as the time change, he had no way to keep time. They hadn't invented that type of clock yet. That was actually a contest the British had. It was called the Award for Longitude or something, because time is based upon longitude as far as seagoing goes. He had no way to know how long he took or anything. All he can do is count sunrises and sunsets. But hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
It's obviously going to take different times going in one direction than the other because of sea currents.
Because what?
Ocean currents.
Okay. But I mean, like, for example, like, let's imagine, okay? Like, we have a white surface and we draw like 2 points on this paper. Like, for example, we draw India and we draw America, okay? And of course, the paper is going to be flat surface. So if we did as you guys are saying, like, for example, from India, instead of going the usual way that people thought that this was the only way, and then the other way that Magellan did, it will actually be like almost the same time, despite the ocean يعني changes, but it's gonna actually be the same time, but the opposite directions. Do you get me? But taking it from around the Earth, this will take more time, and this is what's
The
happening.
only way what you're saying was true is if India was on the opposite side of the freaking globe as Spain, which it isn't.
I don't know, where did he go from? Was he from India? I think he was looking for something and then he found himself in India. Is
He
that
went
right?
from Spain. Look, if you look at this map, he went from Spain, South America, through the Pacific,
Yeah.
right?
I remember that he found himself in India and he was confused. Like, how am I reaching to India when I was going to the opposite direction? You know, it's like if you're going from the west,
Yeah, but directions are
east,
circles,
and then
though.
you find yourself again in the east.
I know, but your directions are circles.
So you mean
They're
it's like
circles. The opposite
circle around
direction doesn't matter. Look, man, look. If you have a circle, it doesn't matter what way you walk around the circle. You can go clockwise or counterclockwise. You're gonna end up in the same place, right? He was confused because he was confused. Like his confusion don't do anything because it's just a circle. That's why it's called circumnavigation. It means navigating in a circle.
Okay.
So they're navigating, right? And they're using Polaris, the North Star, as a point which they're circling around.
All right.
Okay, so that's all they're doing. They're not going over. There is no globe. They're not flipping upside down. There's no upside down people. Ask T-Dub. T-Dub is not upside down from us. He's in Australia.
Okay. Well,
I understand that, like, this is heavy news, okay? And like a lot of people, when they think of flat Earth, they go, "Well, where does the sun go under the disk and then come up on the other side?" No, everything is happening on the surface. There's no underneath. There's no outside. There's none of these things. Those ideas were created in 300 BC by a bunch of Greeks that were probably on a bunch of drugs. Like outer space, that was invented in 300 BC.
what about the stars?
What
Yani,
about
I
'em?
mean, we people, we can't see them. We can't see them. I can see the stars.
Yeah. So
Are they real? Are you saying that they're
you
not
see
real?
them, of course they're real.
So you mean the other planet? But sometimes,
Okay,
like,
so
we
this is the thing. Okay, so this is the thing. You guys get confused or something over this. I'm gonna be nice and not flip out. I'm gonna count to 10. Okay. Okay. We see stars. We see planets. Now there's a story about what they are, where they are, what they're doing, and the place they're in. Okay. That they're.
Let me ask you, why does
Okay.
the moon?
Listen. You let me finish. Are you actually listening? Are you actually listening? Okay. So there's a story about what they are, right? Their composition, how old they are, how they were created, all these things. We say planets and stars exist. Those stories about what they are, where they are, what they're doing, what they're made out of, how old they are, those stories are bullshit stories. Okay? That's what's fake. Stars and planets exist. What they say they are, that's crap. They have no way to actually know, and there's no way to actually verify it.
Okay.
Like what? Like, listen, people have been making up stories about the stars and the planets since human beings could first look at the stars and planets, right? You know, the Greeks had their story, the Indians had their story, the Mayans had their story. What are the stars? What are the planets? What are the constellations? What does all this mean? And today, everybody's like, yes, we have our story, but our story is the right one. Everybody else was wrong. Do you think that is? You think that like in 1,000 years, that our stories are going to be correct, and then 1,000 years from now, they're going to be like, yes, they figured this out 1,000 years ago, or they're going to be saying, man, they were a bunch of dummies. They thought the stars were made of gas. They thought the planets were made of freaking rock. They thought all this stuff. They're going to just say we're a bunch of idiots.
Hello? All right.
Because there's no way to verify it, because we can't go there. You understand that?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, look. Imagine you're in your house, right?
Yeah.
And you've never been outside your house, and all you can do is look out the window. And you're looking out the window, and you see a city, and you see these things going by, and they got wheels, and they go by really fast, and they're shiny. And sometimes when it gets dark out, they got lights on them. Now you could make up all kinds of stories about what those things are, right? But you're never going to actually know unless you leave your house and go actually see that it's a car with wheels and an engine and light bulbs and all that stuff on it. But you could make up all sorts of stories about what those things out there beyond your window are. But you're never going to know for certain until you actually verify it. And that's what they look at the stars and the planets, and it's the same thing. They're just looking at it and making up stories.
So how can someone verify it if you can't go?
That's not my problem.
But
that's their problem. Maybe you should just stop believing things that people say.
The problem with this, even flat people, or the flat Earth people, they can't go to the moon, without permission.
I know that.
So
no one's going to the moon.
Yeah, and this is why none of us can verify. Neither the flat people, the flat.
I know
Earth,
that. I admit that. Yeah, we can't verify it. Right. That's what I'm trying to tell you, though. It's like we don't know a lot of things just as humanity. And just as humanity, we don't know a lot of things, but we lie to ourselves and we say we do to make ourselves feel better.
What do you think? You think that the Earth is flat, but what do you think the shape of it? Is it circle, flat?
I don't think it has a shape.
Random?
I don't think that means anything. No, I don't think it's inside of something like we draw a square, right? It's inside of a piece of paper. I could draw a square on a piece of paper, then the paper is what's called an embedding space, and the square I drew is what's inside the embedding space, is an object inside it. I do not think the Earth is an object inside of some embedding space. I don't think the Earth is. I think Earth is more like the sheet of paper than it is the square I drew on the sheet of paper. There's nothing outside.
Okay. Have you ever saw the moon?
In the sky, yeah.
Yeah. What it looks like?
A circle.
Why? Why is that? Is it a flat circle?
No. Okay. That's another thing you guys do. You did it before. You said other planet. Earth isn't a planet. Earth isn't the moon. Earth isn't a star. Earth isn't the sun. Earth is unique. Earth is unique.
I want to just talk.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the moon is because it has nothing to do with the Earth.
How did you know?
Because it doesn't share any similarities.
Well, should it have?
I never walked around Earth and been like, this looks just like the moon.
What about the sun? What about the sun?
Same thing, dude. Same thing.
What does it look like?
A circle.
Is it similar to the moon?
Yes.
They don't have similarity.
Yeah, they do amongst each other, but we're not them.
And the moon
Earth is look, bro. Look, like you're not understanding. Earth is unique. Do you know what that word means? Unique.
Everything everything is unique. The sun is unique also, and the moon is unique.
No, I mean absolutely unique. It shares no similarities with anything else.
Hmm.
Is there water, life, people, plants, animals, air?
Yeah, I
Nothing
know.
that's on Earth that we experience is seen in any of these celestial bodies.
Hmm.
Not
You
even on
guys,
Venus.
do you guys think there is only one Earth?
What? Yeah, there's only one Earth. Yes.
Maybe there is another Earth, but we don't know about it. But
Yeah,
we
maybe there's
didn't
a
go
million dimensions, and maybe we're brains in jars, and we don't have hands.
exactly.
Like,
It's, you know, everything I'm saying is actually agreeing what you said because we have never gone out there. We don't know what is there. You know, none of us went. So we cannot say that there is another Earth or there is no.
well,
We
I mean,
can't.
I
We
believe in
didn't
the
go there.
Holy Scriptures, so yes, I can.
You what?
I
You
I believe in the Holy Scriptures, so yes, I can. That there's only one Earth.
the Holy Scripture, is it for
The
Christianity?
Bible, dude. Yes.
Mm. Do you think that the Bible you're believing is correct?
Yes.
Is it this? Do you believe in Jesus?
Yes.
That do you believe that this Bible is the same one that Jesus had had from God?
The Bible wasn't. Listen, the Bible wasn't composed until like the 4th century.
So how can you make sure that this is exactly what the message that Jesus had?
Apostolic succession.
What?
There was apostolic succession, so Jesus' apostles
Mm.
appointed successors.
Well, for me, since
And
I'm a
they've
Muslim,
appointed successors, and Jesus said that he is going to maintain his church. Right? So Jesus said that there's going to be a true church and that he is going to make sure that it's maintained. And that way to maintain that is apostolic succession. So it's a series of like people passing that, basically passing the torch. I'm not talking about the Catholic Church either, but I am talking about apostolic succession. There was a mechanism put in place to ensure that the church teachings maintained. The Bible didn't exist at the beginning of the church. Like 3 days after Jesus died, the Bible didn't pop out of the frickin' air, right? There was other methods. It was an oral tradition initially, and then it went to some writings called lectionaries, and then that changed, and then eventually they made the canon of the Bible and put all the books together, and that was the Orthodox Church.
have you ever read about Islam?
Have I? Only in passing. Only in passing. I read. I mean, I've never read any words of the Quran.
Mm. You know, Islam, the message of Islam, it is the same message that Jesus, the true message that Jesus came with. We believe in Islam, we believe in the same God you're believing in. Our belief is that there is another only.
I don't necessarily agree with it.
You don't have to agree, but I'm telling you, as a Muslim person, I believe in only one God, which is the God that Jesus was believing in. And
okay, is Allah a deceiver?
What?
Is Allah a deceiver?
No, no.
Okay, then
Allah
why would
not
he make a flat looking ball?
Why are you considering this as a deceiver from first place?
Because
This is your perspective.
it's not. Look, because
Yeah.
it's showing that where you live isn't actually how you experience it. That it's something else.
Why? Why is this?
I mean, why? I don't know why you're not comprehending. Imagine you lived in the desert, right? That it looked like a desert, but was actually the ocean.
It looks like a
You
desert.
perceived it as water, but it was actually sand.
Well, I don't think that these two examples are the same.
I do because
Is the water
flat and curved are dichotomous, right? They're not the same. They're the opposites. So either the surface is flat or it's curving, right? So we perceive it as flat. And if it's curving, that means our perception of what it actually is incorrect. Do you understand perception? That means our perception of the world is incorrect. We see the world in one way. We perceive it one way. This is before thought, right? Like we don't think about it, right? We look, go, oh man, that just looks flat. You don't have to draw a conclusion. You don't have to say, yeah, it is flat. You don't have to draw any conclusion. But that's how we perceive it. Just we see it with our eyes that way, right? And then to say that we see the world one way, but it's actually not that way, that's a deception. Why are we perceiving stuff not really like as it is?
Okay, if we're gonna talk in the same perspective or same logic you're talking to, for example, if I looked in my hands, will you see the bacteria and germs on it?
No.
No, but is this considered deceiving? God didn't let you see the bacteria. No, because
it's not foundational though.
It's
it's not foundational like where you live. Do you understand that this is where you live? Okay.
As a human, I want to say something. As a human, we have like limited, I don't know what to call it, powers or limited
perceptions. Let's just say perceptions.
Perceptions, yes. Like there's some stuff our human brain cannot deal with. For example, your human eye.
I'm sure this is in the Quran.
It's the same. I'm not really sure. Listen, I know I'm a Muslim, but I'm not a perfect Muslim, okay? I do have some sins and mistakes, but the main thing I do is my own belief. First thing first, what difference like a believer than an atheist is believing in God. I'm in the same side with you in this.
Okay,
because
yeah, but I'm trying to help you, and you're like biting my hand right now. So it's really what I'm trying to tell you is, you ever hear this? Like you can ask 5 questions.
Yeah.
How, what, where, when, why.
Okay.
The earth is where. It's a very fundamental question. Where am I? Right? Why? God. When?
Okay,
sometime after the creation, right?
Yeah.
What? Human being. So all these are really foundational questions: is where, what, why, when, how.
Exactly.
But you're saying that the where, it's not a deception to perceive it as like not the way it really is. So we see, hey, we are. It looks like this, but I'm not really on. That's not really the way it is. My where is wrong.
All right.
My where says flat Earth, but it's not that. It's something else.
So let me ask you,
that's a deception to me.
How can we as a human being, how can we know the answers for these important questions? How can we know the answers? Who can you trust?
I don't
measure the earth.
I can trust me.
Who are you? Who are you? You're such an ignorant human.
Yeah, but I can read a tape measure.
What?
I can read a tape measure.
You can read?
Yeah, a tape measure. I can measure the earth.
Okay, so
we can all measure the earth to see what it is.
Okay,
it doesn't take an expert.
The other questions, where is the earth? Okay, you measured it. You have the measurement. But how can you the answers about the other questions? Where is it? How can you know it? What is the most reliable source you can have answers from? For example,
perception of the senses.
Scientists?
No, perceptions with the senses. That's the most reliable source. That's how we interact with the world. Our senses. Hearing, taste, touch, sight. That's how we interact with the world. Without those things, we wouldn't even know the world exists.
Does touching the world will tell you where is the earth?
No, there is no.
So
there is no where is the earth. There is no where is the earth. Okay, it's not somewhere.
You asked me the 5 questions. You asked me the 5 questions. Where is the earth?
Yeah, we're talking about you, not the earth. We're talking about you. Where are you?
Where am I in the earth?
Yeah, where are you? Yes, you're on the earth. And what is the earth? Is it flat or is it a big ball?
I don't know.
Do you think either one, that choice, whatever the answer is, do you think that there's a difference in what you should think about the world and life and reality and
For me,
existence
it
and
doesn't make a difference. I don't think it makes a difference for me, whether flat or circle.
yeah, that's because you have faith. So it's not the people. You're not the people. The idea is aimed at that. It's aimed at to turn people into atheists.
I'm not what?
It's aimed. The aim of it is to turn people into atheists.
Hmm.
You don't seem to have that problem, but you're not everybody.
I actually used to thought that atheist people believe that the earth is flat.
There ain't no atheist flat earthers, bro. How can you have me atheist flat earther?
So atheist people think it's circle?
A globe? Yes. The most hardcore fucking atheists, pardon my French, man, they're all globetards. They're the ones who oppose us the most. They'll come into this chat, and because they're atheists and they think, oh, flat earth, there must be religious. I can't stand that, so I'm gonna go in there and mess with them.
I don't know.
Anyway, I gotta use the restroom, so I don't know.
Okay,
Sesu, you want to talk to her?
Who?
You're still here?
Yeah.
Sesu, he's a good dude, man. He'll lead you the right way.
So, what is your real major hang up here? Is it that somebody who you think smarter than you says it's a globe, so they're correct just because they're smarter than you in your eyes?
What? Excuse me. What did you say again?
So I've been listening to the conversation, right?
Yeah.
And I hear you saying, who are you to make this determination, right? As if somehow this is some kind of specialized field. The dimensions that we're given for the earth that we live on is a very predictable, very easy detectable curve. Okay, this is not something that is so undetectable and so hard to do that a regular individual can't figure it out. Very simple. So even though you may look at us, coming to this server and going, oh, a bunch of crazy flat earthers that, most of them are probably just uneducated or whatever. No, we have people that work in very specialized fields with lots of technical ability and a lot of engineering ability. Very brilliant people here. You're not dealing with idiots, okay? But we've also done the math. We've also run through all of the claims about the globe and how big it is and where we should find it. It's just not there, okay? There is no globe. It's just not. It's just an idea.
No, I'm not saying, no offense to anybody. I didn't say that anyone is dumb or something.
I know.
I'm wrong. But what I
I
said
know.
is, still, as long as none of us can go into the space and see it by himself, we can't, He's been telling to me, you have to go outside by yourself to know the truth. And since we can't do this unless with the permission of the government, so we will not be able,
Yeah, I know. I think you're still trying to kind of convince yourself. You're not going to be convincing me. You must think that you haven't thought about this. What I'm saying is that I've had every thought that you've had. Okay, I already know what you're saying.
Yeah.
You think that we all were born flat earthers? No, we all believe the globe as much or probably more than you did, and we know much more about it. Okay, we know much more about this concept, but we went ahead and looked on the earth to see if it's curving. It's just not. It's just as you experience it. It's a very vast, flat, motionless place. That's what it is. And you don't have to go outside of the earth to look down on it and see the ball, because believe it or not, that's the only way that you've ever seen the earth as a ball. Every other time that you experience it in your real life, It's just a flat, motionless plane. It's always been that way. You don't even really think about it, I doubt, but that's what it is.
Mm. All right.
So, I mean, listen, this is a lot to bite off for anybody. I know that people come in here real curious. I'm sure when you came in, you were curious, right?
Yeah.
But we are serious. It's very serious. We have measured the Earth, and it is not curving. In fact, believe it or not, all the industries, right? The people who make the maps, all the people who navigate when they build on it, they always measure it that way. There's no curve for them to measure. They measure it flat all the time. They travel across it and navigate it flat. That's what they do. That's how this place is treated. And it's documented. And you don't have to take my word for it. We have the documents from the government. So they're treating the place as it exists, motionless and flat. But that's a lot to bite off in one conversation. So I get it. I'm sure you're like, there's no way, right? These people have got to be nuts. And I know, I get it.
Listen, it's all right. I'm really open-minded.
Well, that's good.
Really, and even the things that you were saying to me about Magellan Strip, that he was taking circles instead of going around, it's fine. It's actually possible to be happening. But I still cannot have a side, you understand? I'm not a round side, and I can't also be a flat side.
That's fine. We're not trying to convince you. We're just trying to kind of give you the information. And part of what we're trying to do is cut through the cognitive bias that you have, that really strong belief in the globe. We're trying to just, if you say you're open-minded, let's just crack that in half and just kind of separate yourself from the image that you have about what the earth is and look at it. Like open your eyes, listen to what we're saying, look at the documents and the measurements that we take, all that stuff, and you process it. We're not trying to convert you. Some people, I think y'all should just go back to the ball. It's where you want to be, and there's a lot of people out here that just stay on the ball side. If it's way too hard to consider the earth is flat, that's fine. We could probably still get along. But in the meantime, if you can just separate yourself from all the things that you thought you knew and just think for a second, what do I experience? Just like Indio said, the senses is the best thing that we have. I mean, we can't even read our tools without our senses. Okay? So we need our eyes, we need our faculties, the smell, the taste, all that. We need to, that's how we're supposed to experience the earth, is through the body. Yeah. And the body is going to help us understand, is the earth moving? No, it doesn't. It's as solid as can be. This place ain't moving at all. It's a flat plane. It's the stars that move. You know this because when you wake up in the morning, the sun is over there. And at the end of the day, it's on the other side of the sky. And you go, most people are like, oh, the sun is setting, the sun is going down. They're describing it as it actually is. The sun is going down. That's what it appears to be doing. The earth is not moving at all. It's the sky and the stars that move in a circuit, just as described in the Quran, right? And I mean, the Quran also points to the Torah and the Injil, and as the Bible describes. If some of the Bible is true, I know most Muslims don't believe that most of the Bible is true, but all the claims that are being made in the Bible and the Quran is that the earth is a flat plane, as described by God, right? So that's what it is. The ancient cultures all knew this. They've made calendars and they've followed the pattern of the eclipses, and they have that all documented, and that's the same pattern that we follow today. It's just a reading of the sky. It's not what you think it is. It's not a vast empty space. It just isn't.
All right. Okay, it was nice conversation actually, and nice arguments. I will maybe read more about this topic and see what convinced me more.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're not trying to convince you, but thanks for coming in, and you're welcome here anytime. You've been really chill. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I have another question, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
it's not exactly about having flat Earth, but it's similar, Yani, in those topics. Do you guys think that there is more land, or I mean, like for now, they say that we have seven. I don't know what to call it, like Asia,
7
America.
continents. Yeah,
Yeah. Do you
continents.
think that there is more in this Earth?
I have no idea. There are people out there that think that the Earth is much, much, much more vast than we kind of can tell that it is. And there's all kinds of land all over the place, but they have no way of proving that. That's a complete speculation. It's just an idea. I don't think that there's more than I think what we've set foot on, but I could be very, very wrong. And I mean, there are old maps. Believe it or not, there's a lot of old maps that have land masses on them that are not on our maps today. And I'm saying that they're underwater. It's just that they remove them from the map, which is very interesting, right? So, still within the size of the Earth that you would kind of imagine it to be on a map, but there is land in places that there isn't anymore, according to the maps. So, I mean, I think that's interesting. A lot of it is in the north. But no, I mean, if you're going to ask me, I don't think there's much more land. No.
Do you think that if there is more, would it appear in the satellite?
Well, that's the thing. So the satellite, right? Like, let's say that just for the sake of argument, that there's something in the sky that's taking pictures of the Earth. The distance that these objects are supposed to be are not going to be far enough away where you could recognize all of the land masses at one time. They are very close and they take strips of data because they want accuracy. They're not really worried about the big picture. So they would rather be closer than farther away. And so they take sections of the Earth in small bits and then they put the pieces of the puzzle together. But even those photographs, they don't take those photographs and then transfer them onto anything that you could probably recognize as the Earth. I imagine what they would have is a large flat readout, because that's how the pictures are taken. They're taken from directly above at 90 degrees. So whatever they take pictures of is going to be flat, but I digress. Who knows if they've seen more land with whatever they have in the air taking pictures? I don't know. There's enough stuff on Google Earth. If you get on Google Earth, there's all kinds of interesting things that they find through the aerial footage that they have of the Earth that people have to go investigate. There's a lot of stuff that's like we've never discovered before, or something that's hidden, things that disappear. Google Earth is fascinating that way, but they've captured a heck of a lot from the photographs that they've taken of the surface.
All right. Okay, guys. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Yeah, the Earth is stopping the gas from...
Yeah, the rock underneath the gas that isn't attached to the gas is stopping entropy from taking place, because the rock, the Earth, is really, really big.
I don't think it's stopping entropy from taking place.
Really?
Because entropy is still increasing.
How the fuck are we still breathing then?
Why would
we wouldn't
why
have
would
developed
be...
gas pressure? That's the point.
Like, are you asking why there is gas pressure?
Oh, I understand why there's gas pressure. It's very well defined. Gas pressure is defined as the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, like, for example, a balloon. And I understand if there's no physical container, the gas, very unpolitely, is going to fuck off, because that's what gas does. You've got to contain it to keep it somewhere. If you've got a breach in your container, then you're going to get a flat tire.
Well, unless you have another force acting on it.
Yeah, but gravity hasn't been thought about as a force. That's old and busted. That's like voodoo magic. That Cavendish.
Like, you don't think that like gravity is like a fundamental force or anything?
No, you don't, or you shouldn't, right? It's not what you're taught at college and universities today regarding fundamental. Gravity hasn't been thought as a fundamental force since 1915. Einstein doesn't describe gravity as a force. It's the curvature of space-time.
Yeah, and do you think that space-time is curved by gravity?
No, that's a mathematical concept.
It's not curved by gravity, it's curved curved by the existence of mass.
Okay, and then the mass itself changes. Yeah, I'm a computer scientist. I really only know like these like just from like Wikipedia articles and stuff. So I'm
actually the curvature of space-time isn't even the mass itself. It's just like the bubble around it, like a magnetic field, like the ley lines of it.
Yeah, cool story, Swell Dog.
Mass is actually like a unit of measure anyway. It's not even a thing. It's the measure of the resistance to acceleration.
Yeah.
Can't cause things, can't freaking attract things, can't do any of that stuff. So,
okay, well,
listen, hold on 1 second. I wanted to say this. So, you know that science is based upon empiricism, right? The actual observation of the natural world. That's what it's the foundation of science. If you're not with that, then you're rejecting the entire foundation of science. If you don't.
Yeah, no, I don't reject the entire foundation of science.
So you agree that any scientific claim needs empirical validation in the natural world?
Any scientist? I mean, I guess there are scientists or sciences that don't necessarily require that. I guess because like math is
pseudosciences.
Then they wouldn't be science.
And
yeah, that'd be pseudosciences.
So I guess if you're asking it like that, I don't tend to think that because like math doesn't have like external natural things that we.
Math isn't science, though. Math isn't science. That's why they call it STEM. What is math? Mathematics? It's a human activity. Abstract ideas. No. You know what STEM is, right? Science, technology, engineering, and math. Not called math, and math.
Well, technology isn't called science either, but technology is like a science. There's science of technology.
It applies scientific principles, but it's not science in the pure sense, in the sense that they're investigating the natural world, right? Science investigates the natural world and the things in it. That's the definition of science. And science has to be called science, it has to be, whatever your claim or theory is, it has to be testable and empirically validated in the natural world, right? Otherwise, how can it possibly be science? What are we even talking about? It's a whole category. That's the category of science, natural world. That's what we're dealing with. Okay. I know nowadays we've freaking expanded the term to mean freaking pretty much any investigation. Oh man, I freaking counted the number of midgets on Pornhub. I'm doing science. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to like abuse the term in that way.
Okay, but I'm trying to. I mean, yeah, I know that. I'm just saying in common parlance. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in the culture. It's a cultural thing nowadays. Everybody just wants to throw the word around and say it's science when it's not science. The point I'm trying to make is this gas pressure thing. You can talk about gravity, creating gas pressure, gravity forming gas balls, gravity doing this, gravity. Eventually, regardless of how many claims you stack or how many hypotheses you have, to be considered a scientific fact or scientifically validated, you have to do some experiment which would actually demonstrate that that's possible. And nobody can even conceive in an experiment in which gravity would hold a gas away from a vacuum if there was no barrier separating them. No one can even think of even how to do the experiment, much less actually do it.
I can't do an experiment I guess
nobody can do this experiment.
I can't mention Antarctica again.
Nobody can do this experiment.
I would just.
Why do you keep bringing up Antarctica? What's the deal with that?
I just said that I wouldn't.
Are you like obsessed with the final experiment or something?
It's along the lines of China doesn't exist and how you
No,
validate
I
things
just
to be
don't
true.
think that like me knowing something requires me to like.
No,
do
this
the
isn't about
experiment
you.
myself.
Nobody can do this experiment. Nobody can do it. Nobody. Nobody can keep gas pressure away from a vacuum without a barrier. Nobody can do it. You can talk about it. You can say gravity does it. You can say magic fairies do it. But regardless of whatever your claim is, fine. I accept your hypothesis. Now show me the experiment which demonstrates it. You can't. We can do the experiment on the surface of the Earth. We can take a vacuum chamber, we can stick some gas in the bottom, and it doesn't sink to the bottom of the chamber, away from the vacuum. You realize that gravity would have to be able to do work on gas. That means it would change the phase.
Like when
It would change the phase.
like a water bottle upside down, the water falls down.
That's water. We're talking about gas. Water doesn't have that. Liquids don't have
Yeah,
the
but they're
degrees of
both
freedom gas
fluids.
does. Yeah. That's a fallacy account. What was it? I can't remember what fallacy that is. Just because it shares some properties doesn't mean it shares all properties.
Still applies to both gas and liquids.
Yeah, but we're not talking about fluid dynamics. We're talking about thermodynamics. The laws of thermodynamics applied to gas. Gas has an infinite degrees of freedom, whereas liquids do not. That's why gas. You ever seen a phase diagram of water or some other substance? Gas, solid, liquid, supercritical, all that stuff.
Yeah.
They have temperature, pressure, and volume. They don't have gravity. But gravity would have to be able to do work in the phase diagram to change states of matter from solid to liquid to gas based upon the amount of gravity that was present. Nobody even claims that's possible. It's just ridiculous to even think about. The whole idea of this whole space, this gas balls in vacuums, it's just a story, as DJ was saying, or as Jedi and DJ were saying. It's just a story. There's no scientific validation to this story.
I guess that's like, I mean, if we're just allowed to like claim that things are stories, then
it is a story without the evidence.
I can say that a lot of things aren't true in that case because the evidence.
You're right.
Wouldn't be substantial.
You are correct. People make a lot of claims that aren't true. They make a lot of baseless claims that aren't supported by evidence, or in fact have no evidence, and they're just stories.
Like, I wouldn't be able to prove that like Greenland exists.
Yeah, you would. You could go there. You could go there.
I can't go to Greenland.
Right. Why not? Are you prevented from leaving the country?
Well,
are you on the no-fly
list? Saying that I can't go to the moon, then I would also be able to say that I can't go to Greenland.
This is a false equivalence fallacy. Okay.
What am I equivalent, or what am I equivalent?
You're making equivalent going to the moon and going to Greenland.
No, I don't think it's the same. I'm just saying, like, if I can't move one long distance, why can't I move a longer distance? Like, at what distance am I not allowed to move anymore?
Because you can't even get a distance to the moon. It has no distance that you can observe.
Okay.
How would you, if I said, hey, here's an infinite budget, how are you going to get the distance to the moon? Tell me how you do that.
We actually went over this earlier, and it didn't get very far because I was just going to start hiring people to engineer the equipment and technology required to get there.
How many, when Von Braun first came up with the idea of going to the moon, what did he say was required? You know?
I do not know.
3 rockets larger than the Empire State Building. The Orion program, which is now in Starship or whatever the hell it is, they're saying it's going to take 15 rockets.
Okay.
Because you're using all your fuel when you go into orbit, and then like when you send up refueling, when you send up more fuel, they're using almost all their fuel to go into orbit. You can only carry like a little bit more. So this is what they're saying currently right now: 15 rockets to go to the moon. That's 300,000 miles away.
Yeah. So.
You believe that?
Do I believe that it takes that much equipment to get? I don't know exactly how much it takes off the top of my head.
Do
Not
you
even
believe
exactly.
that it's
I wouldn't be able to
possible?
guess either.
You believe that it's possible to go to the moon?
Yes.
Why?
I believe that it's possible to go to
Can
any
you
of
give it?
the celestial bodies in the solar system conceptually.
Okay, why do you believe that? Did you perform any analysis on why that would be possible?
Well, we can go there. I mean,
That's
there's a
circular
location,
logic.
and it's.
I think we can go there because we can go there.
We can go there because it's a location that can be reached.
How do you know that?
Because the distance can be crossed.
How do you know that? I'm asking you, how do you know that to be true?
Well, how do I know that I can get to my library? Like
because you've been there before. You're not talking. You're trying to make these false equivalences. We're talking about millions of miles, longer than you've ever traveled, longer than any human being has ever traveled.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking you how you know you can do that.
Because if we can walk 1 mile, we can also walk many, many miles.
Okay, but can you walk 7,000 miles?
Personally, I can't, so I would need a
so you can't just walk any distance that you feel like, right? There are limitations, okay? There's physical limitations.
Yeah,
and in this
I
case,
never
there's fuel limitations.
necessarily walk there. I'm just saying that, like,
this is very dishonest of you. It's annoying, quite honestly. You're being very dishonest. You know they're not equivalent. Walking across your library.
I never claimed that they were equivalent.
Then why are you bringing it up?
One is very long and one is not in comparison.
It's more than just long. It's in a vacuum.
So now we're saying that there is a vacuum there.
In your paradigm, this is called an internal critique.
Okay, wasn't sure if you were like conceding that there's a vacuum, but
yeah, you're playing. Listen, rhetorical gimmicks aren't going to work here. And now you've tried two different. Yeah, okay, cool story, bro. That's a cool story. This is your second rhetorical gimmick. You made two false equivalences, and then you made this false concession nonsense.
No, I was just wondering, like, if you.
No, you're not.
Really? I mean, I can believe that you don't think that it's there. I was just checking, like, if you do actually think it's there or not. But I understand that you're working in my framework.
What's where?
That the vacuum is in space.
There is no outer space.
Right. But earlier you were just working in my framework, saying that there was
an internal critique.
Making sure that that's what you meant. I wasn't trying to like be.
That's why I'm asking you. So that's why I'm asking you. How do you know? No, not believe it's possible to go to another planet, the moon, the sun, anything in the sky that's not terrestrial. What makes you believe you can go to those places?
Well, there's nothing stopping us from building a pressurized environment that can be like accelerated out of the atmosphere and reach the destination, even if it has to cross a vacuum.
Okay, so your answer is there's nothing stopping us. This is how you know, because there's nothing stopping us.
Well, there are challenges that need to be overcome, but it's not. Those aren't impossible to solve.
How do you know that?
Because we can build an environment that is pressurized and suitable for human habitation that can reach.
How do you know that?
Far away.
And how do you know that? Because when they did this terrestrial, it was called Biodome, right? They almost all died.
Well, then that was a failed experiment.
He's missing the whole point. He looks into the sky. He sees planets in the sky. He sees that they're round. He said, oh, they must look like the Earth. So the Earth must be round. Well, the Earth is solid, so therefore those things must also be solid. Because the Earth is round just like those things.
Well, I don't think that they're all solid necessarily. Some of them are more like composed of gas and liquid, but may have.
How do you know that?
Look, how do you know anything you're saying is true? Anything.
Because there are people who've studied it.
Okay, how do you know that? That is really important because this is the magic science guy fallacy that all you guys, this is where I'm trying to get to. That you really just believe that there's some guy out there that has all the information that you don't have, and you just trust that this guy exists.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to even say that like climate change exists if I were to have to
It
like.
doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. They don't even have enough
I mean,
thermometers to even tell you what the
there are
temperature of
like
the Earth is.
scientists who study this.
Oh,
and
there's
I know
scientists.
them.
Oh, there's scientists that studied it. That proves it.
Yes,
That's a socio. But Bradley, you know that's a sociological statement, right? That's not a statement about the actual evidence. That's a statement about people.
Yeah, people have studied it.
Yeah, but we don't base science on sociology.
I mean, like I can't like look at an atom myself, but we know that atoms exist.
No, you know no such thing. And atoms don't exist even in the mainstream paradigm because what they call an atom is divisible. An atom means indivisible. So no, atoms don't actually
believe
exist.
that atoms are indivisible. I think that's just the etymology of the word, but they were wrong at the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you, dude. The thing that they call atoms, actually, they found out that they don't.
I can go to protons and neutrons, and then I know that those are composed of quarks.
For Bradley, they thought atoms. You missed the point. Okay, I said atoms don't exist. There was a thing that they thought was atoms. Okay, they found out that the thing they thought was atoms are actually not atoms, and it's actually composed of things. That proved atoms don't exist. Okay? You don't just get to change the word's definition and say, well, atoms still do exist. We're just going to call them divisible things now.
Like, do lids exist? Like, this is almost like.
Do you understand what's been said?
Here we go. How many questions are we away from brain in a jar?
Yeah, not far.
What is brain in a jar?
You're going to start saying we could all be brains in a jar and we don't know anything. We can't actually know anything to be true because we could all be brains in a jar. That's where this is going.
I wasn't actually, like, genuinely, I didn't come up with like, an argument like that.
Or we have to trust somebody at some point, right? Or that.
I was more or less going to go to the point where, like, we have to describe things that we observe with, like, terms and language. And just because, like, the etymology of something might not match what it actually is, it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't call that.
That means it's not a description, and that's an interpretation of what's actually being witnessed.
Look, if you say, hey, there's unicorn. Well, say, here's your theory. There's unicorns, okay? And then you go out, and then you find something, a unicorn, like would be a unicorn, it's a duocorn. It's got two horns instead of one horn. You don't get to just change the definition of unicorn to a two-horned fucking horse and say, yes, a unicorn still exists. That's not how it works, bro. If you say atoms are indivisible and you say they exist, and then you find out nothing is indivisible.
I never said that atoms are indivisible.
That's the definition of the word, dude.
I thought that's just the etymology, because the definition of an atom is just...
When did the definition of the word change? When they found out it wasn't indivisible? Or before that?
Probably after.
Yeah. And all they did was change the definition and called the thing that they were wrong about something else. And then instead of admitting they were wrong, they just called it something else.
Like,
that's how science works. You just change definitions.
We change what we know about things based on observations.
That's fine, but not changing definitions.
Well, why would we have to change the name of an atom to something else?
Okay, we have a category called atoms, right? There was a category of individual freaking elements. They were indivisible. Then they found out they actually are divisible. They maintain the name atoms. Okay?
Like, it comes from, like, Old Greek or something, like
but it was
English, so
yeah, but they didn't stop using that definition until they found out they weren't indivisible. It's supposed to mean indivisible fucking thing of matter. Then they found out, oh, there's nothing that's actually indivisible, so we'll just keep calling it atom and just change the definition. That's not science.
It is hard to, like, make those, like, linguistic changes so much. I understand.
They could have just called them what they are, right? They could have just said, well, there's no such thing as atoms, but there's these electrons, neutrons, and protons, and they coalesce, and we're going to call that something else.
What would you call, like, a bounded group of those things?
Something else. They're at no loss. But dude, there's an infinite amount of words we can use in the English
the word
language.
atom is only supposed to describe the entire unit of.
I forgot what the point was.
The point is that he has to that we know atoms exist. We don't know atoms exist because they don't
by
exist.
definition, atoms don't exist.
So, but like, do you know that neutrons exist? Or like, unless you want to go straight to quarks, we can go to quarks or whatever. I don't care. Like, how do we know that any of those exist if we reject the observations being done by other scientists?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the ontology of quantum particles, that's where it gets fucking weird because.
Like an electron, I don't believe is made up of anything else. It is just an electron. So how can we even say that an electron exists if we've never
Well, I mean,
I've never done.
Now we're going to get into quantum mechanics, and that's why I brought up ontology, because when you get into quantum mechanics, when an electron is quote unquote bound to an atom, it doesn't exist in any particular place. It's a cloud. It's a cloud of probability density. But when it's not bound to an atom and it's flying, it has a ballistic fucking profile when it's an actual particle. So when we get into the quantum realm, we're stuck with these models that model reality, but they don't capture it accurately. But that's not what we're talking about. We're going way down the freaking rabbit hole.
I know.
We're talking about a story about.
If you don't know that the models of like the solar system are valid.
They are valid, but they're not real.
No models.
They're models.
Yes. So why would
you do realize
it's attainable to go to other planets?
No, just because your model works, don't make it true. There's an infinite number of fucking models for any arbitrary data set. You realize that, right?
Sure, but I don't see why.
Okay, so you're reifying the model and saying that you're reifying the model. The model has these geometries of elliptical orbits, and now you're saying, oh, these are actually real in the physical world. That's why I'm asking you how you know this stuff is, like, how you know any of this is true. It's just a story you were told. That's all it is.
So do you believe that, like, electrons exist?
Look, I know electrons exist because I can hook up a cold cathode tube and shoot them at shit.
Yeah, you can send probes to different locations in the solar system.
Yeah.
Just replace
okay, that's just the story you heard.
You also just told me a story.
Oh my god!
I can tell you how to make that. I can tell you how to. I can tell you how to make that right now. You could literally make that in the next 30 minutes. You just got to smash a light bulb.
I do need to like leave and do something else. I appreciate your time. I'm sorry that I am not like being convinced.
I apologize.
No one is trying to convince you. See, that was your first mistake. We're here giving you information to give you information.
Okay, well,
that you don't actually know anything, that you have a bunch of beliefs in this point, and almost religious. It's certainly dogmatic. You have a bunch of dogmatic religious beliefs that you don't even know what they observed.
Yeah, because I don't study those fields.
I wouldn't be able to ask you which scientist, bro. Okay, I could ask you which scientist, you wouldn't know that. You just believe in some magic science guy that's out there because you saw a Discovery Channel documentary.
Well, and
that's the situation. I'm sorry. You have no primary knowledge. You don't even have secondary knowledge. You don't even have tertiary knowledge of the claims that you believe in. This is like a game of telephone. We don't even know what's said.
Well, I actually think that this channel is extremely toxic and is really bad for science communication, and I think that space exploration is very important.
So you were here to get on your soapbox? So you actually came here to get on your soapbox. So you came here to get on your soapbox and say, we're trying to convince you, pretend we're not convincing you when we're never trying to do that in the first place, then get up on your soapbox and say, this channel's bad. It's misinformation. Go get vaccinated.
I didn't say it was misinformation. I think
Everything we tell us one factual error. Listen, hey, dude, real simple. Tell us one factual error we said to you. Factual error.
That gas can't be affected by gravity.
Okay, show us how it's a factual error with an experiment.
Yeah.
See,
listen, you want to know what Newton said? You want to know what Newton said? If it can't be, want to know what Newton said? He said, if it can't be resolved with the experiment, it's not worthy of debate. Show us the experiment.
Yeah,
gas pressure gravity creating gas pressure right now. Gravity creating gas pressure right now, dude.
We explore other celestial bodies.
You're not exploring shit, dude. You're not a spaceman. You're not a spaceman. You're not exploring shit. You're watching TV. You're watching a fucking screen. You're not doing anything.
Exploring more of the solar system.
Nobody's exploring anything. The only thing you're exploring is 57 channels and nothing on. I clicked through the internet. I see space fucking CGI. That's the only thing you did. You're not exploring anything. You're not one of them. You're not a spaceman. You're not in their club.
And
none of the people listening to you are in their club.
Just completely.
There's no we, dude.
All of the science
There's
that they're doing.
There's no we. You're not with them.
You guys are.
You're a stuck-up sycophant. That's what you are.
Other scientists and astronomers do is bad.
Have we talked to? No, don't straw man us. First of all, I've talked to scientists. I've talked to PhDs in physics. I've talked to fucking astronomers. I've talked to astrophysicists. I've talked to cosmologists. I talked to people that work for NASA. I talked to them in this chat. Have you? Who have you talked to?
I still think that it's bad to.
Who cares what you think? You have an ignorant opinion.
That has been done.
You don't know anything about science. You could listen. You said that science can be done without fucking experiment.
I didn't say that.
It's an empirical part of science is the experiment.
The science.
That's not science, dude.
Yeah, I know. I understand that math isn't science at this point. I had always thought that it was like some sort of science, but I guess
Bradley, feel my love.
No.
Feel love.
Feel my mute button. So this is very simple. Math is not science.
I understand that math is not science at this point. It's
okay, but science is a systematic.
But
the definition of science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Okay, the natural world, not the synthetic world, not the man-made world,
I mean,
not the abstract world.
Simulations, or do we count simulations as
No, simulations are not science. No,
like, I've done simulation studies before, and like they were.
And you didn't do science. Okay, well, what was the physical, actual experiment that you conducted? Because this is the natural world, not the simulated world. Not the simulated worlds. You're back to the reification. You've now made things that are immaterial material in your own mind. It's stupid. I don't know why you're doing it. We will be using these simulations. Then we're going to we're going to be doing natural science with material, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say that simulation experiments are part of natural science.
No, they're not.
They're not. They're not part of any science.
I never claimed that they would be. I just said that they are scientific studies that you can do.
They're not scientific.
Why wouldn't they be scientific? You can have a hypothesis.
Because they don't involve the natural world.
So you're saying that science can only be done on the natural world?
That's how science is defined.
I don't think that's true because
pointing out the
okay, look in the Oxford Dictionary right now. It says the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it.
So
very specifically, it also say outside of man's influence, so not caused by man, as in man's not there, and you're just the observer in the natural world and looking at the phenomena occurring, and you making predictions as to what causes that and validating that hypothesis through an experiment. This is natural science. The thing and tool that you would use.
No, I'm not saying that simulation studies are natural science. I'm just saying it is science.
They're not science. In what sense are they science? How are they falsifiable?
You have a hypothesis. And you want to experiment.
Okay, what is a hypothesis? Tell us what a hypothesis actually is in science, a hypothesis. Give us a scientific hypothesis that you can do with a simulation.
Okay, here's a scientific hypothesis you can do in a simulation. For example, I was working with a simulation for pandemic spreading. So I could say that
fucking explains everything.
decreasing the rate of spread of a virus will decrease the amount of patients in the simulation getting affected or infected. So that can be tested through various experiments in the simulation by decreasing the viral transmission of the virus, and you can observe in the simulation how many patients get infected. And
glad you saved so many simulated lives.
Support or not support your hypothesis.
Holy cow.
Okay. Nothing about that science. You're ready to.
How is that not science?
How could it be?
Because you're performing.
Okay. Let's tell. Okay.
Against the hypothesis.
Let's say you are doing science. Your simulation. Can we get any physical laws of nature from your simulation? I want to make. Can we get a law? Can we even get a law within your simulation? Because the object of science is define what the physical laws of nature are, right? So like that's the object. That's the end goal. We want to know the laws of nature, right? The physical laws. Let's say we're gonna take your simulation. Where are the laws of the simulation within the simulation, right? Can we find any laws within your simulation? You can't even do the basic object of science.
Hard-coded laws within the simulation.
Okay, so what do they tell you about the simulation? Nothing, because you wrote it.
I didn't write the simulation.
I'm just saying, you get it, right? Look, it's like, okay, I'm going to perform an experiment in Grand Theft Auto. I'm going to punch all the hookers that I see and see if I can still get laid. Okay, that's stupid, dude. You're just playing a circle jerk in a video game. That's not science.
This is a bit weird, right?
I mean, you might not think it's an important science, but it is a scientific experiment.
Please. Science is and only anything that adheres to the method. That's what natural science is, right?
Yeah. To the scientific method, you can use the scientific method.
I haven't finished, dude. What you do after that isn't going to be science, though. Right? If you do some kind of mathematical study or some kind of modeling or computer program or whatever, that's not science. The bit where you followed the scientific method, that was the science, wasn't it?
What is performing an experiment on a model then? What if not science?
No, it's not a model. Not a model, dude. Listen, let's see if we can do the scientific method with your simulation.
I'm just asking, what would you call doing a scientific experiment against a model?
We're not doing one.
We're going to get there. We'll see if a model even applies, right? Whatever you think a model is. So what was the naturally observed phenomena that you're trying to study?
For example, in a simulation for like the spread of COVID.
I'm asking you, what was the actual observation you made in nature so that we can study the cause of the effect? What was it?
Well, it wasn't a natural experiment. It was an experiment on a model.
Oh, so this is not science then?
So what would you call it? That's what I'm asking. If it is not science, what are the experiments on the models called?
These are not, listen, bro, your models, first of all, yeah, this is ridiculous. So you don't have anything in nature you can point to that we're going to be conducting any kind of scientific method or
I'm not even claiming that it's science anymore. I'm just asking, what do you call an experiment against a model?
People doing stupid shit to figure out stuff that they really can't conclude anything about. That's what you call science. You're like, oh, if someone's just studying it,
I'm not calling it science anymore.
Right, hold on. I think I can. I think I got an olive branch. Right, so the closest thing you will get to a scientific model, and a scientific model is a very particular type of beast. It will be based on one or more validated scientific hypotheses. So this is what I was saying earlier, right? The science bit, that's when you do the science bit, the natural observation, the prediction of experiments to validate the hypothesis. What you do after, mathematical fucking feeling studies, all of these types of things, right? If you've got a scientific model, it's got to be based on scientific hypotheses. but the model isn't science. The science is the scientific method and the experiment. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Good. So what's the problem?
I'm just asking, what would you call using the scientific method on a model? What would that be called? Since it isn't
It's not
science.
a thing. You can't. It's not. No one is doing that.
You can't do an experiment on a model. You're saying that you cannot do an experiment on a model.
No. How many times do I have to say it?
But I've literally done experiments on models. Like you can see.
I know, and someone. No, you've played with toys and simulations, and for some reason you think that has something to do with science. I don't know why.
I'm asking you, what is it called? Like, if I have a model of the Empire State Building, and it's like a very small model, it's like as big as a water bottle, and then
I'll tell you what it's called.
That model, and my hypothesis is if I smash this model, it will break. And
I've got it for you, bro. I'll tell you what it's called. It's called mental masturbation. That's what you're doing.
So, like, a simulation study is mental masturbation. That's what I should be calling.
That's correct. That's correct.
Well, in your example, you caused your model to break because you smashed it.
Yes.
You understand that natural science is outside of man's influence, though.
To structurally no longer be sound.
Yeah, well done. But as long as it's outside of man's influence, you understand what the word natural means.
Which, interestingly, it is a natural thing that I'm observing in that case. It's not simulation.
Well, no, you're not. When you smashed it.
So I don't know why that's mental.
Hello? Sorry, excuse me. When you smashed the model, you understand that natural is outside of man's influence, right? It's the only reason why I'm jumping up and down when you were the cause of this.
So you don't think
that's
that we
not
can
science.
do an experiment on anything artificial?
No, for the very reason that it is because of man's influence. It's synthetic. Man made it. Now, you can do trial and error. You can do, deductively try to figure out, solve a problem or whatever. You can do those types of things. But you made the thing. It's synthetic by the definition of it. Artificial.
So science can be done on any artificial objects.
Hey, bro, we don't even know if the variables inside your simulation represent anything that's actual in reality.
So, like, we can't, like, for example, do an experiment to test if a synthetic oil is flammable because it's artificial.
Right. No, hold on. You can do an experiment,
but it wouldn't be science.
Right.
Wouldn't be natural science.
You got chemicals
involved. Right, I'm not claiming it's natural science. I've never claimed natural science.
Stop right there.
I'm just saying science.
You're not claiming it's natural science.
No.
Natural science is an adherence to the scientific method. We started here about an hour ago. Anything outside of that is declared as pseudoscience.
So
pseudoscience is something that claims to follow the scientific method.
If it is flammable, is it
pseudoscience? My God, I'm trying to help. Trying to help.
I need an example, like
what? Okay. What of a natural experiment?
Let's say we have an artificially created oil. I want to test if it is flammable or not. My hypothesis is that it would be flammable, just as an example. And the oil could be like refined canola oil or something. And I want to see
synthetic. Now you can do experiments, trial and error, but these are synthetic. Right? This is like chemistry. This is engineering. It's like every time I talk, you think that's the time that you should talk. It's weird. Maybe there's a lag. I'll go for that.
You made an oil. You want to see if it can catch fire. So you try to catch it on fire. So what? That's not natural science. It's not science at all.
Is that also mental masturbation?
Yes.
Okay, so like material sciences is also like out of the table. Like
it's not. Material science doesn't exist. Whatever you're putting science on the end of it, it's not what it is. You don't even know what the definition of the word is.
Which is why I'm asking you guys for clarification, if that's okay. Like,
Well, you could solve this problem with a quick Google search instead of you sitting in here and filibustering. You could have just.
I did look up the definition of science. I've read many definitions at this point.
Yeah.
I'm just
so Greek.
I'm confused by what you guys are saying because there are.
Yeah, I know you're confused. Obviously, you're confused. The word science comes from, I think it's a Greek word. It's scientia, right? It means knowledge, right? So you're trying to find out knowledge, but there's this whole other thing called.
I'm not trying to figure out knowledge. I'm trying to figure out science. I understand that words have etymologies. I'm not trying to figure out the definition of the word. The word that we're talking about is etymologically originates from. I'm trying to just figure out what you guys think the actual present day use in English, modern. Potentially standard American English. I don't know where you guys are from, but I'm speaking standard American English. And I am only looking up the word science, not any of its etymological origins. And that is what I'm trying to figure out, like if you guys think
it's already defined. We already told you to go to the Oxford English Dictionary, right? And look up natural science and what it is. Everything else that you're talking about is essentially trial and error. Engineering. It's more engineering what you're describing. Bro, what you're describing is engineering. It's not science.
Are you guys linguistic prescriptivists?
Oh, good grief. What does that even mean?
So a prescriptivist tells people how to speak and tells people what words mean. A descriptivist describes how words are used by people who speak the language. So
all that aside,
I could prescribe a definition to a word and say, well, actually, it means this and only. Like, I could say that a can only means a soda can. It does not mean a verb that means to be able to. It only means a soda can. That would be a prescriptivist mindset where I'm forcing others to only adhere to a certain definition of the word, even though a word could have multiple definitions that are actively used by the speakers of the language.
You're wrong. Let me explain. Words are token meaning pairs, right? So by that connotation, without the pairing to the token is the visual thing, the letters or the sound. So the letters or the sound isn't the word itself. The word is the token meaning pair. So you can't have a word with just letters. Just letters are just random letters. They're not necessarily a word without a meaning attributed to that.
They need to have a morphological attachment.
Right. So the point is, just because many things are called science doesn't mean they're equal. Many things bear that token. Right.
I never claimed that any of these sciences were equal.
No, okay, that's fine. The point is that you'll notice in these conversations, people are talking about the term science, and science has many different connotations and denotations that are commonly used in common part. Correct. So you have to parse out the differentiations between the two, not just focus on the word itself, or sorry, the token, right?
Well, they're only assigning one definition to the word science that contradicts how science is commonly used in language, and even within the certain fields that they're often used in.
Right. So the important difference is, why are the two fields which use the same term different? That's what matters, not the word itself. Words don't create realities. Do we agree on that? Like I could just make any word I want and say it means what I say it means, and then say because I define this word, therefore reality is less. That doesn't make sense. You have to parse out why your definition has validity in reality.
Because that's how it's used in reality.
No. Not how it's used, why it has validity. So, for example, if somebody says level is curved and therefore water is curved because water is level, that would be wrong.
Well, what makes the word banana a valid word and the word science only valid? Like, I don't understand. Like,
nobody said it. No, dude, I'm not parsing out that science can only mean one thing in all contexts, as if it has a unilateral, unequivocal definition and token association. Okay, that would be bad thinking because it actually is used in multiple different areas. So what matters is the parsings out of how it's valid in reality. And I gave you an example. Okay, so some people say that level is curved. Now, level being curved, so they say, means water is curved because water is level. But when you measure water, it measures flat. So level isn't curved after all. What say you?
Well, that's like kind of going into a new thing. I would rather just go back to the original thing that I was talking about, because we never even got to...
No, this is. Listen, friend. You may not realize this, but I'm an advanced cybernetic, cybonic AI from the future, so this is your one chance to get to speak to one, so take advantage of it rather than talking through me. So the way this works, brother,
I don't think it's right because we're jumping to
okay,
a new topic.
I'll explain it to you. Now, the definition isn't going to tell me whether the water's curved or not. I can't just look at the dictionary and it say,
about what is and isn't science.
"Hey, friend, Breedley, do I have to say the word what is and isn't science every single phrase that comes out of my mouth for me to not make a long form argument that may take 30 seconds before you interrupt me?"
Well, I just don't.
I told you we're getting. Hey, Breedley, it's not a tangent.
It's going away from what we were just talking about.
Breedley, I'll give you two options. Either I get to finish my sentences or you get muted. Those are your options. Choose.
I was just looking, Jedi, at what this, was he Breedley or Bradley or whatever you say his name? He was typing up in the side chat here. How far does this kid think he can see on a clear day?
I
Has he
don't
got
know,
magic
dude.
long-range eyes or something? Or...
Do you know what? I completely skipped past him, so I do apologise. I'll unmute him, and we'll see where we can go for this.
Hey, Bradley, how far on a clear day do you think you can see?
I think it's 10 miles.
So let me get this straight. You're telling us you think it's 10 miles, your maximum vision, and you're trying to tell us that the curvature of the Earth is blocking this?
I'm trying to say that you wouldn't be able to see the
So you can't even see 10 miles. So you can't even see 10 miles, and you're complaining about seeing something that's, what, multiple hundreds of miles? Huh?
Well, even if there was no air, then you still wouldn't be able to see the United States from China.
Why would you expect to?
Well, if the Earth was flat, then you would be able to see there.
That's not a why. That's just reiterating the same nonsense.
Wait, okay, so please
We want the why. Don't ask me to answer questions. We want the why.
Can you say the question again? Because I want to give you the reason why.
No,
you said if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see China. I asked, why would you expect to?
Because there would be nothing blocking your vision.
Incorrect.
From seeing China.
Do you know how angular resolution works?
I'll say no.
Holy cow.
Good choice.
You understand that, let's say, for example, that mountain that's far away looks small to you compared to the one that you're standing on that is big, right? That apparently, let's say they're the same size, a few thousand meters tall, but that one that's far away looks smaller, right? Eventually, you could imagine that if you kept moving away from that mountain, it's going to get so small that you can't see it anymore. Do you agree that this is kind of our everyday observation of the world and how perspective works?
Well, yes, but you could use a tool to zoom in.
Cool, but that would also have a limitation.
You would not be able to use a telescope or some sort of like device to like magnify the vision in front of you.
It would also have a limitation.
Well, Jedi, here's the problem. Magnification or zoom does not fix the angular resolution problem. It's the diameter of the lens, not the focal length, that increases angular resolution. You would still have the same problem.
So if we would not be able to see an object in front of us if it's too far away on a flat plane.
Okay. If the visual angle subtended is smaller than the resolving power of the optical device, you can't see it. You know, like look at your hand right now. Do you see the individual cells? Do you see the bacteria? Do you see your pores? Right? No, they're too small because the visual angle is beyond the limit of your eyeball. Okay?
Well, yeah,
so
but
if
I'm
you
saying that
take
you can use a
China,
tool.
which would be thousands of miles away, and if you take the tallest mountains in China, their height, their angle, the angle that they subtend in your vision would be way smaller than what could be resolved. And it would be undifferentiable from the horizon itself.
So you would not be able to use a tool to see the objects outside
No.
the horizon.
You would need, listen, you would need a freaking lens whose diameter was like freaking 100 meters. And since
Okay,
the
so
tallest,
if you had that, which
yeah,
those
if
exist,
no, they don't. The biggest telescope in the world is 10 meters.
then how far can it see?
What do you mean, how far can it see? It's not about how far it can see. It's whether it can resolve it. You don't see
Well,
out.
could we
Light,
potentially build
brother,
a
brother,
lens
brother,
that's
brother.
100 meters across?
Do we, let me ask you, do you see out or does light come to your eye?
The light comes into our eyes.
Okay, so the reason you can resolve better with a larger diameter optic is because it captures more light. Okay, and if it's large enough, there's actually a formula for this. It's called the Rayleigh criterion. You can make a prediction on how small of an angle you can resolve with any particular optic. Okay, yeah, now maybe a 100-meter telescope could see to China in a vacuum, but we don't have that, and we don't have a vacuum, and this is a hypothetical that means nothing.
So you're saying that we would be able to see China if it wasn't
Maybe.
vacuum and we had a 100-meter telescope?
Yes, probably. Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe.
There wasn't no,
Through the Earth, we would be able
but
to
probably
see
not.
China
Probably not
from
because
where we are
probably not
in
because
the
of this.
United States.
Yeah. Listen. Probably not though, because you'd have to look across the ocean, and if you had a wave that was 1 meter tall,
All right,
1 kilometer.
personally
Let me
right
finish
now?
my.
Like, this is
Let me finish my state. No, it is ridiculous how dumb you are. So if you had a wave that was 1 meter tall, 1 kilometer away, it would block 1,000 meters, 1,000 kilometers away.
You got Mount
because
Fuji
it's
in
called
Japan.
linear. It's called linear perspective.
Mount Fuji in Japan will be bigger than the coastline of China, right? So that would obscure China, Japan are getting most of the way.
Dude, a 1 meter wave would block everything.
Yep. Bloody hell, your thumb blocks out the sun.
Now, you're lucky because you should get mad at this stupid question because all it tells me is you didn't actually think even for 10 seconds about what you were saying.
Oh, good. Bug's still here. I was. Did you happen to see the chart I put in there? I'll put it in there again. The chart is the expected curve based on the 3,959 miles. So that's why we say that that if that said curvature did exist, we would be able to observe it. In reality, it's because the rate at which the curvature would increase is 8 inches per mile squared, which is an exponential rate, but it's still within the, so when you get up to 10 miles, 20 miles, even 50 miles, we're talking hundreds of feet. In the case of 50 miles, over 1,000 feet of expected drop over distance. And those distances are still distances where it's possible, in some cases, to see something with the unaided human eye and to see it even more clearly if you have binoculars, a high-powered zoom camera, etc. So yeah, like 20 miles, the drop below the horizon due to the Earth's closed curvature should be 266 feet, and yet we have multiple laser tests and long-distance observations where these objects that should be obscured behind 266 feet, like a 26-story building worth of curvature, are seen when they shouldn't be seen.
Right. I'm still caught up in the whole like the various ships that like disappear over the horizon.
Well, they're not disappearing over the horizon. They're just leaving your field of view.
Oh. And if we zoom in, what happens? We can see
Then you
them
can
again.
see them. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And the same height they were prior then?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the ship itself hasn't changed height. I don't know what you mean, but if you want us to look at one of these videos, you could put one there for us to see. I don't really know which ones you're talking about.
I mean, I think now we're going to get into the whole, like, because you mentioned before, whatever video I'm going to post up is going to be some Mickey Mouse shit. And so whatever source I have is not going to be, like, the best source. But then you tell me, oh, these are the real sources. Like, you should take a look at the videos I sent you. And so I'm not going to play that game of, like, what source is more valid than the other. So.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen the source at all.
You can just put like, YouTube, boats disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, I personally have made long distance observations, including seeing Chicago across Lake Michigan. So, that's my source. You could, if you cared enough, go and check one of those out, and then you wouldn't have to.
Chicago.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be that particular one. There's a lot of long distance observations.
So travel. Okay.
All around the world that have been done.
Yeah. Is YouTube a valid platform to see anything that's valid, or should I stay away from that site?
Well, gosh, I don't know. I mean, I think there's useful things on YouTube. I think just whatever you are looking at, you just have to look at it with a critical eye. I mean, I wouldn't want you to change your whole worldview based on a YouTube video. I'm not asking you to do that. That's why I was just trying to explain to you the mathematics behind it, behind the concept, which you can then apply to a lot of different observations. This last link I put in there at 42 minutes after the hour, that's a list of a whole bunch of different long distance observations. I mean, one of those might be near you, but you don't have to be limited to that. You can go to any large body of water and you can measure, determine the distance to, it could be a fixed object. You could use marine traffic website to look at a ship and determine their distance, because in terms of the ships, you can use the horizon calculation. We haven't really talked about that, but you can determine the maximum distance of the horizon based on your observer height, and then you can look at a ship and see if you see the horizon behind the ship. And many times people have observed that the horizon is behind the ship, meaning the horizon is further than the verified distance of the ship, and that it's further than it should be on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. Those are just examples of how you can go out and do it yourself so that you're not relying on me, you're not relying on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can see the boats like bobbing up and down in the distance, right? But like if I don't know, I don't know what response is needed from me, but like if they just were to keep going in that direction, like what would happen? Like, would we just see the boats smaller and more in the distance, Bob?
Eventually, I mean, the medium, the atmosphere, you wouldn't. Once it gets so far out, you wouldn't be able to pull it up at all because so much you can't see through the entire medium of. You can see a little boat 600 miles out. I mean, you probably could if you had. I don't even know if you could through that medium, but if you had, some kind of tool or utensil that you could to see through that all the atmosphere, then yeah, you'd be able to see it. But what you're talking about, the bottom bobbing up and down, or whatever, that's just like from perspective of the waves. It's kind of hard to explain it. I don't know. Maybe someone else can better explain it. But like the waves when you zoom in, they look a lot bigger than they are, right? Because I mean, it's just your perspective. I don't know if I'm explaining that well.
No, yeah. I mean, maybe the sea or the current is different at that distance, and it's making the ships move more.
The sea or the curve is different at that distance. You're supposed to be on a sphere, my friend. The curvature rate is supposed to be consistent. Why would it magically be different because you're 9 foot more to the left than I am?
And for anyone who wants to watch the video we're referencing, I posted it in the lobby under Note Key. It's a Rumble one. It's a guy zooming in with was it the P9000 or whatever, the camera, and I want to say it's like 11, 12 miles out. So I mean that thing should be, I don't know. If someone know off the top of their head the 10 miles out, it's got to be, I don't know how many feet below curvature. If anyone knows off the top of their head.
Right.
I mean, you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. Like, you shouldn't be able to see it at all. It should be well below the curvature.
If there was curve.
Yeah, if there's a curve, yeah, using their math, their calculations, 10 miles out, that boat should be well underneath the curvature. You shouldn't be able to see it at all. Shouldn't be able to bring it up.
66 feet.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, she's trying to make me watch Bill Nye.
I know. He's memeing. Yeah, just skip to like a minute. It's like a minute or something in is where you actually
Oh my goodness, that guy. I can't believe I can't believe that he did that. Corrupting children worldwide. I guess worldwide. Maybe just America's contaminated with Bill Nye. I don't know if they make them watch in other places.
I'm still haunted by the theme song.
Yeah, it was true.
It's catchy. That's what's so bad about it.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I know, Bug. You didn't like my Bugs Bunny comment. It's it's just it's not that I don't want to take your evidence seriously. It's just that I don't know how to explain it because I'm on the other side of this issue. Like, to me, there's just no question. Like, the globe is just a complete joke. So I understand. Yeah. To me, it's just anything that claims it's just, it seems like a joke to me. It just seems absurd. Like Raiden, I guess Raiden's not here anymore, but Raiden was saying, that he thought flat Earth was absurd. To me, like, the globe is just so completely absurd. Like, there's just not even any question at all. There's, I have no doubt that there's no globe, there's no curvature. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I just don't take things seriously. But I see you've got a mirage. You've got like a video of a mirage there. So in what way are you thinking that this is showing curvature, this video that you've posted?
I mean, it's definitely not a mirage, right? It's actually a video of a boat, and you can see it going over the horizon. But to get back to
there's a mirage at the top of it.
Yeah, the
If it's the video, if it's the video at 45 past the hour, it is a mirage. And if you read the title of it, mirage of passenger boat disappearing behind the horizon.
Yeah, so I think it's just like to get back.
Is that the one you're referring to? Yes or no?
First, I'm gonna speak to the other person.
Yeah, I know. The other person's a lot nicer than me. I just want a yes or no. Is that the video you're referring to, please? Yes or no?
I'm not going to, speak to you right now.
45 minutes past the hour. That's all I want to know, mate. Listen, you're acting like a child. That's great. I just would like to know. Okay, I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way.
What?
Shut up. I'll ask Dandelion. Dandelion, is the video he's referring to the one at 45 minutes past the hour?
Yeah, the one that's titled Mirage. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Right. So it's titled Mirage, and Clown Shoes is saying it's not a mirage, even though you can clearly see the banding. And I thought boats disappeared bottom up. That one disappeared top down through the mirage. But anyways, Bug, since I've got my answer, you may now continue. Thank you.
I didn't know this is how people were treated when they first got on this server, with insults and rudeness. But
you've been on here for over an hour. I've been listening on YouTube. Stop sulking.
So to get back to the other person, so listen, I think it's just a matter of opposition, because it's between everything we can observe, right? That I read about it, I'm told about, and I watch videos on. That's all I have, I'm not gonna spend the time to go to a large body of water and do these laser experiments. I have a full-time job, a life, I do other things, right? But I just can't. I'm on the opposite side where I cannot fathom a flat Earth, because it makes no logical sense in any way, shape, or form. So.
Buck, would you agree that watching the video that you should not be able to see that boat that far out? I mean, you can't see it with the human eye. I mean, he had to zoom in quite a bit. That was. Do you agree that
I know that we have to zoom, man, but the Earth is pretty big, it's not a small thing. And I know the ship was going under the water, but I think it's at that point maybe the waves and the sea was at a different fucking I don't know, man. But you can see it. Oh my god, dude, I'm just exhausted now. Sorry.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I think, we're not expecting to change your mind. I'm glad that you're at least willing to look at some of the evidence. At least you now understand, at least somewhat, what our argument is against the globe.
I think I'm remembering why I left a year ago in the first place. But yeah, I hear it.
Like I was saying earlier, man, the only person that's gonna change your mind is you. You're the only person that's gonna change your mind. So if going out and doing the test yourself would change your mind, but you don't want to do that, then the problem is more with you than it is with the concept. So you're just refusing to the videos and all that, I wouldn't even say that should change your mind, but the fact that you're saying that you wouldn't even take the time to go out there and do it just says that you don't really care one way or the other. So I'm kind of confused as to why you're here at all.
I mean, dude, to stop and take time off work to go to do these experiments, yeah, you're right. If I'm not willing to do that, then what does that say about me? Fuck, I don't know. I would hope that I wouldn't have to physically go to these things and do it myself. There is some kind of knowledge or a book or a video or a lecture I can attend.
But then why are you here then? What I mean, if you're not here to obviously I can't pick you up and take you some, you know what I mean? All you're gonna get here is people's testimonies to measurements they've taken to videos to like all the work that they've done, but it's if that was never going to convince you and only you're going to convince yourself, which Indio and I had discussed earlier, we can only give you the breadcrumbs that are going to give you the the spark or the curiosity to want to go and figure it out yourself. But if you're not willing to do that, then it just kind of seems like I don't really understand why you're here. If you're not willing to be convinced or open-minded enough, and you're just gonna say, well, yeah, okay, that boat's pretty far out there, but like, the Earth's really big, even though like all these people in here are giving you, their testimony is a lot of people have done the measurements themselves. They have nothing to gain here. So
I mean, I was asked like what my position was, right, by I think you, and I kind of gave my thoughts, right, and then it kind of delved into like, well, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I don't really have any, and then it delved into, well, if you're not going to do it yourself, then how valid is your criticism of the other side? It's like, really, I just came here to just kind of like hear what was going on.
So you're admitting that you just believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't actually have the evidence that it actually is. It's just a belief you hold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like I remember when we first started, like I believed a lot of like what NASA said and all that stuff. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you know what? I haven't done any of the experiments myself. I do believe it. So if that makes me,
it's like you have faith that the Earth is
okay.
A globe.
Then, like, why do you believe it? How, do you ever ask yourself that? Why do you believe? Because they're saying some pretty crazy shit, right? They're saying, "Hey, man, we jump on a giant rocket and we fly way up in the air and we go to a place where everything is different. And when I drop something, it don't fall, and I float around, and we go hang out in this place. And believe us, we promise." Like, it's a fantastic claim. If they said they went to frickin', Mordor or something, you probably wouldn't believe that. If they said, "Yeah, we filmed Jesus Christ walking on water," you probably wouldn't believe that. So why do you believe this?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's no matter what I say, it's gonna.
No, I'm just
be
curious,
idiotic.
dude. Like, no, it's not
Man, dude,
idiotic.
it's like from
Look, I know,
what
like
I was.
I believe the globe too, man. We're on the same boat, brother.
Oh, wait, hold on.
We are
One
in the
second.
same boat.
Sorry, my Bluetooth died. 1 second.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, man. It's just like because I know I'm gonna appear as like a sheep or a shill or some stupid kid that was brainwashed. Man, it's fucking what I was told my whole life, man. There's videos, there's books on this stuff. You go to a library, you can learn about all this stuff. And for me to just jump on a Discord and be like told like none of it's fucking real, you got to go outside and do it yourself, is just the most asinine shit like I could ever fucking like think of, man. Like really,
the
it
reason
is.
why
like,
we tell you to go outside and check it for yourself is so you can validate it for yourself and then go, holy shit, those guys on Discord were correct, as opposed to just being a believer. You, like us, were taught the same thing. We weren't taught anything different, mate.
Otherwise, you're stuck with a competition between, do I believe this group or that group?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at.
Well, would you rather just believe yourself? Like, wouldn't you rather? Would you rather take someone else's word for it or verify it for yourself? I mean,
that's why we tell you to do the test yourself, because then you're not a believer anymore. Then you know one way or the other. You don't have to believe us or believe them or believe anybody. And these aren't like difficult tests. These are pretty simple. I mean, it's like 3 hours. I don't think you're so busy that 3 hours of your life is gonna kill you if you lose 3 hours. Like,
no, I'm on the coast too, so that would help too. Maybe I can observe some ships or going over the horizon or something like that.
Are you in South Cali or Northern Cali?
Northern California.
Maybe you can observe some ships go over the horizon. Maybe you can't. Ever think of that?
Or maybe that's what I meant. Hey,
I watched a boat go 30 miles away, where I could still see it with the naked eye. A ship, a container ship. Now, from 30 miles away, it should be 420 feet under the curve of the Earth, right? Under the horizon. The tallest ship in the world is 280 feet or something. So it can't be that the ship was just really tall, right? It wasn't tall enough to be visible. But I watched it for 3.5 hours. I watched it over a period of time. I didn't just like go, oh, I look, there's a ship. But there's an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It'll tell you the boat. It'll tell you its position. And you can track any boat that you pretty much, almost any boat you see at sea and know exactly where it is. So this is what I did. I've done this 3 different times. But the furthest was 30 miles, which is pretty fucking far, dude. You have to admit, 30 miles is far.
Yeah, 30 miles is pretty out there.
Yeah, so it's like, but it's not a difficult endeavor. All we're saying, dude, is like, you've been told a story. We were told a story. We're all told a story. We're children. They said, hey, Earth's the globe. They never gave us any evidence. They said, look at that toy in the corner. Earth's the globe. Christopher Columbus, he sailed around the world. Earth's the globe. If you don't believe it, you're stupid. Earth's the globe. You know what I mean? And that's all. That's what we got. We didn't actually get like, even if the Earth was a globe, do you think you got a proper education about it?
I mean, not that I remember, but I mean, I didn't.
Don't you think that would be pretty important, like as far as education? Hey, we might want to teach these kids where they actually live instead of going Earth's a globe. We'll get the toy.
Well, man, I'm in my mid-30s, man. I don't remember what I was taught in fucking high school, but
kindergarten. They teach you this shit in kindergarten.
I know, man. I know, but I didn't. I don't remember the fucking astrology course I took like 20 years ago. But
yeah, but they don't tell you then. They tell you when you're 5. Right? Wasn't there a globe in every classroom you went in?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah. They
Did I tell him why I started researching flat Earth?
Yeah, that should be interesting. It's quite a story.
I'll try to give him the short version. Yeah, the reason I started researching flat Earth is because I was taking a physics class to get my master's degree in science education, and we were asked to address a common misconception that high school physics students might have. So 2015, flat Earth was very much in the popular culture at the time. On Twitter, there were a lot of rappers and various popular figures talking about it, so I decided to research and do my paper on how to explain to high school students that the Earth is not flat. And I thought that would be very easy, Bug, right? Because the globe's confirmed. It'd be very easy to explain to them. And then I found out that there.
Yeah. So I don't mean to cut you off because I really care about your personal life, but
yeah,
like
you do.
I just
okay,
like I do
the whole
feel like
point. No. If you're cutting me off, then I'm going to tell you, Bug. The whole point is I'm a goddamn certified science teacher who would have told you the globe was a globe, but when I went to see if there was any evidence, there's not any. And I scientifically and mathematically proved it to myself while getting my master's degree in science education that Bill Nye is full of shit and there's nothing to back up your illusion. But if you want to stay in it, nobody's going to stop you. Have fun. That's all I had to say to you.
Dandelion, you just got to get hired at NASA, and then he'll believe you.
Yeah, that's right. It's not good enough. He just said his teacher told him, and he goes, that was good enough. But a teacher tells him it's not. That's not good enough. So you know what it is? It's just you want to stay in delusion. You want to be in denial, and you're now a demonstration of what Indio was talking to earlier to Noki about. And says who said it too. You like being in the man's pocket. You like being in your Stockholm Syndrome slave mindset. So just go back to it. You said you remembered why you left here. That's why. Because you want to be in denial. You want to be in the man's pocket.
I want to
so
be
he
in the
won't be
man's
whipping you. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Don't lie to me.
You don't have to put other people down and raise your voice. You don't have to do that to make your point.
Oh, yes. Now he's a victim, and I'm his oppressor.
I'm not a victim. I'm just
bad
saying.
Dandelion is hurting him now. He has to go back to lick NASA's boots. Have fun. Tell me what they taste like.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready and you're finished, okay?
Dude, he sounds like Josh now.
And you thought I was the nasty one. Oh dear.
I know, Indy. I wasn't going to do that anymore. It's only because he interrupted my goddamn story because I actually cared enough about this kid to tell my stupid story. Because I don't.
It is stupid.
Yeah. Thanks, Bug. That's just what I wanted to hear. And I'm the mean one, Bug. You're so kind and sweet, and Matrix is so mean, and Dandelion's mean.
Oh
and
my
you're
goodness.
just the
Let me
globy
know when you're ready.
victim.
Holy shit. A grown ass woman is on Discord yelling at some guy.
Yeah, you're a grown ass.
Oh, this ain't yelling.
Go back to your glow plushie. Yeah.
You really think this is yelling? Jesus Christ, man.
It'll be so much fun. Go back to your rocket ship bed. We won't bug you anymore.
So what other copes have you got, Bug? Ship's going over the horizon obviously hurt you. Dandelion hurts. I'm too loud and treat you like a little child. So what else have you got?
No, he showed you a mirage. Remember, he showed you a mirage going from the top to the bottom down.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Bug. Do you think that this is about the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I would think it would be, right? I mean,
no, I mean just like really fundamentally, like this topic, flat Earth versus globe. Do you think fundamentally it's really about the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I think
is that more like a
deeper than
symptom of some other problem?
I mean, I think underneath it all, underneath the flat Earth or whatever, I think it's like the whole like, what have you been taught your whole life kind of thing? Like, what have you been believing this whole time because someone else told you? I think that's what I'm being portrayed to is like the issue that I have.
No. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but the problem is deeper. The problem is, how do you know it's true? How do you know what's not true? How much do you actually know versus what do you believe? So you said you believe you admitted you believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't know it. Okay, that's a position of everybody in the fucking world. Do you think your teachers knew the Earth was a globe, or their teachers, or you just had a teacher tell you she didn't know that she thought the Earth was a globe and she was wrong? So right, a lot of people, think the Earth is a globe, but they don't know it. They have no information from which to even determine that in the first place. All they know is they looked at a screen, they saw some pictures, some people said, "Oh, that's what the Earth looks like." And they were like, "Okay, I believe you," and that's the situation. And we're just trying to tell you, and just alert you to, that's the situation you're in. You're just like most of the world denies, and this might sound upsetting, but we all see the Earth as flat and motionless. That's how we experience the world. That's undeniable. That's how we actually experience the world. We don't experience it like they show you on the screen. We experience it flat and motionless. And then someone came along and said that is actually an optical illusion. That your reality that you see every day, that's actually not reality. That thing that looks flat, it's actually not flat. It's actually a giant ball. And you can't figure out it's a giant ball. You have to believe some other people. They figured it out. Believe them because they're smarter than you. This is a situation. Think about that. Just think about it. The ramifications of having a world in which everybody's running around believing in something that they in no way have verified that is directly contradictory to their actual lived experience.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I just because it's not just.
Do you understand the implications of that? Do you comprehend the implications of the whole world thinking the world is an optical illusion?
Yeah. Just everybody believing the same thing because they were told by some higher entity. Yeah.
No, they're believing something contrary to what they experience. It is contrary to your experience. Look, bro, you've never climbed the top of a mountain, flown in an airplane, and been like, "Oh man, look at that giant ball out there," right? You go, "Hey man, that looks flat." It always looks flat. Doesn't matter where you go, it always looks flat. But someone's saying that perception, what you see, is not real. That's not real. That looking flat, that's not real.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, when I go outside and I see the street, of course it looks flat, man. Of course, like I go outside to a
Well, that's
beach,
not real.
right, and I see. Oh wait, what?
You're saying that's not real.
I I don't understand.
They say that it's actually not flat, that it's a giant ball that's curving.
Right, right.
Right, that it's actually not flat. Now you see a flat thing, but it doesn't look. That's
I just,
actually not that. It's actually something else.
yeah.
It's like you say you see the color blue, and then the authorities come along like, no, that only looks blue to you, but if you look at it at a greater scale, it looks red. You're like, really? And they're like, look at this chalkboard full of equations. You're like, fuck,
Right,
dude. I guess
right.
you're right. I guess that's not really red. I guess that is red. I guess it's not blue because I just didn't look at the equations.
But you actually can't do the equations, so you just take their word for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, there's things I observe though, just from someone who's not even educated about this stuff, right? Like I said, right? I'm gonna bring up the ship thing again, but also like a sunset. Where does the sun go past the horizon? Why does it turn to night? I can bring up all these other things that I
The
see,
sun moves
and someone
away.
in this Discord is gonna laugh in my face, call me a fucking retard, and then tell me this is why you see that. It's an optical illusion, or it's this thing or that thing. And then what do I say to that, man?
No one
Like,
has treated you that way. Like these guys have been open to all of your questions, and they've been super cool with me. Even some of the questions I've had, they're more interested in trying to help you to better
I
understand
know.
their position.
So
But if you had asked any of these questions, no one would have referred to you as a retard or dumb
okay,
or
all right,
whatever.
maybe okay, yeah. So let's
Look,
let's
I'm
go
trying
back
to
to
show
what
you
I
what the
said, right?
situation actually
About
is. What the
the ship.
situation actually is
Oh,
that listen. I mean, like
go
it's
for it.
about flat Earth, but it's not. Fundamentally, it's about hey, there's a situation. I see reality a certain way. There's some men, they say that's not that way. That's really the fundamental problem of you not being able to trust your own senses, trust your own judgment, and have to rely on third parties to tell you what's real.
I mean, I know, brother, but like, I see things that like it's just kind of like a common sense thing, though, right? Like
Look, they
with the
saw
sunset.
sunsets. Did they see sunsets 2,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Were they flat earthers?
No.
No?
No.
Yes.
They were?
Actually, Indio, let's break this down. Bug, when did flat earthism start?
I think that was like a couple hundred years ago to like battle science, and when he was coming up like in the church, if I'm not mistaken. Something to that effect.
Everybody was flat
Or
earth until
Arabic
certain
says the
Greeks.
Earth is flat.
Were you interrupting? Anyway, okay, so the Chinese were flat earthers into the beginning of the 20th century. The whole world was flat earthers. A bunch of Greeks decided, hey, the earth is not flat, earth is a globe based upon metaphysical considerations. And Copernicus and Galileo Newton. So it's exclusive to Western civilization. Okay, it wasn't developed all. The entire world was flat earthers. Every culture, every civilization. They all saw sunsets. They didn't go, oh, the sun sets, therefore the Earth is a globe. I understand why you think that because you've been taught to think about what you see, the sun motion across the sky a certain way, and that when it gets cut off, it's going under the Earth. Okay, and if I say at midnight, point at the sun, you have to point at your feet. Okay, yeah, you think about the world that way, but A, it's patently ridiculous. And the sun, as a light, as getting night, it just moves away from where you are. Just like if you had a glow stick in your hand and you'd be lit up if it was lit at night and you threw it away from you, you wouldn't be lit up anymore, would you? It'd be dark where you are and it would be light where the glow stick is.
Right, right. I just want to bring up this one thing I just Googled. I don't know if that's a valid source, but Earth was established by Greek philosophers as early as the 5th century, including the Romans and Arabs that knew the world was round.
They don't know
why
now.
are you hung up on valid sources?
Know now.
Why am I hung up on valid sources? Is that a question
Because
that was just
I've been
asked?
listening to you for a while. Every time you've mentioned anything about getting information, you've always questioned if it's a valid source. It's data. I don't care where it comes from, as long as you can back up or validate the claim made in said data.
You know, he's just saying
Yeah,
that you don't need to qualify it with.
Oh,
He's just saying you don't need to qualify it with valid. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a valid source. It's completely subjective. What you think is valid. Hold on, dude. Just listen. Just listen. Just listen, dude. Dude, you need thicker skin. Valid to you and valid to me might be two different things. That makes it subjective, right? You might think a source is valid, and I might think, oh no, that's not valid, right? So saying it's valid doesn't help us at all. It's just.
I mean, we can get into the semantics of validity, sure, man. But
What's valid? What makes it valid is whether there's evidence to support it. That's what makes it valid. And when I say evidence, I mean empirical evidence. Actual, you can go out, test it, verify it, replicate it, go into the natural world, and actually see the thing, whatever they said, whatever they claimed, and actually verify that that's actually the situation. That's what we consider valid evidence.
Also, like, you should probably do a better job at just Googling and then clicking the first link. I mean, the same people that like big tech and all that, I mean, they're not going to give you the information that, contradicting information that's going to counter their points.
Look, generally what you said, though, is accurate, right? The Arabs, I don't know about the Romans. The Romans in the mid-Roman. The Arabs during the Muslim period, during the not in the 5th century. And it was only some Greeks. So some Greeks, and specifically we're talking about, it was actually a split among ancient Greeks. So it was like Eratosthenes, probably, what was the other guy's name? Aristarchus. So a few Greeks in their little sect thought the Earth was a globe, but there was other Greeks like Thales and Anaximander that thought the Earth was flat. So the Greeks themselves were split on whether the Earth was flat or a globe. So when you Google stuff, you get a very I don't know how to put it. But they're not lying, but they're not giving you the whole truth. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't a worldwide consensus.
Yeah.
Okay, so where would I go? Where would you guys go to get your information on the flat Earth? Let's start with that.
Well,
because I need to know.
It doesn't matter where you get it, as long as it's backed up by evidence. That's what he's saying. Okay. It doesn't matter where you get it. I mean, if you get it at the front page of Google and it's backed up by evidence, then it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, it just needs to be backed up by evidence.
Look, the thing about flat Earth is it's like if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe, you never would have thought it in the first place. So when you say, where do you get your evidence for flat Earth? It's just like, that's how we experience the world. You would never even have thought it was a globe unless someone came along and said, hey, dude, that's not flat, it's a globe. You never would have even thought about it. So there's nowhere to go to get information on flat Earth other than the natural world. The globe, you can't find in the natural world. That's why there's a bunch of books. And they don't say, hey, dude, the book doesn't say, experience the Earth as a globe. Go here on the map. And you go there, and then you see a globe. No, that's not the situation. They publish a book and they say, Earth's a globe, and they come up with all these convoluted ideas, models, mathematics, and bullshit to convince you that the Earth's a globe, but they don't just say, hey, just go here. I can just say, hey, go to a lake, go to an ocean, go to a pond, climb top of a mountain, go to the frickin' prairie, go to the Bolivian salt flats, go to the Bonneville salt flats. I can tell you anywhere on Earth to go. Hey, do you want to see a flat Earth? Yeah, here's all these places. But they can't say, oh, you want to see a sphere? Oh, yeah, go to your couch, turn on your television set. That's the only way it's ever going to happen. Look, we're just informing you. I don't care if you think the Earth is flat, globe or not. We're just informing you what the situation is. It isn't a lot of people think the situation is way different. The Earth's a globe. It's been proven. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows the Earth's a globe. No, nobody knows the Earth's a globe, but a bunch of people fucking believe it, and they would never believe it in the first place if they weren't told it.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, it's good to get the opposite side's like perspective too. You know, that's always
yeah, dude. Look, I know the globe model better than any fucking globe earther alive. I'll tell you right now, and I'm not just fucking whistling Dixie. You have any globe earther come in here and talk bullshit about the globe, I guarantee I'll be fucking correcting him.
Right.
I've read all of it, like you name it. I know their whole shit, like the back of my hand. You got to know your opponent. You got to know your opponent's position, right? If you actually want to engage it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not just talking about knowing the opposition, like what their position is, just for the sake of like a debate, like winning a debate. I would want to know it because it's like.
I'm not talking about debate. I'm just talking about what their position really is. Okay. So there's a lot of things that globe earthers will say. The globe earthers will say, Earth's a globe because of eclipses, right? That's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. And what they believe about that, right, is that there's a heliocentric model that they calculate orbits, and that they predict that when there's going to be a solar eclipse, and that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon, because the Earth is round and that shadow is round, so that must be the shadow of the Earth, right? This is what they think, right? You think that's accurate, what I just said? About eclipses?
I mean that, and it's like
none of that's true, dude. None of it.
Okay.
They don't use a heliocentric model to predict eclipse times. They use something called the Saros cycle. It was invented by flat earthers in 2000 BC. They've been using that for 4,000 years, a flat earth model to predict eclipses. Second, if that was a shadow of the Earth being cast on the moon, well, the moon is supposed to be a sphere. So if you the only way you would see a round shadow is if a sphere Earth was being cast on a flat sheet of fucking paper. Because when you cast the shadow onto a curved surface, it conforms to that surface. Just like if the shadow was being cast on a set of stairs, right? It would be jagged. The shadow would look jagged, zigzagged, because it's being cast on stairs. So if the moon is a sphere and the Earth is a sphere, and it casts a shadow on a moon, it wouldn't be round. It would actually be a distorted freaking S-curve. And you can demonstrate this to yourself by taking two balls and a light source and testing it out. So everything I just said that all globe earthers pretty much think is true is, on further inspection, is actually not true.
How do so many people have that oversight, though?
Because they just think they believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think they have this problem with this. Now I was telling this dude in here, the magic science guy fallacy. They think that all these claims have been vetted, that they've been checked on, that they've been double checked and verified and checked out. And all the scientists somehow got together somewhere and were like, oh, Earth's eclipse would cause a round shadow. And they all went and checked. Nobody checked. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Want to know who checked? We checked. And then we tell people, yeah, we checked, that shit's bullshit. And they're like, you're a dumb fuck, you're a flat earther.
Yeah.
And they don't believe us. But then they're like you, they don't want to check themselves. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're like, bro, dude, we checked to see if it's a globe. It's not. You check yourself. And you're like, fuck no, I don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll go out and do the experiments myself, because
it's one simple test. You
don't even need a camera. Aren't enough. I mean, I have to go out. Okay, you know what? Let me just do it.
Look, there's only one question that needs to be answered,
and then I'll do it myself. Let me see for myself, and maybe that'll change my perspective. So.
Yeah,
he's got a problem with going out, Indio. He might be allergic to the front door or something. There's something going on here.
Listen, only one question needs to be answered. Only one question. The answer can solve the question, right? Okay,
what is that?
There's two things that separate a flat Earth from a sphere. There's only one thing. Is the surface of the Earth curving? If it's not curving, then it's not a sphere. If it is curving, then it is a sphere. That's the only thing you have to check for. All the other shit, sun, stars, moon, all the stories, like, even if those were true, there's no evidence they wouldn't work on a flat Earth anyway. And that no one has decided they want to construct a model with a flat Earth with fucking stars and sun doing a bunch of shit. It could never prove what the Earth actually is. The only thing that can actually prove that is actually measuring the Earth, right? So the Earth's supposed to curve at a certain rate, according to them. You just go check to see if it is. You'll go out, you'll check, and it won't be. And then you'll be coming back saying, holy fuck, I saw 20 miles from fucking goddamn fucking 6 feet. I don't know how I saw that shit. It was so far away.
Yeah.
That's what you'll be doing.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll look up some experiments and I'll get on it, man. So.
How? It just, to me, it's just like, I can't believe that people like myself and then people like that are so vastly, like, so much different, where it's like that type of stuff is like, interests me. I want to know the truth. I want to know why would they lie? You know, why do they need to lie about all this? And so, but you know, people are like, well, you don't really know why they would go through all these great lengths to lie about this unless you're at the top, unless you know.
You gotta figure out who's lying first. Who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you don't know who has to be lying, well, I mean, you can narrow it down. Like, who has to be lying? 100% would have to be lying.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can start with Apollo astronauts. They have to be lying. Those people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because they said they saw the Earth in its entirety as a ball. So they have to be lying. After that, it becomes iffy, because most of the people after that, they're believers, right? So ISS astronauts, well, they wouldn't see the Earth as a ball. They would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter what they say. They're believers.
Right, but at the same time, you know, they may know bits and pieces of the truth, right? But a lot of these people are just paid. They're willing to take the money to just say whatever to live, you know, in riches. You know, they're just paid off. So yeah, you could say these people definitely know.
They don't know
the truth.
Yeah, they don't know, and they believe it's a ball. So they'll sit there and say, "Yeah, Earth's a ball." If someone comes in this chat right now and says Earth's a ball, they're not lying. They're just wrong. I'm talking about they're just simply wrong.
I'm talking about the astronauts that you were saying, like the Challenger, the people that are on the ISS, whatever. It's true, right? That they know.
I mean, they wouldn't know though. Even on the ISS, they wouldn't be able to tell from there.
True, because it's in a fucking probably in a pool or whatever somewhere. But I'm just saying, like,
well, it's not high enough. Even if they were at 300 or 400 kilometers up, that's not high enough. You'd only see 3% of the Earth from that elevation. A lot of people don't realize that the International Space Station is not that high.
Right.
3% of the Earth. Think about that. You see 3% of the Earth. You think you can say what it is? I mean, come on.
No, but what I'm saying is that these people, they're paid off, so they don't really. They either do know, which they have to have an idea, right? Because why would they be getting paid off to lie about, you know, being in space and seeing the Earth as a ball, right? So you can come up to the conclusion of, like, if I'm that person, I'm like, okay, well, they're paying me to say that it's this, so that probably more than likely means that it's not that, but they want me to tell people that, so they're just paid off, but they don't actually know, like, who the people at the top of the pyramid, you know, analogy, if you want to use, like, how we were talking earlier. I don't know.
What India is trying to say is, and I was going to mention this when you were talking earlier, that it seems like you think there has to be a large number of people in on this globe conspiracy, this conspiracy to try to get people to believe that they live on a globe. But in reality, it would be a small number, and then the other people would just be repeating. And even the people who were on the ISS would just be told, oh, you're not high enough to actually see the curve. So they're just looking out, at the flat horizon, and they're just not even thinking that hard about it because they clearly look for people for these so-called astronaut positions that are not real heavy in the analytical thinking. I mean, that's real obvious when you see any of their interviews. They're just looking for people who are willing to, spray their hair and look cute, and talk
that's what I
about
mean, though. But like,
drinking
if
poop
you
or
say
whatever.
you're that,
So,
say you're those
so that's what
astronauts.
he's trying to say. So when you talk about the elite, I was just going to tell you, what do you think about this, Noki? You call them the elite. You said, I don't know what to call them. I think, how they sometimes say the deep state? I call them the shallow state. That's what they are. They're real shallow. There's not that many of them. And they want everyone to keep thinking in a shallow way. They're very shallow. They want the whole world to be shallow and not to think about anything too deeply, just like Says Who was telling you. They want you to just kind of stay in that Stockholm syndrome zombie state, but there's not that many of them. They're not that deep, and they're the shallow state. That's what they are. And the rest of them are just repeating what they're told. And like you said, they're getting paid, so they don't ask too many questions. They're getting a good paycheck. Even if it sometimes late at night occurs to me, maybe we're committing fraud on the American people and raking in millions of dollars a day and taking food out of the mouth of children for a fraud. But I don't want to think too hard about that because I really like my cushy job and I love all the free hairspray I get every day. So yeah, I don't think they're thinking too hard there and up in the ISS.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, obviously, I guess it depends on how you define a lot of people. Obviously, there has to be, like I said, in my opinion, a lot of people involved. I wouldn't say like all of NASA or all that. Like I wouldn't say that at all. I would say like I don't know how many there are, but obviously there's quite a bit, right? Because I mean, uh, these families or whatever bloodlines or whoever it is, the people at the top. There's obviously not just one or two or 10 people that just know the truth and are just.
Oh, you mean the shallow state that's at the bottom? Yeah, they're not at the top. They're at the bottom. They are the dregs, the lowest of the low, the people who suck off of the energy of all the good people of the world. They're parasites. They're the lowest of the low. So that's what you're talking about, the low people,
Yeah,
the shallow
those
people.
people.
Yeah,
I'd like to
yeah.
expose them.
Okay, well, let us know how it goes. Let us know when you get their names. I'll
Yeah.
send them a anti-Christmas card.
Yeah, it's funny you say Christmas card. Like I've gone down the rabbit holes of like, all the like the pagan holidays and how like the old religions and how they're all interconnected and all that. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. But
I mean, you're on the right track, Noki. I would say just don't try not to get overwhelmed and just try to I mean, whatever you're going to do in your life, I mean, like we talked about earlier, you're just doing it on a flat earth. If you just stay connected to reality and the day-to-day moment and the people around you and actual human connection and, live your life to the fullest, then you'd be going against what the shallow state wants you to do because they would like you to, plug all your energy into their little fantasy world, and they'd like you to ridicule anyone who goes against what is broadcast on the Today Show and so on. So anytime you're not doing that, anytime you're trying to live life to the fullest and, trying to find out more about reality and trying to live on this realm as you were intended and born to do, then that's you. That's very powerful. Like just one person doing that is very powerful because as you've seen, most people aren't even willing to begin to do that. They just, like Says Who mentioned, they just want to do what's convenient, what's easy for them, just live this very kind of low energy life, not stick their head up too far so they don't get pounded down and so on. So yeah, I mean, I think you're on the right track. And
like, what is the mission then, right? I mean, like, I'm sure this Discord, this group of people, it would be to wake up the entire world to the idea that the Earth is actually flat, right? But I mean, as I was talking with Yaga, that seems futile, right? I mean, it's never going to happen because even if NASA came out tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, we've been pulling your leg and it's actually flat," so then people would reject it anyway. So then it's like, is just like are we here just to protect each other's sanity? We're like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? And you're like, no, you're not crazy. I see the same thing. But like, if at the end of the day, if we can't actually,
I never once thought I was crazy about this at all, ever, for even 2 seconds. The people that think that it's not flat are the crazy ones. Think about it. They see the Earth that looks flat and they go, nah, it's not. That's my imagination. That's an illusion. I can't trust my eyes. That's bullshit.
Well, that's what they get
That's
with like
the crazy people.
deniability, right? That they get them with, hey, it's so big.
Yeah, but that's fine. But you're still going with, I can't trust my own eyes.
No. So that's not.
I know. Listen. I understand what you're saying. I understand. Yeah, they have an excuse on why it looks flat, but it's not flat. But you're starting your observation with, I don't trust my observation.
No, I'm saying I'm acknowledging that my observation is limited to my own perspectives, which is very small.
Well, we know that, but you have to.
If someone like, imagine it this way: if someone put a
you
gun
have
to
to
your head
approach
and
it
said,
from doubt. But you don't understand. You have to approach it from doubt that what you're seeing is not the way it is. You're starting from, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I have to investigate if what I'm seeing is actually real. You're starting from doubt. Do you understand that?
No, I understand that.
That's crazy, dude. That's insane. That like you're looking at the world and you're like, oh, maybe that's not real. That's pretty fucking crazy.
No, I'm looking at it from maybe you missed it.
When I say you, I don't mean specifically you. I mean you in the royal you.
Like believing it one way or the other is
it's not
like,
a belief. But the thing is, if you look at the Earth and it looks flat, you don't believe that. You just see it that way. That's not a belief. It's just the way it looks. The belief is when you go, well, it just looks that way, and it's actually something else besides what it looks like. You know, the Globers say, hey, dude, a giant globe looks flat. Okay, want to know what also looks flat? Flat things. Flat things look flat.
So if I were to ask you to draw me a picture of what the Earth actually looks like, what would you draw?
I'd ask you from where?
From if you could
from what perspective? When I say from where, from what perspective?
Yeah, if you could hypothetically like fly above like an extreme far distance where you could see the entire thing and fly, observe it from every angle.
I don't think the Earth is an object that you can see the entirety. It's not an object like you can hold in your hand. You know, that if you're a giant that you could hold the Earth in your hand and look at it from some third person point of view. I don't believe that is possible.
And I kind of agree with you, right? So, but that's what I'm saying is that if I were to ask you to do, you're confident on that it's flat.
But what you're asking me to do is something that's it's very speculative and conjecture, right? If you could go away from the Earth, which no one's ever done, and hold it in your hand, what would it look like from some external point of view? But you, nor anybody you know, nor anyone they know, have ever actually seen the Earth from that point of view.
Yeah, so why would I subscribe to an exact shape of the Earth then, right? But like I said,
why would you think of it as an object? Why would you think of it as an object at all? Like an object that you have in your house? Why would you think of the Earth that way? Well, like you don't think. Wait, let me ask you this: when you think of the universe, and I say, "Hey, bro, what's the universe look like if you're really, really far away?"
Well, I mean, technically, nothing would really exist outside of a universe, right? So
exactly, bingo. Nothing exists outside the Earth. There's no such thing as outside. There is no outside. You cannot leave here, except in death.
Yeah, and
that's a scary proposition for some people. They want to think they can fly away to some man-made heaven called outer space, but it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm not disagreeing with you there. But I'm just saying.
But I want to get to your main point though. Like,
yeah.
Why are we here? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? Look, it is futile to try to force people into the Earth is flat. They already see it every day as flat and motionless. We're trying to convince them to believe reality, right? That they can trust their own eyes. That's not the problem. They already decided that they don't want to trust their own eyes, subconsciously. Normally not consciously, but mostly subconsciously. The globe Earth is like an identity for them. They identify with the idea, right? That we're sophisticated, technologically advanced human beings. We're flying around on rockets. Pretty soon, we're going to be hanging out with aliens. Like this is an identity. Like I'm in this generation of mankind that has all these achievements, and they identify with that. It's an identity.
Yeah. I guess maybe I should have asked you.
To take that away from somebody, you're stripping their identity. Okay, that is like impossible. We're not going to be able to do that. So all we try to do, mostly, is illustrate to them that they actually don't know the Earth's a globe; that they just believe it. Just that is hard. Just to even go, hey, bro, what's your primary evidence the Earth is a globe? Well, NASA. No, bro, I said primary. Like, what evidence do you have? I don't know. Yeah, it is a belief. After a while, they always admit that yes, it is a belief. I don't know it's a globe, but I do believe it's a globe. And usually it's just based upon the pictures, right? The space pics. I saw the space pics. I believe in them, and I believe the claims of the people that say they took them. So Earth is a globe because of that, and that's the foundation for their entire worldview. Now, that to me is like the achievement. Like that's like if I get that far, I'm happy because at least they realize that it's a belief. And once they realize it's a belief, then maybe on their own they'll inquire into why they believe that. You understand? Like we're not gonna flat Earth isn't on this computer screen and it isn't in Discord and it isn't on the internet. It's outside. You have to go out into reality and do the test yourself. We're like we don't ask people to go, oh, don't believe NASA, believe us. People think that that's like what we're doing here. Like we're not telling anybody to believe us. We're saying, hey, go outside, go do the test to test whether their claims that they claim that the Earth's a globe. Go see if it's out there in nature, and if it's not, then well, there you go. It's not out there because it's not a globe.
I was thinking that too. Like, I was thinking, Noki, when you were talking about that earlier, proving it or not proving it. Like, if you've ever thought about going to do your own long distance observations, or if you understand how to do those, or if you have any large body of water near you where you could do one of those. Have you ever thought about doing that?
Yeah, and I have. Yeah, I
You've done
in Michigan.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, you live in Michigan, so do I.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
So have you done it?
What's that?
Have you done a long distance observation?
So my friend has used. I've been with my friend, so he's kind of the one that kind of led me towards this. Or he's really big into like using drones and stuff, and so he was kind of confiding to me that like some of the observations that he was coming across, and that's when he kind of jumped into it, and then kind of brought me into it. It led me, gave me the curiosity to look into it. So I have not used my own, but like my friend who I've known like all my life has done them. So, and he showed me like footage and stuff that he has used with his drone.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of even though it's possible intellectually to come to the rational conclusion based on the evidence of thousands and thousands of long distance observations, as well as the absence of any testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of curvature or a globe or rotation or motion of any kind, you can easily, I mean, I shouldn't say easily, but you can come to the conclusion that there is no globe. But in terms of like pounding it kind of into your brain and your worldview and kind of like making that shift. I mean, a lot of people have found that it's helpful to make their own observations. For example, the Chicago observation across Lake Michigan's a fairly common sight. You get a chance to go down there. So, Warren Dunes is a good place to do it. This summer, you could maybe make a road trip over there, and it's pretty common. If you go camping, that's what I did with my kids. I went camping in 2020, so I could be there for several days to get there, because it's not there every day for obvious reasons, atmospheric conditions. Of course, it should never be there. So even if it's there one time, it destroys the globe. So, I mean, that's just if you're in Michigan, that's like one that you could possibly go and see sometime.
Yeah. And I should have clarified too with Indio when he was describing the Earth, or what, because me and him, I have very similar beliefs to him, is that it doesn't necessarily have a shape, but there are some flat earthers, whatever, that believe it does have like an actual shape, like other than the sphere, obviously, that it's like a disc or whatever. I know that's usually.
I've never met one.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
Well, I've never met one, but I've seen, there's obviously people like on YouTube or whatever that have that, and I don't know if it's just controlled op or what it, or like, I don't really know, but there are people that believe that actually there's like, an actual disc looking thing, that actually has a shape. So, so I guess I wasn't really certain what your position was on if it had a shape, and that's why I was asking you if you could hypothetically go out and like see it from like a very wide perspective. But no, I agree with you actually on that. It doesn't necessarily have a shape, or it's almost like
people get obsessed with that concept of being able to define the flat earth or give it a shape or have a comprehensive map and all those things. Like globers are the ones who are usually obsessed with that. They're the ones who think that because they want just another version of the globe. They just want another thing that will explain everything, or that they can imagine explains everything. It's just like an easy little thing that they can get a globe plushie, a globe eraser, a globe crib mobile, and they can do the same thing with flat earth. So it can be all contained and explained, or at least fantasy explained the way they want, just like you're going to go to the Star Trek convention and everything in their little universe is explained and contained. It's a science fiction concept. Yeah, so some people have a science fiction view of flat Earth, but flat Earthers don't have that because we recognize that flat Earth is just reality the way it presents itself. It's not a science fiction story. It's real.
Right.
So it doesn't have an end. There's no end to reality, right? Do you think reality has an end?
That's a very philosophical question. I don't know. No, probably not.
Yeah.
Well, this whole topic is a philosophical topic.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, we're talking about existential reality. When someone starts going, "Where's the end of it? Where's the end of reality? Like,
where's it start?"
Yeah, I mean, that question can that even have a meaning? Like being outside the universe. Well, if the universe is defined as encompassing everything, it doesn't make sense to be outside of it. There is no outside, because if you were outside, that would also be the universe. So
right. So
yeah, so what you'll find is, I guess you were kind of talking about these people that you've encountered who you thought were flat earthers who are saying that the flat earth is a disc and so on. I mean, I don't know exactly where you encountered that, but, some of that originally came from the Flat Earth Society. They're the ones with the original false controlled opposition, flat earth propaganda of the disc flying through space. And then there's just been various variations of that, that have happened over time. But here in this particular Discord server and our outpost, the 24/7 Flat Earth, we do not agree with that. We do not agree with any kind of model of the flat Earth or map of the flat Earth. The Earth is just, as we experience it in reality.
That's fair.
And you don't have to have, and we don't have to have an answer to every little thing. I mean, if you hang around here and you came in, you told me you've been listening on, did you say on Rumble or something?
Yeah.
You've been listening to the live stream? Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, so you've probably heard the Globers come in and they're like, where's your Earth was flat, I would do this. And they usually come in with some false conception or some cartoon that they've seen of what the flat Earth is, because that's the straw man that's been put out in the mainstream because it's easy to shoot down. And we also would shoot that down. We also would shoot down a disc flying through space because we don't think that the fantasy realm of outer space can exist in the way it's portrayed, with a near vacuum existing next to our air that we breathe, and having that be contained and maintaining the ratios of gas that it does. So we also reject that.
Well, in they think because they have a claim, or they say they have a model, right? But it's just using, they have a sphere model using flat Earth measurements, right? So I mean, like, they can say, oh well, we've got this and this and this, and they can kind of point to something. So when they feel like you can't provide the same thing, and they're like what me and India were talking about, they want like a physical. They want barriers, right? Where does everything start and stop, and where's the limits, and that's where we're kind of like in limbo, right? We don't really know. Like, there's not really a model for flat Earth, and every time they've tried, like the whole, which I still have mixed feelings about the Antarctica thing. The whole, what's the dude's name? They go down there. We got Witsit and the other ones that go down there, and they see the whole 24-hour sun, and that kind of like threw a wrench in a lot of people. I guess not the true flat earthers, right? But for a lot of people that were maybe just kind of trying to get into it or understand it and see the positions, that that kind of turned a lot of people away from it. And I don't know if that was like kind of the whole point. What's your guys' opinion on that?
Yeah, I don't know what the point was. I guess you'd have to ask them. They hang around here on Discord sometimes, some of them, but here on the 24/7 Discord, we consider that whole escapade to be a great blessing to getting the actual information out there, because it was like a litmus test. If anybody thinks that particular expedition proved anything, then they don't really have a clear understanding of how to debunk the globe. That is what we're doing here. We're debunking the globe. We're demonstrating logically and mathematically that there's no curvature to be found. So anything that some people did or didn't do in Antarctica is irrelevant to the fact that no curvature has ever been measured, that the drop over distance expected is never seen in reality, that it has no bearing on that whatsoever.
Yeah. And if you interrogate them, any Gilbert, then you go, okay, say, I accept there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, how does that observation either prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? They have nothing to say, because they can't say how it does either one. They'll just say, oh, it's impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, show me. Well, how would it work on a flat Earth? Then they ask you to prove that it does work. They try to reverse the burden of proof, but they can't show how it doesn't work. They can't show why it wouldn't work. Do you know why? Because the actual model to even predict the 24-hour sun is on a flat Earth, which is weird.
Yeah,
it's not on a globe. They don't use a globe to make any of those predictions. They just believe that someone's doing a mathematical equations using a sphere and coming up with sunrise and sunsets, but that's not how it works. If you look at any of the formulas, it's all basically you're at the origin of you're in the center at the origin of coordinates, and it's assumed to be up from a horizontal plane, right? Because you have an elevation angle to the sun, right? If it's right overhead, it's 90 degrees. that's measured up from a flat plane. That's how the math actually works in reality to make the prediction in the first place. But people think that they're somehow doing these 3D models of globes somewhere. It's not how it works at all.
Yeah. And I was just making the point that they use like flat Earth measurements, but then they just put it onto a globe, right? And so they say, okay, well, this is the model. It's something they can point to, and the whole Antarctica thing was a way to like there's like they gunned the whole thing up where everything was kind of riding on it, right? It was like a do or die type thing where they got everyone involved or a lot of people. So it was like if you seen the 24-hour sun, then it was globe, but if you didn't, then it was flat, type thing. So,
but that wouldn't even be true.
Right, but I'm saying, but that's what they wrapped it up as.
Well, no, I mean, I kind of, but they never actually said the second part, right? They never actually said, well, if we don't see a 24-hour sun, then it's a flat Earth. They're like, why? How would that prove it's a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, according
think about it. Like, no matter what the sun does, right? Now, let's say instead of seeing a 24-hour sun, they saw it for a 50-hour sun. How would that prove a flat Earth? How would that falsify a globe, right? Because in their model, right, day and night is the spinning Earth. They could always just say, well, the spin of the Earth changed, the orbit changed, right? Nothing the sun did would actually falsify the globe because the sun can do anything, right? It would falsify the heliocentric model. Yeah, it would falsify the
around.
Well, yeah, it would falsify the heliocentric model, but it wouldn't falsify the globe.
No, but I'm saying it falsified their model. They like the flat Earth.
No, the solar system model is what it would falsify. It couldn't falsify the globe, no matter what.
No, but I'm saying the flat Earth model of like the ice wall going all the way around, and that if they went
no one believes in that.
Right, but I'm just saying there's
ice wall is a global concept that isn't from flat Earth.
Right, but I'm saying what I'm trying to say is that there's flat Earth. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like almost like controlled op because there are people who are trying to get into flat Earth or that are looking into it that see there's no curvature in the measurements. They're seeing the videos. They're seeing whatever their own testing and all that, right? And then but they're going to these other so-called flat earthers and they're giving them models of the Antarctic, whatever, going around the entire, and then there's the edge or whatever, or maybe there is an edge. Some of them say there's something outside.
Yeah, why do you think people do that? Why do you think people feel compelled to do all that stuff?
It's to shut it down, so that way you don't go further looking into it. That's why a lot of people.
I mean, some of it maybe might be controlled up. I think that people promote these things because they feel that they have to replace the globe, right? They need some image. Like you asked, like, what does the Earth look like? They want a picture of the flat Earth from space. That's what they want. And that's the only thing that's going to satisfy people. I want the same thing NASA has, but I want it to be a flat Earth. That's the only thing because the modern day, we're stuck in imagery.
Well, right? That goes to the point of the people who are just getting into it, right? And the measurements come back flat, right? And there's no curvature and all that. So people assume that, okay, so it must be flat all the way, and eventually it stops. So that's in people's minds that they're trying to do that, like exactly what you just said, is they want that physical model of what NASA has as a sphere, as but that's people just getting into it who don't like. I assumed, ignorantly that was your thought process or was some of
different cosmology. It's a totally different philosophical. I mean, literally from the very like you said, it's like that's philosophical. You're right. The whole thing is philosophical because the globe idea is based upon. I mean, if you go back to the beginning, right, to the first people that ever said it, Plato, Pythagoras, Copernicus. They said at the time when they wrote about it that the reasons that they thought it was a globe, the reasons were philosophical reasons. They had nothing to do with any scientific reasons. They said it at the time. They just said that the sphere is the most perfect shape, so the Earth must most naturally be a sphere. That was their argument for the Earth being a sphere, including up to Copernicus. So it isn't just like. Do you ever hear of the Copernican principle?
I've heard. Yes, I've heard of the term. Yes.
Yeah, so it means that the Earth, it's the philosophical position that the Earth has no unique place in the universe.
Yeah.
That it's not, that it's not unique. Okay, so people come in and they go, well, what about the other planets? Okay, other planets other than what? Other than Earth. Well, Earth's not a planet. Earth's not a planet. You're dumb. Right? This is stuff we hear.
Yeah, it's because they want to project what they see outside.
Why would you think? But why would you think of it to be a planet in the first place? Well, because of that. Yeah, because of that Copernican principle, where Earth is not unique, right? It's just like everything else in the sky. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet and you go, well, the Earth is like that because Earth's not unique. It's the same as everything else. So you're starting from a philosophical position, and they do not realize that they started from there. That they started from Earth can't. Then they go, what? Well, what's the Earth then? Well, it's the Earth. It's unique. It doesn't have a category. It doesn't go in a category.
No, yeah, and
right?
I agree with you.
We can 100%. Go in the we can go in the category human. You know, Fido can go in the category dog. You know, like there's categories for most things. Some things, this particular thing, there's no category because unique. There's nothing else like it. And the evidence is, if you actually think about it, is that there is nothing else like the Earth. There's no other place with life. There's no other place with water. There's no other place with people and animals and things and plants and you know, clouds and all the stuff that we enjoy in reality, right? Not even in their paradigm do they say this stuff exists. They say we're in a Goldilocks zone, that we're in a special place. And if in astronomy, they say it looks like we're in the center of the universe. Okay? Everything appears that we are in the center. It's called the cosmological axis of evil. So everything, all the evidence tells us we are unique. But if you take that philosophical position that we are not unique, when you look in the sky, you go, Earth is just like everything else. Earth is like the moon. Earth is like the sun. They come and they go, well, the moon's a sphere. The sun's round. The planets are round. Why isn't the Earth round? Well, because the Earth isn't those things.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if you were here. I think me and Daniel and we briefly talked about that. How, you know, the like you said, the Copernican whatever principle.
Yeah.
They want us to believe that we're just like you know, just a speck of dust out there with no real meaning or.
Exactly. Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah, and all that stems from the Copernican principle. Copernican principle is a foundation. Thus, you know, about 400 years later, that's gone down to people. You know what I mean? It's gone down to the individual level. It's gone from the Earth, but now it's down to you, right? You're just a dirty descendant of a fucking ape, right? That, you know, evolved out of the cosmic goo. You don't mean anything. Whether you live, die, what you did on Earth, it doesn't matter because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.5 billion years anyway, and all traces of your existence are going to be fucking gone. So it doesn't matter what you do. So pay your taxes and don't get beat up by the government and just be a degenerate and stick your dick everywhere, and everything will be great. You'll be happy, and that's all you need.
Yeah, and if you really think about it, it doesn't really make any sense too, because I mean, there's species that are millions and millions and millions, supposedly millions of years older than us, and if you know we're supposed to like evolve over time, wouldn't stuff that has more time evolve? Like, wouldn't stuff be ahead of us? And like, why are there still monkeys and apes? And wouldn't have they have evolved? Like,
yeah, I mean,
there's like goo and like bacteria and shit. Like, we come from goo supposedly, right? And there's bacteria that's supposedly millions and millions and millions and millions of, even I think I've even read billions of years older than us. So why haven't they evolved to like some super species above us?
Yeah, but the point is, I mean, all that's true. But the point I was making is like they've taken that original idea where the Earth's not unique and they've drilled down to you're not unique, you're not special, you're just, you know, you're just another human, which is just another species, which is just another form of life. You're no different. Your life is no different than, you know, an amoeba. You're just the same thing. You're just more complex. I mean, there's a NASA scientist, Michelle Thaler. If anybody's got the clip, that would be great. She says, I think of myself as a complicated rock. That's what she literally said, that I think of myself as a complicated rock. That she is just a bunch of minerals and chemicals and stuff having a chemical reaction. and that's all she is, just a bunch of chemical reactions. She's not even really a person. That's her personage is just a bunch of chemicals that created that emergent property. Like it's they're that far gone, dude. Like some of these people are just gone.
Well, yeah, and then you got to go down that whole philosophical conversation of like, what consciousness is and all that. And a lot of these scientists will tell you that it's just we're nothing more than just basically just a computer firing neurons. There's no really rhyme or reason. We're just doing things. We don't really have a individuality or uniqueness or anything like that. That basically what's his name? What's that guy? I'm trying to remember his name. He's like, we're basically hackable animals that eventually like we're going, and that's where the future is going. Is they want basically to merge man with machine. That's where it's going.
I think I think you're right. They're trying to. What I think they're just trying to merge man out of any connection with the spiritual, the mystical, the metaphysical, and just turn us into like naturalist, materialist robots.
Yeah, but basically just cut off from like I guess whatever your religious stance is like any kind of sense of God, where it's just like you're kind of like almost like where you literally are just become a computer with no really consciousness or free thought or free will or anything. That eventually, like if you ever just subscribed or adopted that and just like chip me, and then eventually like this.
Yeah, well, I've said this before. Like, if there is no God, who is the highest moral authority left? Because if God's gone, there's no God. Who's the highest moral authority?
Yes, man.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And how are things like, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say, right? And what did they say that all the ancient rulers used to do? That they were God kings, right? That they were like God. And somehow the people now are different. The rulers now, they don't do that. No, they're like, fuck, we're not going to be God kings. We'll just get rid of God and it'll just be us. We don't even have to pretend to be deities. We'll just get rid of just say, deism. That's just an ancient superstition, and we're more advanced than that because we go to the moon and, we know better and just do what we say because we're technological wizards that do modern day miracles. That's like the narrative they're selling everybody. It's pretty horrifying.
Oh yeah.
Quite honestly.
Oh yeah, the world's going down, man. It's going to a pretty dark place.
Yeah. Yeah, people are like trying to speed it up. Like it's crazy. But like you're seeing how complicated this topic can be, right?
Oh yeah.
So like when someone comes in, right? Usually the first thing I ask them now, shout out AB, something Alpha Veritas is a member here used to ask him. He goes, "How do you know the Earth is actually a globe?" Just that one question. And they go through all sorts of things of how they know, but when it always boils down to they don't actually know. And that's really the best. If you can get them to just admit that to themselves that they don't actually know the Earth's a globe, that is a victory.
Yeah,
that is a victory. That's the best because because for a new person, this topic is too complicated to just dump everything on them. It's too much. You have to just pique their interest and maybe like lead a breadcrumb so that they will like inquire on their own. Because you like think about like you're force feeding them, right? You got a big spoon of freaking really icky tasting medicine and you're just jamming it in their mouth. They don't want to eat it. Eventually, they just barf it all up. So.
And that's been my problem too. And me and Daniel and I talked about that also. Is that like you almost have to take baby steps. You have to like spark a curiosity, and not insult them too, because right when you insult or like go to name calling or whatever, they like shut down, and then you definitely aren't going to get anywhere. Because it immediately just it resorts to like just a name calling competition. But like that's a very good point you brought up, because like whenever I've tried to talk with people about things that I find interesting, like as far as any kind of conspiracy, right? Your flat Earth or whatever it may be. That I often find myself in that force feed position where I'm like, watch this, read this, whatever, and it's just like they don't have that interest, and it almost like just kind of pushes them further away from the topic. So it's I have gotten better at doing that and just kind of trying to spark curiosity where you can't do it for them. It's kind of like it goes back to the saying of you can't make someone do something they don't want to do. They have to do it on their own. For whatever reason that is, I don't know why or when or how
because
it happened.
It's the identity. It's the identity thing. This is like it's like a known thing. It's been known since like I've told this like. So if I said to you, Nike sneakers is starting a hotel chain. Can you imagine what those hotels would look like in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if I go, Hilton Hotels is creating a sneaker. Can you imagine what that sneaker would look like?
Nah.
Exactly, right? Because Nike has created an advertising identity. So people identify with Nike. Right? Nike has an advertising campaign where they portray people that wear Nikes as a certain way. And Edward Bernays, who wrote a book called Propaganda, he's the father of modern advertising, grandfather, in fact. He said, like, if you want to sell people stuff, you create an identity, and that buying the product is more than just buying the product. It says something about themselves, and they feel right if they want to be like, if they want to feel like they're a great athlete, if they buy Nikes, it's easier to identify as being that person. Yes, yeah. I wear Nikes. People are going to look at me and see I am a great athlete because I wear Nikes. And the dude freaking, couldn't catch a cold. So this is the thing. There's certain people that they identify with the club idea, and you can't force them to change their identity. They have to do it themselves.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, and it's like they have to be convinced to it.
Yeah, your only goal is to figure out, is it that type of person? And if it is, then you give them, you only like give them the breadcrumbs. If it's someone with an open mind that's genuinely interested, then you can give them the whole thing, right? Like I'm giving you the whole thing, right? But if you were like someone, you obviously don't identify as a globe earther. I would call you like maybe you're on the fence a little bit. You're not 100% there, but that's probably just because like you haven't been around long enough. The longer you're around in this topic, the more convinced I get that the Earth is flat. Not less, the more, because we have globe earthers come in here, anti-flat earthers, and no matter what they come up with, no matter what new gimmick they pull out of their hat, every single time when we actually go, okay, we're going to deep dive into this and go down the rabbit hole on this claim, it's never the way it's supposed to be. The way it's portrayed ever. It doesn't matter what they bring up. And this has been like 10 years of this stuff of like global. Well, what about this neutrino thing? You're like, well, I can't explain why neutrinos go through the Earth and they pick them up on the other side. Maybe the Earth is a globe, but then when you dig down and you look at how they actually did it, what the data actually is, what they're actually doing, you're like, fuck, dude, this doesn't tell you that the Earth's a globe. This is just a bunch of statistical nonsense.
Right.
It has been consistent for 10 years. No matter what they bring up, it actually doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. Like, no matter what they bring up. And it's like, I've seen like these, I call them trial balloons. So they'll come in, they'll try, what about this? Okay, we knocked that down. Oh, what about this? And they'll create these long-ass Gishgallop lists. And like, you know what Gishgallop is? Gishgallop is when you try to overwhelm an opponent with lots of arguments with no regard to how strong the argument actually is. So they think that if they come with 100 weak arguments, that's as good as one proof. No, you just have 100 weak arguments, and adding them up together doesn't make a strong total argument, right? But that's what they think. So, yeah, I've heard these hundreds of weak arguments for so long, and it always turns out to be, even if it's new and we never heard it. But my thing is at this point is never, whatever a Glober says, don't believe it. Always check and see if that's what the actual case is, because typically they either misinterpret what they looked at, or it doesn't mean what they think it means, or any number of things. I'll give you an example, a good example. Latitude and longitude. What is that? What is latitude and longitude? Is that on the Earth? Can I go somewhere on the Earth and find a latitude and longitude? And I don't mean as in imaginary lines, right? I mean, it's actually a place on Earth. Can I find my latitude and longitude using the Earth? How about that? No, let's imagine. I can't see the sky. It's all cloudy. I don't have any devices. I have no GPS. I have nothing. I want to know where I am. Can I find my latitude and longitude?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. Like, how would you do it, right? That's because latitude and longitude are based upon the celestial sphere. It's not based upon the ground. And you can't even say what your latitude and longitude is if you can't see the sky. But a lot of people think, what about, if I follow this latitude line, longitude line, and from, this point to this place, then this, right? Like, well, you're not on those, you're under those. Like, what are you talking about? All you did is tell me that you went under a bunch of stars. But they don't realize that. This is just one of the things that a Glober will come in. They'll make some argument about maps and latitude and longitude. And then, they don't realize that those things aren't even based upon the ground. They're based upon the sky in the first place. Right? And so it's just funny. Like, how come if I go for every 1 degree north, I go, when I travel north, Polaris goes up. When I'm on 45 latitude, Polaris is at 45 degrees in the sky. How come? Because that's literally what defines 45 latitude in the first place. If you couldn't see Polaris at 45 degrees in the sky, you wouldn't even know you're at 45 latitude, and there'd be no way to tell if you were, right? So it's like circular logic, the whole thing. But they come with these arguments that are circular, and they don't realize they're circular because they think that these points are measured points on the ground, but they're not. They have nothing to do with the ground. Only in the sense where they know if they look in the nautical almanac, some star is going to that is going to be at zenith at some point in time, and if you're standing in a spot when that star's at zenith, you're at some freaking latitude, right? Like, we have a whole system of coordinates in time, a key components to time, because the longitude is based upon the sun. So your longitude lines are based upon the solar position, and the latitude lines are based upon the star's position. So the coincidence of events of time and stars where they are in the sky relative to where you're looking, right? That tells you your latitude and longitude. That is our whole coordinate system. That's how celestial navigation works. But people think that the Earth is the sphere. That's the thing. They think the Earth is the sphere, and they think that system proves that the Earth is a sphere. It doesn't even use the Earth. It doesn't require an Earth. It doesn't Earth could not exist, and that system of coordinates would still work. But that's just one example.
Uses all the whole GP ground positioning system doesn't just use flat Earth measurements, anyways, right? So.
Well, I mean, you're always measuring up from the horizon, or from
the triangulation, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that's just an arbitrary coordinate system. You can use other ones. Pacific Islanders, they didn't have any of the globe Earth stuff. They used the stars to navigate and travel super long distances, and they didn't have a compass, and they didn't have any of those tools to use. But they still navigated 600 kilometers and could hit targets that were like a kilometer across, which is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah.
That's, in fact, the Spanish, when they kept finding these Carolingian Islanders in the Philippines, and they were like, how the fuck did you get here? Like, they didn't understand how they got there, because They didn't have a globe. They didn't have an astrolabe. They didn't have sextants. They didn't have any of that stuff. So how did they get there from 600 kilometers away? Well, they navigated using the stars, and they wouldn't tell the Spanish for freaking 200 years how they did it. Which is, whatever. Anyway, the point is that, like, depending on the person, you really, and I tell everybody this, you just have to listen to the person. Actually listen. Typically, people will come in, if it's a globe earther, right? They'll give what they think is their best evidence first. And that will tell you something about that person. If you go, okay, why did that person present that as his best evidence as opposed to some other thing? It tells you something about the way they think. And then you go from there. But you have to listen. That's the key point, is listen to who you're talking to. Because no matter what, as long as they're just not like absolute trolling or pissed off at Flat Earth for existing at all, because that's some people where you're never going to get through to them. No matter what, they're only here for, to vent their anger or punch down or whatever. If it's an actual person you're going to have a dialogue with, then, just listen to them. That's really the key, is just to listen to what they're saying. They'll tell you everything you need to know.
Well, do you think someone that's willing to have a dialogue is, to me, it seems like they're open to the idea of flat Earth, right? I mean, I guess maybe not always. I think a lot of times, though, if someone's willing to have an open dialogue, then that means they're trying to see what you have to convince them, right, that the Earth is flat. But a lot of times, the problems I run into is that I don't know if they're trolling or they just resort to name calling. Well, you just call you flat tards or whatever, and then
I get it. There's people that are mad about flat Earth existing at all. They have these weird ideas. Because remember the identity thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's, like, I can post it right now. Like, dude is like, he said, you guys make a joke out of everything, and that's why aliens won't come see us. Thinks flat earthers are the reason aliens aren't coming down to see us. It's like we're still too backwards. We have to be advanced enough for them to come hang out with us or something. I mean, these people have these weird ideas, like these NASA fanboys and people that think, aliens and all this stuff. They're really into that space, the idea of space and human advance. That, like, they'll say things like, how's the human race ever going to advance if you flat earthers are around?
Well, I've often noticed that the people that are the NASA fanboys, that are the Globers or whatever, they don't really do a good job at defending their position anyways. It's all like faith in science and NASA, but then they'll try to name call and make fun of you for having your stance on something that you've actually measured or experienced, right? So but you can't really get them to see that. And it's like, I often tell them, like, you don't even have a thought of your own. You're just literally just regurgitating what people in authority say, right? That are
Well, I mean, half the time they're not even regurgitating authorities. They're regurgitating something their teacher said, and their teacher don't know. Their teacher's just reading what they saw in the textbook, and then whoever wrote the textbook, they don't fucking know because they barely researched what they're even writing down. I mean, and the textbook itself is 30 years old before it even got into the school. So it's like it's crazy. Like, we have a name for it. It's called the magic science guy fallacy. So all these people, they think that there's some guy out there, right? There's some magic science guy. They don't know who he is. They don't know how he did it. They don't know what evidence he has, but they're pretty sure that he's out there, and he has the globe proof that they don't have. They don't have it, but there's some other guy. They'll say, well, I'm not a scientist, or, well, I don't know, but I'm sure somebody else frickin' has the information. It's always somebody else. Like, when people that actually, kind of push, like, try to debate us, but they don't really know anything. They're just regular people.
Yeah.
And they're just like, oh, flat earthers are the low-hanging fruit. They don't know anything. And then they come in, and, almost immediately they're going, well, I'm not a scientist. Like, well, okay, who does have if it's not you, who? And they're like, well, NASA. Well, okay, who at NASA? Who do I call? I don't know. They don't know anything, right? That's like I said. That's the point. Is the point? All they have is like this giant belief that there's evidence out there somewhere. They don't know who has the evidence.
Yeah, they believe because there's these agencies that are ran and funded by governments or taxpayers, I should say, that it's impossible.
Well, they think because everybody believes it, there must be a whole shitload of evidence out there. Because everyone they know believes it, and then everyone those people know believes it, and people wouldn't believe something that's not true. Of course not. People don't believe things that aren't true, especially a lot of people, which is fallacious. People believe a lot of people believe
cognitive dissonance, the herd mentality. It's like I tell you what, people are really scared of being ostracized. Like they're scared of being outside of a circle because they don't want to feel like they're out on their own, that they're crazy, or like they don't want to be pushed out, right? They would rather, like, and you had mentioned this already, they would rather just be comfortable in the lie, and even if they can't really necessarily prove it a lie, but they can see that there's holes they can poke into the story or their ideology. They would still rather just shut up and just go along with everybody else because it's just easier that way. So,
well, I mean, some people. I mean, I've heard people say, if the Earth was flat, I'd kill myself. I mean, literally, fuck, dude. Like seriously, I'd kill myself if there was no outer space. I actually have a recording of that. I could actually play it, but I'm not gonna. So some people would never think the Earth is flat. Would never even if the Earth was flat, they would never let themselves believe it because they'd be afraid of what people would think. Okay.
Well, not only that too, but they also, another thing that people just absolutely hate is they hate, especially when you have a stance or position and you're so like dedicated to it, and then you eventually do find. I mean, we've all been there. I think we've all been there.
You should ask them.
You have such a strong stance, you're willing to like go to war over, right? And then you've proven wrong. A lot of people would rather double down on knowing, even though they're wrong, because
wrong this time.
They'd rather
people
die,
that are absolutely
bro.
obsessed with us, bro. Like they're absolutely obsessed.
No, they'd rather die than admit that you were right, or that you even have a valid point that stumps them, right? Globers, you give them, a point, and you can clearly, even just listen to them, you can fucking sense the gears turning, right? But they're just like, and then it's just like, you think you're like, oh, maybe, and then they revert back to like, oh no, you're just a stupid flat tire, you don't know anything, right? And it's just like, crap.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would never try to convince anybody the Earth is flat anymore. Like I just give people information that they didn't have previously. Because a lot of people they think they have an idea about flat Earth and what it is. And CB say it all the time. They'd be like, "Well, if flat Earthers think that," and he would just say, "You don't even know what flat Earth is. Like what is flat Earth?" Well, you think that the Earth is a disk floating in space. You know what I mean? They have no idea what we think and what it is, and then they come in here and like try to debunk it. Like, how can you debunk an idea that you don't even know what the freaking idea is? They just know it from memes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't try to convince people the Earth is flat. It's like we spend the first freaking 10 minutes is spent freaking deprogramming them from what they thought flat Earth was.
Yeah. So what's your model?
Topic, Indio. Wesley wants the smoke.
Oh, he wants the smoke. Model of what?
Yeah, what's the best map that shows the whole flat Earth?
The best map that shows, I'd say Antonio Subaratz's map.
What's the name of it?
Antonio Subaratz's map.
Antonio.
It's in the Book of the Sun.
Subaretz. How do you spell his last name? Do you know? Oh, Subaretz. I found it. Map.
Why is the map the territory now?
I'm trying to find where his map. See,
Is the map the territory now?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't. You never heard of the map territory?
Goes back to what we were
Yeah,
saying
you
before.
never heard of the map territory problem? It's a well-known problem. It's been known about for a couple hundred years.
Well,
you don't
no,
know about that, and you're going to talk about maps?
I noticed
Weird.
I noticed that you couldn't answer the question. So,
I
what is the
did.
best flat Earth map?
I did. I said
No,
Antonio
okay,
Subaras
well,
is the map, I think.
yeah,
Best for what? But best for what purpose? Maps
I'm
are
asking
purpose
you
specific.
what is the
Best
best
for
flat
what
Earth map?
purpose? Best is a value judgment.
Yeah, sure. So distances across the Earth.
Distances.
Yep.
The best map for distances. I don't know. There'd be no way to actually verify the distance.
There's no way to actually verify it?
Yeah, to actually verify what the distance is, no matter what you do, like how are you going to verify it? How are you going to measure the distance?
You don't know how to measure distances?
Yeah, I think I would make a map.
Now I'm going to ask you. Why are you asking me? Hold on.
I think that'd be the best one.
Hold on a second. Why are you asking me a question when I asked you a question?
Well, you said that we can't measure distances. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, not long distances like this. There's no way to measure them.
Oh, you can't?
Why are you asking me a question again? There's no way to measure them. No, you can't. What are you going to use to measure them?
Surveying?
Tell me the instrument. Tell me the instrument.
Theodolite?
You're going to measure 1,000 miles with a theodolite.
Well, you can do it in segments, sure. Or you can do it with an airplane. Yeah.
Okay.
You measure your ground speed?
Okay, let's talk about the theodolite. Let's go there. So NAD 27, which is the North American datum 1927, and the North American datum 1983. Okay, one started from a central point in Meade, Kansas, stringing out to both coasts. The other one was just a reference ellipsoid, the WGS 84. When they compared the surveys against each other, there was a systemic difference between each one of them. Now, what is the theodolite good for? Well, it depends. If you start from, it starts basically in the Ohio River Valley, and as you go east, the control points are too close together and getting smaller and closer together as you go further east until you hit the east coast. And then it stops because you're in the water. But when you go the other way, they get further and further apart, increasing as you get to the east coast.
So they refined it, right?
They didn't refine it. It's a systemic error.
So they didn't correct for it?
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? No, what they did was they stamped a new number on the fucking control point that was already stamped in the ground.
Was it a correction or not?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
Well, how do you know which is the correct one? How do you know the first one wasn't the correct one? Which one's the correct one?
You're the one telling me about this.
Which one's the correct one? No, you said use a theodolite. So we used the theodolite. We did two different surveys and they didn't match each other.
Okay.
Which is the correct one?
The one that was verified by multiple measurements, I'm assuming.
They were all, it was fucking goddamn North American datum. They surveyed across America.
You don't need to get triggered by this. It's just a question.
Yeah, they surveyed. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. They surveyed across America.
Okay. So again,
okay, they have lots of measurements, hundreds if not thousands. Okay. So why is there, like, if we take the distance of one and the distance of the other, they don't match each other. So which one's the correct one?
I don't know, because you're the one that.
Yeah, of course you don't know. But you said we can use a theodolite to measure distance.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just demonstrated and gave a specific example of how that doesn't actually work.
Okay.
Because your measurements, listen, dude, if you do, like, say, the Great American Triangulation, right? They do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take the flat measurements of a bunch of triangles and they project it onto a reference ellipsoid.
Right. And so what are the angles?
Why do you need a reference ellipsoid if you're measuring a globe?
What are the angles between those triangles?
They're not greater than 180 degrees.
Okay.
How could they be greater than 180 degrees if you have lines of sight?
I've got data for that shows that
that's done after reduction of the horizontal direction, dude. That's done after. It's page 47. Go look on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the azimuth to map it to a reference ellipsoid. Now, think about what you're saying. How could you have lines of sight between theodolites? That's a planar triangle. A line between the lens of one theodolite to another one, the lens of one theodolite to another one, and the lens of one theodolite to another one. That's a triangle. That's a triangle, and it's not going to be greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
I never claimed that.
You said they're greater than the triangles are greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
Yeah, not from theodolite to theodolite. Come on, man. You're not this slow, right?
Okay. Well, how would it be greater? Because you're not on this. Bro, are you dense? Are you dumb?
I know you
Are you dumb? No, yeah. Try and run away from your bullshit. So listen, it'll never be greater than 180 degrees. It's impossible because you're making measurements of a theodolite using lines of sight, and those lines of sight are straight. You're always going to have planar triangles, no matter how many you stack together. All you can do is do the reduction of the horizontal direction, twist the azimuth, because you're putting on a reference ellipsoid. If they were measuring a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid at all. They would just measure a globe.
Okay. So I will post some angles measured with spherical excess. Do you know what?
This is after reduction of the horizontal direction. Look in the book you're reading.
You know what spherical excess?
It's page 47. Yes, I know what it is. They created it by calculation. They didn't measure it. They took the numbers, the actual survey data, what they looked in when they looked in the theodolite, and the angle they took, and they performed a calculation on it. It's on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. I'll post it.
This is not. You don't need to get angry. I'm not getting angry. So that's fine. I will go back and read that page. That's a fair point that I haven't looked at. So going back, can you post this map that you're talking about that you think is the most accurate for measuring distances?
You said no. The map that I think no. The first map I was talking about, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you post that, please?
Yeah, but what it looks like is not the same thing as measuring distances. Those are two different things.
Okay, so can you post that, please?
The one for measuring, I said it's impossible to verify.
I'm just asking.
You can't verify the distances. It's impossible.
I know. I'm asking you to post it, please.
No map is sufficient.
No, the one that you mentioned. Go ahead and post that, please. Because I looked it up, and there's not one map that goes with that guy that you mentioned. So can you post what you were mentioning? Or if you want to back away from it, it's fine too.
No, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
It's too. Oh, yeah, I will. Hold
on. And why do you like this map?
Because it's based upon actual data.
What data?
Official country sizes filed with the UN and ship travel times across the ocean. Ship logs. He used ship logs and the official country survey data, right? So every country reports to the UN, hey, our country's X amount of square miles. So that's what he used to get the country sizes, and then he used how long it takes to travel by boat across the ocean to get the distances between points in the water to make the sizes of the ocean.
You think the shipping distance from South Africa to Chile is accurate on this map?
Sure. Why not? Show it's not.
Well, the Antarctic race around Antarctica is a lot shorter than you could ever do it in
What's the world record?
I don't know, but it would be at least 2 or 3 times as long.
How come the world record?
Wait, I'm looking at boat race distance around Antarctica.
So you're making shit up? So okay, the IDEC 3. The IDEC. Okay, I already know the answer. I'm asking a rhetorical question because I already know the answer.
Okay.
Around
Antarctica.
So the world record around Antarctica is the same time it takes to sail around the world. It was by the IDEC 3, which is a trimaran. The world record for a solo person was 93 days. That 93 days is more time than it took the Thermopylae and Cutty Sark 18th century clipper ships fully loaded with cargo to sail from Shanghai to fucking United Kingdom. The
Okay.
average speed that fucking carbon fiber racing yacht must have been traveling would have been 6 knots
Okay.
to
So
circumnavigate Antarctica.
the distance around Antarctica for the Antarctic Cup yacht race is 14 to 16,000
Yeah,
miles.
that's
So
cap.
are you
What's that?
are you
That's
saying
cap, dude.
oh so
That's
nuh-uh.
wrong.
So
That's
nuh-uh.
no, I'm not saying nuh-uh. I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Okay,
What did I
I
say to you? Repeat back to me what I said to you. Why is it wrong?
Because it's bunk, you said, and because of the other.
Because
ships
it's
around.
bunk, I said? I didn't use the word bunk. I didn't say anything like that. Because we know how long it takes to finish that race. And that
We also know
the
the
shit that we have two
nautical
choices.
miles.
We have two choices. Either the distance is wrong, or carbon fiber racing yachts are going 1/4 of the speed that they normally sail.
Or they're not going a constant speed, or they stop overnight. Could that be
They don't
possible?
stop overnight. It's a constant race. They don't
You want
stop overnight.
you're sure of that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm sure they
You're
don't
pretty
stop
sure. You're
overnight.
sure. Are
No,
you
I'm
pretty
sure.
Sure? Okay. I'll look that up. But where's Antarctica on
Yeah,
the map?
I don't know.
This is too easy.
You're getting cooked, dude.
I'm
What are you
getting
talking
cooked.
about?
Is that?
Yeah.
Are you claiming that? You're claiming a win already?
Well, dude, you haven't done anything but make claims which you're wrong about, factually wrong about.
How come flights from New York to Paris are about the same length as South Africa?
Where'd you get your distances from?
You got to talk it. You got to talk.
Yeah, no, I want to know where you got the same
right?
problem.
You win?
You're going to
Is that
keep
how you
running
win?
into the same problem with your map argument. You have no
Is that how
measured
you win
distance.
here?
No,
Why?
no, you're going to
Why
keep
is
Wesley. You're going to keep running into the same problem. You don't
I
have
can
any
show you
measured.
flights.
No,
I can show you
you're
flights on
yeah.
Craigslist.
Now you're over talking me. You don't have any measured distances, and you have no way to measure them.
Just like you did the length of boat ships going across.
Yeah,
I
we
can
have
give you
sailing
lengths
time.
and I can give you lengths of airplane flights from South Africa to Argentina, and they're not 2 times or 3 times the distance that you're showing between Paris.
How do you know that?
And New York. Because I have the Qantas air flight times from FlightAware.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them too. And then when you actually look into the transponder data, they're all fucking blank. Yeah,
so
like you can go.
You're
No,
so
you can.
cute.
Yeah,
You're
Wesley,
so cute.
Wesley. I know what flight it is. It's Qantas 47. Okay, if you go look on the actual data, right? They have a tab which shows you the actual data, the transponder things. It's all blank. It's all NA. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why that
Came in
is?
here with a fucking 2-bit McToon
Do
fucking
you know
argument.
why that is?
Yeah, why is that? Tell me.
Why? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why. Then you said you knew why.
That it's blank?
Yeah.
That's who cares why it is?
You
The
said you
thing
knew
you're
why.
relying on, the
You said you
data,
knew why.
doesn't exist.
You said you knew why. Go ahead and tell
I
us
don't
why.
care why. It doesn't matter why. Why would it matter why? It's not
So
there.
somehow people get on these flights
Yeah,
and
that's
they
right.
leave at the right time and they get there at the right time. So you
There is no right time, dude.
what?
The flight, listen, the Cindy to Santiago, Chile flight varies by almost 30% in each direction. You don't know what you're
why?
talking about.
Do you know why?
Oh, why?
Because of the jet stream, maybe?
Because maybe? Or is it?
Right?
Maybe?
Yes.
You're just
So they
making
get
it up,
on
dude.
and they get off at the right
You know what
time.
could also be? You know what could also be?
Inaccurate. It's
It could also be the
inaccurate,
approach to the airport.
right? It would change it by 3 hours.
No, it's more than 3 hours, dude.
Okay, so
It's 5.5 hours.
The approach changes it.
No, the approach could be make a difference by 45 minutes.
Dude. Makes sense, dude.
The approach can make a difference by 45 minutes. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago.
Why are you
I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. Okay, I flew at 2 different airports. Okay.
I flew
Your
on
antics are only going to get you muted, dude. Okay, so
you threaten me with mutes? Is that how it works?
no, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to deal with your immaturity.
No, you just can't handle the argument.
What
So
you
what
haven't?
do you-
What argument? I refuted your argument, and you said.
So the
You said what?
Qantas air flight, why isn't it 2 to 3 times more than the Paris to New York?
Why
flight?
should it be?
Look at your map.
The map. So how did you measure the distances on this map?
You could use a ruler.
To tell us what they should be.
You said that this was the most accurate for distances.
No, I did not. I specifically said even before I showed it to you that's not the case. You're a liar, and now you're muted. I told you before I even talked to you that was not the case because I knew what you were going to do. People are too predictable. I told you. You asked me what it would look like. I said this is what it would look like. You asked about distances. I said there's no way to test whether the distances are right or not. And then you said this is the one you offered for distances. You're a snake. You got one chance to reprieve yourself and admit your error.
Okay, so I agree. I agree that you said that. So I apologize for strawmanning you. So then, which is the map that shows the accurate distances?
There is no map that shows accurate distances. We don't navigate that way.
So how do you explain flight maps?
What do you mean? How do I explain flight maps?
How do they have flight maps that are accurate to distances?
Accurate in what? What do you mean accurate? Accurate in what way? How do you know they're accurate?
Because they have the length that they've traveled, they have the departure and arrival times, and they're all consistent.
You're just making all that up. You just believe all that shit.
Well, you could say nuh-uh. That's fine.
You can actually provide evidence to support what you just said.
Okay.
I'm not saying nuh-uh. What am I saying nuh-uh to? Your claim?
How come Google Earth is...
Am I saying how come Google Earth's a cylinder, dude?
It's not a cylinder. What are you talking about?
Google Earth is the web Mercator. It's a cylinder.
No,
Go on Google Earth, try to draw a circle around the North or South Pole, and it'll snap into a half moon. Okay? It's a cylinder.
It still shows the distances are accurate to 99.7.
Yeah, but no, Google does not say that. Google says Google Earth is a fucking toy, dude, and it's for entertainment purposes only. Stop making shit up, dude.
Okay, I'll put the citation then. If you don't, I don't know why you're disagreeing.
It better be Google. That's the citation.
Yep. Google Earth accuracy.
Now you're Googling it. You're Googling the whether Google Earth or accuracy.
You
Google
think I just knew
says
that
that Google Earth and Google Maps is for educational is for entertainment purposes only. They don't claim accuracy because then they would be sued. Okay? It's a toy. Google Earth is a cylinder. It's the Mercator map wrapped around a cylinder.
No, it's not in a cylinder.
It's a cylinder. They took the spherical projection of the latitude, longitude coordinates, and they projected them onto a cylinder, dude. Sorry.
How come they use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances then?
Who cares?
I do. Do you know what the Haberstein formula is?
Yeah, I do know what you guys are so corny, dude. I knew what the Haberstein formula was 20 years ago.
Well, then why would you ask me why is that a silly question?
I didn't say it was I said, so what? They use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances. So what? I used freaking the Haberstein formula to calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pin. Who cares? If you can't validate whether the measurement is accurate in the physical world with actual measurements, you can calculate whatever. Okay, do it. Show us.
Airplane flights show the distance that they've traveled.
Based upon what?
What do you mean based upon their ground speed?
Where their ground speed?
Yep.
Yep. Measured with what?
What?
Measured with what? The instrument they measure their ground speed with.
GPS.
Get the GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That's a tangent plane. So try again. And even if GPS did use a globe, they'd be using the Haberstein formula. The thing that you said that's circular logic, dunce.
Why are you so angry?
The Haberstein formula proves the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
They verified the Haberstein formula by using the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
Because you're talking in circles and it's aggravating.
No,
because you came with this weak ass McToon shit, dude.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Okay, I get it now. And also with the
you're literally parroting a fucking McToon video, bro. It's boring.
The reason the TFP thing happened is because several flat earthers, many of the most popular.
Who cares? Here we get with the drama.
Oh well, you were strawmanning the reason they went, so maybe you didn't want to be corrected. Okay, that's fine.
What? Why? I mean the reason they went?
Yeah, you guys were saying like it was a false dichotomy or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
No.
Yeah, you were. You were in here just saying that before I came on voice.
I did not say it was a false dichotomy. I said no matter what they observed about the sun, can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth.
Yes, but it can disprove the maps that the people believed in.
Which map?
The ones that they believed in.
Which map? The Gleason's map?
Yep, and the AE.
It still works on the Gleason's map. They didn't see anything that was inconsistent with the Gleason's map.
Okay,
Nothing.
How do you get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a Gleason's map?
It's right on the map. What do you think? Did you ever read like the map itself? It says sun. It says longitude and time calculator. Does it say this is what the Earth looks like?
Do you have one? Do you have?
Does it say this is what the Earth looks like on it?
It says the flat Earth map on it.
No, it does not. Why are you making shit up? It says latitude and time calculator.
Flat Earth map, Alexander Gleason, 1892. The flat Earth map of the world.
Keep reading.
Yep.
Longitude and sun calculator.
Okay. And then, do you know what it says?
That's what its purpose is.
Do you know what it says in the bottom right?
Bunch of shit. I don't know. I'm not reading it right off the top of my head.
Oh, you don't know this?
Yeah. What's this? Listen, I can go look in our maps channel and go look at it. What? Tell me.
You said it was correct.
It is correct for telling time. Yes. For telling the solar position. Yes, it's absolutely correct.
Okay. Why does it say in here there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but unknown regions?
Because they hadn't discovered Antarctica yet.
But you said it's right. Wait, they hadn't.
No, it's right for this. I said. What did I say it was right for?
Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now?
Look, it is still right because the longitude lines that exist on that map are the same longitude times that converge in Antarctica, right?
No, remember you said it was
are the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica, right? Are they the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica?
The longitude lines do not.
The longitude lines on the map, right, on the Gleason's map, are the same longitude lines. There's no difference, dude.
They don't converge.
You don't understand maps. That's your problem. The fundamental problem. You don't understand coordinate systems. You don't understand maps. You don't understand that they're made for specific purposes, and they're not meant to be reified because of the map territory problem.
You said
which I started with.
It was accurate sun calculator, and this says that there is no sunlight in Antarctica below 80 degrees south.
They didn't know about Antarctica.
They hadn't discovered Antarctica by the time this map was produced.
They didn't.
You want to stick with that?
Yes. It was unexplored.
November 1892. They hadn't discovered Antarctica at this point? Is that what you stick with?
They knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
Oh, so now you're shifting to they knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
It was unexplored, yes.
When did they get
to the South Pole?
When did they get to the South Pole?
Amundsen got to the South Pole. I think it was
when?
1913 or something.
So now you're shifting it to expedition, but before it was discovered. So you're shifting your goal.
And Amundsen was never at the South Pole. There is no South Pole to be at. How would he know he was? Listen, let me ask you. How would he know he's at the South Pole?
Do you want to know? Do you want to know?
Yeah, I want to know how he would know. How did he verify himself he was at the South Pole? What did he do?
Yep, the South Celestial Pole. That's how they knew.
Oh, so he went at night?
No, he could go during the day with a 24-hour sun.
Well, he said that he didn't see it. Well, he didn't. He said he didn't see a 24-hour sun. In fact, he said they seen a sun for one day the entire time they were there, and it wasn't a 24-hour sun.
No.
He has notebooks. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down. You can go look on archive.org right now, the notebooks of Amundsen. You can go read it yourself. He said that it was brightly lit all the time, and it was driving his crew crazy.
24-hour sun.
Brightly lit, not a 24-hour sun, brightly lit. And that when the sun finally come out, the crew had a party.
Okay, because you think they were
Uh,
only
Did
down
that,
there for
did
one.
that, did that, did that.
You
Did
think
you
they
hear
were only down
different?
there for one day?
Did some doofus anti-flat earther tell you different?
You think they were down there for one day? You thought the expedition took one day?
No, they
Really?
said for only one day of the entire time they were there. Why are you
Yeah, but who was
strawmanning what
there?
I said?
You weren't
Okay.
there.
Okay, so now we know that this map is wrong. You're
No,
not
it's
gonna say
right.
that,
It's
right?
right for its purpose. It's not a
The
travel
central
map.
player is obviously wrong because it says there
No,
is
it
no.
is right because if you're on one of those longitude lines, that's where you're gonna see the sun. It is correct.
Longitude?
Longitude. Yes,
Yeah, but
longitude.
it says one of the key factors in the bottom right says there's no sunlight below 80th degree.
That's great. That's latitude, but you're going to be on one of the longitude lines, and
So
that's
you
what
agree that it's wrong.
that's what it calculates. You don't understand the map even in the slightest. You're
So you
trying and
agree it's
trying and trying, and you're just smashing up against it. You know why? Because you don't understand what you're talking about. This is
So you
nothing
agree-
for me.
You agree it's wrong, right?
No, I don't. That's the fifth time you tried that. It is
Okay, so
correct for its purpose.
But it says there's no sunlight below the 80th
It even
degree.
calculates distances correctly. You know that, right?
Yeah, do you know why it calculates distances correctly? Is it a linear scale? Come on.
What do you mean?
Come
Do
on,
I know
Matt,
why that calculates that? Why? What do you mean? Why it calculates this correctly?
Yeah, why does it do that?
Because it's an azimuthal projection of a celestial sphere.
Okay, do you know what a scale is on a map?
Yes, I do know what a scale is.
Okay, what is the scale on this map? Is it linear?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
It is linear. It is linear if you do the do the distance calculation correctly, as in measure from the center. You measure the distance linearly from the center to each point, and then you do a calculation to figure out the distance between those points.
How come?
Of course, you knew that, right?
How come
You knew that, right? You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You knew that, right?
Yeah, but it's not linear, right? You know
It is
that, right?
linear. It is linear. It's a linear
How come
distance from the lines.
it's only accurate to the lines of longitude? You have to measure along certain lines of longitude.
Dude, I'll
The scale's
I'll
not
post a
linear.
video in the chat of someone measuring the linear distance using the method I just said. Doing it, not talking about it, actually doing it.
No, the scale. I'm talking about the scale, not actually measuring it on the map. Is the scale linear?
My last two brain cells.
No, no.
Yeah, good. Okay, I agree.
Not. Listen.
Thank you.
Not a linear scale.
Good. Why?
If you use it one way, but you can turn it into a linear scale if you use it another way. It's like your ideas about what maps are childish.
Yeah, there is only one-to-one scale that is the most accurate map of the world. So
Oh, what's that?
the globe.
That's a lie. That's a straight lie. You ever measure a globe? You ever take a physical globe and measure the distances? You could just try to check it for internal consistency, and it doesn't even have that.
How far off is it?
Well, 30%. Depends on the physical globe you use.
Okay, how'd you measure that 30%?
With a string.
Okay, tell me how you did it.
I'll post the video.
Okay, how do you know that when you use the string, how do you know that?
Look, does the globe claim distance say across, east to west in, say Australia, right? Then you could find some other. So say, hold on, let me finish. Then you could find some other place on Earth, right? That is supposed to be the same distance, and then you can take that string and put it across that region and see if it's the same distance.
Oh, so
Well, they're not.
Now you're trusting globe sources.
No, I'm testing. It's called an internal critique of the globe.
Okay.
You know what internal critique is?
Yep.
Okay. So right here is 3 different globes measured. I just posted it. So he takes 3 different globes. Same person that made that map. Same person that came up with who discovered that the distances in the Antarctica, circum-Antarctica race are bullshit.
The one without the Antarctica on the map that you don't know why it's not on the map. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I didn't make the map.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you ask him if you're trusting him as a source?
I don't even believe Antarctica is a continent. Why should I?
Oh my gosh.
Why should I?
Full conspiracy nutter.
What conspiracy did I just mention?
That there is no Antarctica.
I mean, there's a place that they call Antarctica. I said I don't believe it's a continent.
Why not?
Why should I?
Do you believe Madagascar is an island in Africa?
Yeah, there's photographs of it from the sky, capturing the entire island.
There's no photographs of Antarctica?
From the sky, capturing the entire continent? No.
Yeah. Okay. If I show one, will you then believe it's a continent?
From the sky, from an airplane.
Oh, from an airplane? Okay.
Yeah, the
so
sky. Airplanes flying the sky.
Okay. Have you been to?
I don't need any more globe cartoons, man.
Have you been to?
It always
Australia?
comes to your fake ass space pics every
Do you
time.
believe that Australia is a continent?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen a picture of it from the sky?
No.
Okay. Then why do you believe it?
Because people have circumnavigated Antarctica.
What about Australia? Yes, they have circumnavigated.
I mean Australia. People have circumnavigated Australia. They haven't circumnavigated Antarctica.
You even just
well,
said it.
because Antarctica would have to be 3 times the distance they say it is. It would be way too big.
No, they don't say it is. It's 14,000.
It would need to be like 26,000.
Show me the proof. Nobody says that.
Okay. I know nobody says that, but if you look at the time it takes to travel, okay. So here's an example. Okay, the race I mentioned, the IDEC 3. Okay, it's a trimaran. They did a circumnavigation around the globe. It took them the same amount of time to circumnavigate Antarctica to the day. 72 days.
Do you know why that could be?
Oh yeah, because Antarctica is 25,000 miles across, or around.
What's your evidence for that? Just one race?
And that's not the only one. There's also the world record solo race.
Yeah, and do you think the seas might have something to do
Why
with
do
it?
you think it's not that? How about that?
Think it's not what? No, I agree. It's 14,000 to 16,000.
Why?
Because we have measurements of it.
I just gave you measurements. You haven't given me shit. Give us
What
your
measurements
measurements.
have you given me? You gave me a time.
The race. The
yeah,
time.
But they tracked 14,000 nautical miles.
No,
So
they did not.
Yes, it's 14 to 16,000 nautical miles. What do you mean? No, they did not.
No, they did not. They have a time. They actually measured how fast they're going.
And
right?
the distance.
And the time and the distance equates to longer than 14,000 miles. So I'm asking you, why do you believe it's more than 14,000 miles? Or like, why do you think it is 14,000 miles, Wesley?
Because they measured it. How do you think how did they
With
track
what?
their speed?
Okay, no. With what? What was the
GPS.
instrument?
GPS.
No, I'm banning you just for fucking lying.
Aw, so
Go be
cute.
a fucking liar somewhere else.
Wow.
Sounds like he's been drinking McToon's Kool-Aid. Hella thick.
Yeah, from his knees.
Right? He's probably helping him do those little experiments in the basement to prove that you don't need a concave mirror to produce a rainbow inside the house.
Dude, he literally went down the list of McToon's clown arguments that he makes when he debates.
Yeah. So funny. They got him on speed dial, huh?
How many things did he make up?
So let me just get this out of the way. We can't triangulate the height of Polaris or any celestial body, flat or globe. Flat or globe. Yoder's list wins again. So McToon did conceal the fact that you can't triangulate the height of Polaris on a globe during this discussion. And he knows he can't. I mean, this is center to the entire claim of a heliocentric globe spinning around the sun. But his point was to attack Nathan's claim of triangulation. Nathan Oakley claimed Triangulation. He claimed a linear distance of 60 nautical miles per degree, flat baseline to perpendicular to Polaris. That's a triangulation, and there's a geometric logical consequence of that claim. And to me, this is one of the biggest mistakes that has been made over the past few years. And Globers are smart not to claim any triangulation of Polaris at all. They know they can't, they know nobody can. But this point seems to be lost on many flat earthers who think they can. Or they want to have their triangulation cake and eat it too. They want to be able to claim triangulation using a flat earth, but then disavow any claim to the height of any celestial body. That's what's happening. So what Globers do is they treat the light of Polaris as a large flat surface that emanates parallel rays to a small globe. That is their ad hoc space magic escape hatch. If they treated Polaris as a point to be triangulated, like Nathan Oakley claimed you could over a flat Earth, then Polaris would also move with the observer on a globe, just like we sort of see it do from our vantage point on a flat Earth. It is observer dependent, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a mystery that bears no relation to the surface topology of the flat Earth. So if Globers treated Polaris as a single point above a globe, just as what is claimed by triangulation for a flat Earth, then the consequences are such that Polaris ascends and descends with the observer on a globe moving further and closer away, back and forth, to a position underneath Polaris, just like on a flat Earth. Neither point would exist as a fixed triangulatable point in free space at all. So how do the Globers get around this? Well, the non-geocentric Globers claim parallel light rays. They claim that Polaris is so big and Earth is so tiny that the surface of Polaris is effectively flat, perpendicular to the parallel rays that it emanates. The curved surface is a small point somewhere in fixed space that is bathed in that parallel light. If you understand what just happened here, they reversed the geometry. They took the flat surface that you stand on flat Earth, and they moved it into deep outer space. They took the small point that we see in the sky, which is Polaris, and they made that small point around a globe called Earth. And they preserved the geometry, they just inverted it. So the big mistake has been to claim triangulation with CellNav on a flat Earth this entire time. For the past 3, 4, 5 years, it's been that bad, that long. Anytime this is done, anytime triangulation is invoked, it introduces a means to pinpoint the height of Polaris with triangulation, and you can't do it. We all know you can't. You can't have your triangulation cake and eat it too. There's no proof of a consistent 60 nautical mile per degree of angular change relationship that is everywhere produced on Earth. Therefore, we do not have any consistent distances or orientations of land masses or observers consistent over a flat Earth using CellNav. It's not consistent. It's not as accurate as people claim it to be, at least not without a boatload of corrections. Corrections that contradict the rule. So what can be claimed without contradiction is an observer-dependent relationship to the celestial objects in the sky. Nothing wrong with that. Flat or globe, we don't have this validated angle-distance relationship and orientation over any of the vast distances everywhere consistent in reality. So I do think that flat earthers have steered us wrong over the past 4 years, saying elevation angles to Polaris prove a flat Earth. For the same reason that elevation angles to the sun didn't prove anything either way for Eratosthenes. This was seen as a quick, easy win button that many flat earthers got away with for too long because the Globers didn't understand their own geometric consequences of this. This is why we rely on surface measurements directly, lasers, long-distance observations, high-altitude infrared photogrammetry. These are all very valid direct means to assess how flat the Earth is. And we've got an abundance of evidence on our side for this. Use it. Globers are starting to figure out that this elevation angle to Polaris claim is not the easy win button for us, as our side thought it had been this entire time. They're exposing it, and they should, because it's a misused argument. It's on my list of misused arguments and bad arguments for this very reason. Even if there was a consistent 60 nautical mile to 1 degree of elevation change relationship in the sky, even if the orientations of the Earth are kind of what they seem to be on all these maps we have, we still have the flat Earth measurements. It does not comport. There's a big problem here. And what we're exposing, if anything, is how people lie about what they see. If you're a flat earther and you're still using the azimuthal equidistant map or the Gleason's map as a flawed but somewhat accurate representation of flat Earth, you're still doing it wrong, folks. That is still 100% globe. There's nothing flat about it other than the projection. The projection distorts the globe calculated distances and makes them inconsistent. It's a non-uniform scale. You're forgetting that part. You're forgetting that when you pull up an AE map and show it to your friends as flat Earth, you're forgetting a crucial fact about this map projection. It's that the calculated circumference of 89 degrees north in the very center of the map, 1 degree off from the point of origin. The circumference of 89 degrees north latitude is about 430 miles. And on that azimuthal equidistant map, 89 degrees south, near the furthest outest edge of that map, 89 degrees south, looks like it should be 60 or 70,000 miles in circumference. It's not. If you apply the scale that belongs to the map, that also is 430 miles. Elevation angles to Polaris don't prove anything either way on their own. Not without supporting claims to go along with it. If you're going to claim triangulation as a flat earther, you're going to have a bad time with that. Not only are you going to have, you're going to have to claim a distance, a linear distance that is verifiable, which I don't think has ever been really done. But you're going to have an incoherent sky geometry that you have to be comfortable with. I'm comfortable with it, but I'm not comfortable with claiming a distance or linear baselines. Has anybody ever proven that you can stand directly underneath Polaris in the first place? Has anybody taken a 90-degree elevation angle to Polaris? Has that ever been done? We're going to uphold ourselves as a community of zetetic empiricists. We're going to rely on a body of evidence and firsthand observations to back our claims. If we're going to be claiming elevation angles to Polaris, how come nobody in our community has ever been able to produce evidence of a 90-degree angle, elevation angle to Polaris in the first instance? Stop using it or cough up the evidence. You're making us look terrible. All right, I'm going on mute. Have you seen this this video making its rounds? It was from the Worldwide Debate Server Livestream. And they have this guy on who is a film camera optics expert. Have you seen this? It came out, I think, yesterday. 6 hours.
No, I haven't. You have a link?
I'll have to post a link later. Maybe if DJ comes on, he can. He shared it with me.
Yeah.
So this guy comes in and he sounds like he's a flat earther. I've never heard of him before. And he's got this highly specialized background in camera and film. And he said, when I first came into this topic, there are two things that were on my mind, top of mind. And that is what is the optics of our world? Is if refraction is the thing, does it favor a flat or a globe reality? And second, for how long have they been able to fake imagery and film and still life and so on? So himself having a background in this, he gets into the details. He goes back to like the 1920s, and he starts playing film through the 1920s, through the 40s and 50s, describing some of these very early techniques that they used for faking scenery. And some of the techniques are really good. Saying, yeah, we've got back in like the 1930s and 40s, they had the equivalent of 16K resolution. And in the 40s, they had the ability to roll film at 400 frames per second. I mean, this is astounding stuff. This is the kind of thing that we're not really familiar with, that they had this technology back then and they were using it.
Right.
He explained a complex process where they can use matte layers to create false images and scenes. And all of this is really building up to examining the Apollo 11 footage. How the camera burn-in was faked. By camera burn-in, I mean there's some segments of the Apollo 11 footage where you can see the moon through the astronauts and the horizon through the astronaut. And it sounded like what he was saying is the camera burn-in feature would make sense. Like if the camera was set up on the moon and you have this bright, intense light that was leaving a burned-in image onto the back of the sensor, that it would leave this ghost in there, kind of like the old school screensavers that kept your computer monitor from burning in the Windows background. So he said it almost looks like they purposefully did a camera burn-in just to try to make it look more authentic. But then there are some interesting cases where they would move the camera and the horizon moved, which means it wasn't a burn-in. And there was a case where he showed that the camera was still and not moving, and the Apollo LEM, the lunar lander module, which was casting a shadow on the moon, was like lifted off and moved somewhere. It's like, how did that happen? That the shadow moved, the camera stayed still, the horizon is focused. What caused the Apollo landing module leg shadow to move like that? And it was right at the end of what looked like a scene. So it's like they were deciding to pack it up for the day. Put everything away and take it out tomorrow.
Yeah.
But man, just all kinds of stuff. He was talking about how they had basically in the 1940s, almost a virtual reality experience, which they'd used to train aerial gunners. He described how they had multiple cameras providing a curved screen around the watcher, and the watcher had these guns, and they would create film. Basically, they'd fly like model airplanes around, and they'd film it, and they would project the film onto the screen, and they had hit detection using these mock-up guns. They had hit detection built into the background of the screen somehow using light and hitboxes, and they would register hits every time the aerial gunner would successfully hit one of these model aircraft in this movie that he was watching. Would register a hit, and it was immersive because the screen surrounded him, like 1940. Like, holy crap, dude! Basically, the case was it seems to be that the special effects industry, which is already pretty secretive. Like Hollywood likes to keep their special effects under wraps because they don't want competitors figuring out their camera tricks. But there was a lot of high-end camera trickery that was well known deeper into the past than we think. Which means footage from propaganda that we're watching has a higher chance of being faked using techniques that we wouldn't even consider that were available at the time.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched those Charlie Chaplin movies with him hanging off of skyscrapers and stuff, and he looks pretty real, and that's from like 1929, so they had the tech.
Right. Overall, an outstanding live stream. I think the Worldwide Debate Server is the community where the Flat Earth debate people rolled into, hosting Nathan Oakley and all the others. I haven't joined it, but I gotta say, like, if they can get content developers like this, like high-end credentialed people, highly educated, well-composed, mature people, the Flat Earth community's been hurting for content, new content for a while. Like, we've seen a lot of recycled stuff for the past 2 to 3 years. Not that we don't really need anything new, but it'd be really neat to get some fresh takes on things. More observations, more analysis. It keeps the topic from getting stale and it draws people in.
Yeah, I need to record some observations that I've done. I've been lazy. I know India did a good one just recently, so he's planning on doing some more this year.
Yeah, that's a goal for me too. It had been hard for me to get away. I'm such a busy dude. Working, I have a pretty involved family life. Carting kids to sports and activities. Like, I don't have free time.
I got 4 kids myself. It's a hassle.
Yeah.
But it's fun and it's worth it. I love my family.
Yeah. That's how I feel about it. I'd rather do this than to film Flat Earth Proof, but if I can do both, that'd be great. But I've got a huge career pivot coming up that will afford more time. And I'll be able to take very easily some discretionary time throughout the day, throughout the week to go do something. But I need to get settled into all that and develop a pace and a reputation first before I start exercising my flex.
Right.
Just need a good half a day. Huh?
I got lucky. I have a job where I can work from home all the time. 2016, I started working with Bitcoin, and that was a good deal for me. So
awesome. And I got into the crypto game really early, back when we had to buy crypto using bank drafts, and it was only Wachovia or Wells Fargo or something, Bank of America, that would accept and give you bank drafts, which you can use to buy Bitcoin with. It was crazy. And then you could mine it yourself, obviously. And the ATI Radeon mining arrays that were out, the ant miners that came out that were not that great.
Yeah, we were mining Ethereum back then.
Yeah, when Ethereum came out, I still think
you
Ethereum had
few
most promise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could actually get some from in your own house back then.
Right. I had like 10 or 11 Bitcoin or something at one point. I'm like, damn it.
I'll do one better. My brother and I, we had 70.
Nice.
But we sold and we bought some houses and stuff instead. So I like property, but I wish I would have kept it now, obviously. But you didn't know. 2020, this was.
You got to cash out at some point, otherwise you're going to die clutching it.
Right. I mean, I still have some left, but not all that much. Hey, Hackle Dog, you're hot micing. Good morning, by the way. I saw something in the chat about that girl, Secrecy. No, what's her name? Wait. Security. She's new to Flat Earth, and I think she converted, but her husband was in here for a couple of days ago, and they abruptly cut the feed, disconnected. So I was curious to talk to her again and see if he has come around or not. It's always difficult when, I mean, I remember when I became a Flat Earther, the first person I wanted to tell was my wife. She didn't take kindly to it, so I can't talk to her about it. But so I understand the problem, the dynamics there. So
yeah, I was the same way. My wife doesn't care. Like, she doesn't get turned off by it, but she isn't curious about it either. So I'm like, all right.
Yeah, it's about that's probably where we're at this point. She lets me have my thing, right? But she doesn't want to talk about it.
My kids are hearing about it in school right now, which is kind of awesome. Like, the kids are starting to talk about it. Public schools.
My son is 6, and he's at that point where they start to show him the globes and stuff like that. So it's difficult.
Yeah, man, that sucks.
And basically, when you turn on YouTube, every other video has the moon and stars and rockets and spaceman and aliens in it. So it's a lot of propaganda that they get on them immediately. They should. It's way too early. They have no critical thinking at that age, really.
I've seen an uptick in random jabs at Flat Earth and cartoon content, social media content for kids and stuff. It seems like that this is happening. I don't know if you're aware, but we had, and back in 24/7 in the home server a few years ago, there was a period of time where over the course of maybe a year or so, we would have all these media people coming in, people from newspapers, people from like USA Today. USA Today in particular sticks out. We had journalists from USA Today come in and wrangle with us and spiral out and lose their freaking minds. And then they'd go write articles that would appear on USA Today about their feelings towards flat earthers. And you can actually go to usatoday.com right now, search Flat Earth. You're going to see like 20 or 30 articles by the same like 2 people over a compressed period of time, maybe 2023, I want to say it was, where they're just like coping hard with Flat Earth.
I think I remember reading these articles when I was flying. Because you get the USA Today for free when you're flying, and I had a job back then that required me to fly around a lot, so I think I remember those articles, actually.
Oh, yeah? That's funny.
But I don't know, any publicity is publicity. Maybe people start looking into it. I can't even remember what I was thinking when I read it. I always thought about the helicopter thing. Like, why can't you just fly up, sit in the helicopter for 12 hours, and land somewhere else? That was my first. That was my first question. And it kind of spiraled.
Yeah, like what perpetually keeping the air moving with the rotation of the Earth. Like, I get there's conservation of momentum, but that energy is going to bleed off due to tangential forces, you could say. Is the air wants to keep going in the direction that it's being flung, and ground is rotating away underneath it, you're going to have eddy currents. You're going to see, without a mechanism to keep the air moving, again, you should see the helicopter at rest as the Earth begins to rotate under it over time.
Yeah, that was my thought. And I mean, winds go in all directions. You can ask any pilot about that. They don't follow the Earth's spin. So it was always something that bothered me, and and it's been bothering me since I was a kid, but I never I didn't really look into flat Earth until around when COVID started. I had more time then.
That's when I dove into it too. Like, locked in, locked down, can't go anywhere, bored. And let's see what this flat Earth thing is about. Holy shit.
I mean, I was already a little bit of a critical thinker because I didn't buy into that whole thing, but yeah, it started to make me curious about it, and I actually watched a few of those Eric Dubé videos. That's how I got in contact with it, and I thought it was convincing, the arguments. So then I had to go out and look for myself. People give him a lot of shit, but he's probably converted a lot more people than you think, or not converted, but made them think about it at least.
Yeah, for sure. He and Mark Sargent, even David Weiss, get a lot of credit for opening the idea. The danger is, of course, that feast of nonsense that people talk about that comes with it.
That is the problem. All the speculative stuff. So if you can set that aside, it's a growth process. And now I finally feel like I've ended up with my people in here.
Yeah, same. The topic naturally attracts a lot of weirdos, though. So
yeah, you go through the whole spectrum there for everything from lizard people to outer lands and things like that, and sky ice and whatever else they want to come up with. So
it's sky ice, yeah.
it's a maturing process, right?
Yeah, it is.
So
it is. It's not fair to criticize people that are in the process as long as they are in the process of maturing and they're not stagnant.
Right. I actually read a really nice, there's a white paper that they have measured the one-way speed of light, and they say that it's faster east to west than west to east.
Yeah.
Talking about the Sagnant effect. If, the whole theory of relativity is based on speed of light being a constant. If it's not a constant, the whole thing crumbles, right? Did I understand that correctly? Yeah. So it was very interesting. I think it's going to crumble, and I think they're going to do more tests like that now and in the future. That's going to show that relativity is a bunch of crap.
Yeah, good riddance, man.
Well, speaking of wives, my wife just stepped into the room. It's time to take our youngest to the school, so I gotta be on listening mode for a little while. But it was nice talking to you, Yoder. I'll be back a little bit later. I'm in the background.
Cool, man. Yep, I'm heading to the office, so I'll be on silent mode by that time. Nice chatting with you too.
Yeah.
There's that whole controversy regarding how GPS works, satellites, and relativity. GPS systems only work if there's an absolute fixed frame of reference. In this case, they call it the ECI frame, Earth-centered inertial, which is the star frame. It's as if you could attach yourself to the celestial sphere around a globe and watch the globe spin beneath you. So the claim is that you need to calibrate your clocks to this absolute frame of reference in order to measure the difference in timing against the rotating frame on the ground underneath you. So if the speed of light is supposed to be invariant across reference frames, then why do you need to have an ECI frame to begin with? Why do they use an ECI frame? So there's a guy named Ron Hatch. He died not too long ago. He was bringing up what I was just talking about. He holds many patents on GPS, and is called in as an expert by Department of Defense for solving hard to solve issues when with the GPS system. He's got something like 30 patents or something pertaining to this. And he's written books and articles where he basically says that the fundamental operations of the GPS system contradicts Einstein's special relativity, contradicts the speed of light's invariance across reference frames. All right, so special relativity, that's the one that came first with Einstein. That's the one that has to do with things moving relative to each other and clocks showing different times as a result of being in different reference frames. But in special relativity, there is no preferred frame. The speed of light should be the same for all observers, regardless of how they're moving relative to each other. So Hatch basically said the GPS proves the opposite because they use a fixed frame called the ECI frame, or centered inertial, and is a preferred frame, right? So this is the one that they calibrate everything to. So all the clock synchronizations they have, they claim atomic clocks on these things. All that synchronization is done with respect to this fixed frame, a non-moving, non-rotating frame. So I guess if you calculate the speed of light, so the speed of like the GPS signals relative to the receiver on the ground, where the receiver on the ground is moving relative to the fixed frame of reference above, then the speed of light is not fixed. It is the speed of light, give or take the relative velocity of the receiver that's in motion. So the speed of light can't be the same for all observers in this case, which violates special relativity, but they claim to be using special relativity all the same. They also pointed out too that there's a curious process in the mathematics where relativistic corrections that are made in one frame are canceled out in another. So like the rotating frame of reference under the ECI frame of the satellite is canceled out by Earth's bulging mass around the equator by general relativity. So you got the general relativity of increased bulge of mass around the equator canceling out the effects of special relativity up in the satellites. It's as if you don't need to do any relativistic corrections at all. He points out, shows the math in the process and says this is what they're doing, and it precisely cancels each other out. It's kind of funny. So you don't even need to do all these relativistic corrections. The problem is you got like scientists in room A that's performing relativistic corrections over here, and scientists in room B who's performing them over there. They don't know that when you marry up these two systems that they cancel each other out. And Ron Hatch went on to come up with like some modified theory, modified Lorentzian ether theory, which is kind of like a weird hybrid of relativity and ether. He's got a book, I think it's called like Escape from Einstein or Escaping Einstein. I had a copy at one point. I didn't read all of it, but so for anyone watching or listening, I posted an interesting lecture by Ron Hatch, 2013 at the Thunderbolts conference. Thunderbolts, this is a group of Electric Universe people, which sounds like a fringe idea until you start reading that some of NASA's most prominent scientists believed in an electric universe cosmology apart from one that exists with relativity and gravity fields. There's a guy named Dr. Hannes Alphen. I sometimes talk about him. He invented a field of study called magnetohydrodynamics. It describes that outer space is really just a soup of plasma. And if gravity exists at all, its effect is so negligible as to not be needed. So then, what are satellite orbits if that's the case? What are satellite orbits? Why is it I can Google magnetic ground stations? I don't know why I can do this. I can Google magnetic ground stations for satellites, and I'll get a whole worldwide network of ground stations for some reason that are positioned where they are relative to, I don't know, some flux in Earth's magnetic field in order to successfully manage and operate satellites. So these hunks of metal self-orbiting due to gravity wells around Earth, seems NASA is operating this stuff under a completely separate set of principles. One that seems to be more conformal to this whole electric universe idea. Globe or flat, you should find this interesting.
And even if you can do that, look, what I said before holds. Whatever the sun is doing, it has nothing to do with the surface property. Benny Light says, all these ridiculous excuses I've heard before. Yeah, why are you still here then? If you know all the arguments, stop bothering us. You're obsessed with us, maybe. But it's fine, Benny, if you want to stay. It's good to... Go on.
Is he in the YouTube chat? Is that what he is?
Yeah, he's in the YouTube chat. I had nothing better to do, so I engaged with him there.
Like, ridiculous excuses. Well, that isn't a refutation of what was said. Just saying it's ridiculous. So what? I think it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He was asked for proof, and he said, excuses. Like, that's not an excuse. That's what he's asking you to back up your claim.
He's a funny little guy, a YouTube troll. But it's okay. I mean, he's asking a question, and there might be other people who think it's interesting to hear about it. So he says.
Do you know how long? Do you know how long he's been perched up in that YouTube?
For years.
Yeah, like probably going on like 10 years. Ever since the Helio started streaming, he's been up in there. Crazy.
Well, Benny, if you ever want to come over and talk to us in, face to face, you know where to find us. We're on discord.gg/English Hub, Enghub, ENG Hub. Benny says, you said you didn't know the sun was thousands of miles away, but now you say that you know where the ground position is. Make your mind up, Strawman Much. How can you even construct a sentence like that? What does that have to do with anything? Me not knowing where the distance and knowing the ground position, those are two different things. Benny says, lol, every conversation about sunset always ends in them throwing their hands in the air and saying we don't need to look at the sky. Of course. Why do we?
No, that's not the problem. The problem is no matter what we say about the sky, it can't, just as a matter of just logic, prove what the Earth is. Because you're not looking at the thing in question. You're looking at something that is not the thing in question. So how can I look at, like, my neighbor's tree to prove what my house is? Or my neighbor's house to prove what my house is? You can't look at something else to prove the thing in question, just as a matter of logic. We can construct a bullshit, convoluted argument about what the sun does and what it does over the flat Earth, come up with some so-called explanation, but it wouldn't prove the shape of the Earth. That's the problem with global earthers. They fail basic logic. They can't even do the basics.
I know, right? Listen to what he says now. Now he's just rage baiting, but I just think it's funny. He brings content. He says, nobody has ever measured Earth flat. What do you say, Indio? Nobody.
Nobody. Okay. So not FE core, they didn't do it. So nobody that ever like surveyed, what's that bridge in China that's like 100 kilometers long?
Yeah, the Susheng Bridge or something like that. Yeah. Every single time a geodetic server go out, they measure Earth flat first, and then they transform it into the ball afterwards. So thousands of people have measured the Earth as flat. But Benny, you've been over there on YouTube for 10 years. Nobody ever walked you through a laser test. I mean, why don't you understand that if you shoot the laser a foot over water on one side and it ends up a foot over on the other side, that the water doesn't curve? How have you not been able to understand the logic in that? I mean, I feel like I don't even have to go into detail. If you've been here 10 years, you should have heard about this like hundreds and thousands of times. How are you not able to process it? What's your explanation for the laser not ending up 66 foot in the air on the other side? It's just weird. Cope. The Suez Canal has no allowance for curvature, says Bruno. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't. Or is it the Panama? I can't remember. It's one of them. Yeah. Probably Swiss.
It's the Suez. We actually had like the documentation for the engineering of the Suez is available. They don't do any curvature, anything in there.
Yeah, that's what I read. I don't have the source for it, so right now it's just hearsay, but I heard from someone who said that when they built the railroad system in England in the 1800s, they first tried to account for curvature, and then they actually noticed that there isn't any. So they made some kind of rule. You're not allowed to count for curvature in any construction in England from this point on. But I haven't been able to find the source. I wonder if any of you guys have heard about that. It would be really interesting to dig it up. Benny says he doesn't answer my question if he ever heard of the laser tests. He doesn't answer it. Why the laser doesn't end up 66 foot in the air as it should do, as it has to do if the Earth is a ball of radius 3959. He is continue blabbering on.
Yeah, you love how he tried to reverse it. He says, now I'll probably be banned for asking too many questions. No, you should be banned for not answering questions.
That's right.
You're not answering them.
Don't worry, Benny. I have moderator access over there, and I'm not banning you. I think you're entertaining. Just keep doing whatever you're doing. But listen, you could answer the question. India is making a good point. If anything,
Now he says, I asked for logical explanations, and every single explanation was easy to refute.
Yeah, well, why didn't you refute it then?
Like, literally, you tried to use the sun to prove the Earth was a globe or flat. That is illogical. What are you talking about, brother?
Yeah, and he won't address the laser question. All right, who do we have here? Someone joined and they left. Oh, I got to be quicker. If I'm fishing, you got to catch those glober fishes. As soon as they join, you got to say hello to them. All right, well, back to Benny then. Blah, 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 blah. The sun, blah, blah, blah. Ah, he's boring. Yes, I've been here for 10 years, and not once have I ever heard a logical explanation for sunset or flat Earth. You've heard it a million times. It's ridiculous that you don't understand it. And even if we didn't have an explanation, which I think we do actually, we explain it with perspective mostly, right? But why don't accept it? We have explained it to you.
No.
Multiple people.
No, this dude doesn't. I guarantee, Benny, you understand basic geometry? Just basic geometry, projective geometry, perspective. You even understand how any of that is? The horizon is not the physical edge of something. Okay? You say there's no logical explanation. That's nonsense. Okay? We know that the horizon's not physical. Okay? So when you hear any explanation that doesn't propose that the horizon's not physical, you think that that's illogical. It's illogical to think the horizon is physical. Because of observation shows that it's not. Because the distance to the horizon moves around, which you'll admit yourself. Just using logic like a buzzword, Ben. That's all. Just a buzzword. You can't even create a logical syllogism to support a globe in the